Marque and Reprisal by Elizabeth Moon. Narrated by Cynthia Holloway. Copyright 2004 by Elizabeth Moon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Elizabeth Moon, care of Jabberwocky Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2008 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Chapter 1. Kylara Vatta looked at the mass of paperwork from Belinta's Economic Development Bureau and sighed. The real life of a trade ship captain. Paperwork and more paperwork. Negotiation with shippers, customers, customs officials. The life she hadn't wanted when she chose to enter the Slaughter Key Space Force Academy. And the life she had fallen back into when she was expelled. Boring, mundane. Not that her recent experiences in Sabine had been boring or mundane. Terrifying was more like it. And no one would want another trip like that. Except that she did. She remembered very clearly the rush of excitement, the soaring glee of the fight itself, the guilty delight when she killed Pison and Christophson. So either she wasn't sane or nothing. She thought of the diamonds tucked into her underwear drawer. Not enough to restore her old tub of a ship completely, but enough to take her to somewhere else, somewhere where she could make the kind of life she really wanted. Perhaps the mercenaries would accept her violent tendencies. They offered a chance. Perhaps someone else. It would annoy her family, but not as much as the truth would hurt them. No, she had to finish one job at least. Crew depended on her. The ship belonged to her family as well, and she could not possibly earn enough to buy it away by the next stop or the next. She sighed again, signed another sheet, and stared at the next. All right, then. Take this old tub to Lenora, deliver that cargo, then to Lastway. If she couldn't finance a refit by then, return to the original plan and go home by commercial passenger ship. If she made enough profit, enough to do the refit, she could get that done and bring the ship back to Slaughter Key and then resign. Or, she stared into a distance far beyond her cabin bulkhead, she could send the ship back with someone else. Quincy, for instance, knew enough to run the ship herself. In the long run, her family would be better off without her. If her father knew how she'd felt when she killed. No. She had had those nightmares, trying to explain to that gentle man, hoping for his understanding, but seeing the horror in his face. Better the smothering, overprotective love that had annoyed her in their last conversation than that horror, that disgust, that rejection. If she went home, he would sense something. He would try to probe, try to get her to confide in him, and eventually he would wear her down. It would be worse than anything else that had happened to have her father sorry she was ever born. She should just go away. Years later, maybe, she might be able to explain it to him, and he might be able to accept it. Years might put a safe skin on the raw truth of what she was. She worked her way through the rest of the forms, then decided to take them to the local postal drop herself. Belinta Station had few amenities, but a walk would be refreshing in itself. Quincy, I'm going to drop the paperwork off, she said into the ship's intercom. Find anything to load? Or do you want us to start transferring what we have left in storage? I haven't found anything yet, Ky said. I may have to go downside for that. Go on and load. See if you can get some of the station dock workers to help with that. Usual rates and all. She glanced at herself in the mirror and decided she was presentable enough. She needed a new uniform. The one she had left after Sabine no longer had the crisp, perfect tailoring her mother had paid for. But only if she was staying with Vatta. If she joined a mercenary company, She would wear its uniform. If she stayed independent, she'd have to find one of her own design. But to drop off forms to be transmitted to a bureaucracy, gray tunic and slacks should be sufficient. She clipped on the Balinta Station access pass. Outside the ship, Balinta Station hardly bustled with activity. Only 3 ships were in dock, and the other 2 were in-system haulers servicing Balinta's meager satellite mining operations. On their own dockside, Quincy was talking to a burly man in the ubiquitous green tunic of Balinta dock workers. Bia, beside her, held a compad ready to record employee data if Quincy's negotiations were successful. Ky walked briskly past 2 men chatting on a bench, a woman standing by a lift entrance, barely restraining a bouncing toddler, the faded ads for Balinta's few and unenticing tourist resorts, and turned left into the wide main corridor. Here were the currency exchanges, banks, communication services, local and Ansible, Balinta Port Authority, the hiring hall, and, finally, the postal service. Mid-shift, few others were in sight. Someone with a briefcase just going into Balinta's savings and loan. 2 women chatting as they emerged from All Systems Exchange. Beyond were rows of blanketed openings to spaces that would someday, if Balinta proved prosperous, house more services, more stores, more people. No traffic at all moved down there. Ky turned into the Postal Service's entrance and walked up to the counter where a display read, "Now serving number 682. The only clerk in sight did not look up, but said, "Take a number." Typical Balintan courtesy, Ky thought, and looked around for the number generator. By the entrance, she pulled the tab. The counter display changed to, "Now serving 683, and the clerk said, "Number 683, in an annoyed tone, as if she'd kept him waiting. "This is all for the Economic Development Bureau," Ky said. "To whose attention?" asked the clerk. "It doesn't matter, just the EDB. "It has to be directed to an individual," the clerk said. "You can't send mail to the whole bureau." "It says on the form," Ky said, pointing to the block under Return to. "No name, just the bureau." "It has to have a name," the clerk said. "It's the rules. All mail to government agencies must be directed to an individual." Ky was tempted to make up a name. Instead, she said, "Do you have a directory?" "Customers are not allowed to use our confidential directories or communication devices," the clerk intoned. "This is a security issue. Customers are advised to identify the correct recipient prior to arriving in the Postal Service office. Next, please." Ky glanced behind her. No one stood in line. It wouldn't take a moment to look it up. "Next, please." The clerk still wasn't looking at her. Ky wanted to reach across the counter and wring his skinny neck. But that was the impulse of a moment. This was part of being a trade ship captain. This was the kind of senseless, ridiculous, annoying nonsense she could expect. "Fine," she said instead. "I'll deliver it myself." After all, she had to go downside anyway, to find out if there was any cargo worth carrying from this wretched planet. "Glad to be of service. Have a nice day," the clerk said all in one breath. Ky went back the way she'd come, past the corridor that led to the docking area, past Good Time Eats and Jerry's Real Food and Quick Snack, where the 2 women she'd seen earlier were head-to-head over a small table, to the ticket office for the shuttle service. She could not remember just when the daily service left. 2.5 hours, the clerk said. "Be at the boarding area a half hour before departure." That gave time to go back to her ship and change. She turned to go, but a screech from the PA system stopped her. "What's that?" "I don't know," the clerk said. "Stay where you are," A bone-shaking voice said, "All personnel, stay where you are. Emergency crews 1 and 2 to dockside on the double. All personnel." "My ship," Ky said. "I have to get back." But the ticket office entrance was closed, the metal grate locking with a final chung even as she moved toward it. "You heard him," the clerk said. "We're all supposed to stay put." "Well, I can't," Ky said. "Open that thing." "Can't," the clerk said. "It's automatic, like section seals. Station security controls it. Unless you've got the override code like one of the emergency crews." The PA announcement had stopped. 15 minutes later, the grate slid back into its slot, squeaking a little. "Return to normal activity," the PA said. "All personnel, return to normal activity." Still no announcement of what had prompted the lockdown. Ky hurried back to the docking area. She saw nothing unusual except a station security officer standing near Gary Tobai's open hold bay talking to Quincy. "What was that about?" she asked, coming up to them. "Nothing to concern you, madam," said the officer. "Please stand away." "It's the captain," Quincy said. Just as Ky said, "It's my ship. It concerns me." "Oh," the man looked confused. "You're not in uniform." "It needs cleaning," Ky said. "Here's my tag." She held it out and he scanned it. "What happened?" "We believe an attempt was made to rob your ship," the man said. "Individuals known to us of dubious character were hired to move cargo, and this individual," he nodded at Quincy, "noticed something untoward with one of the containers and challenged the individual transporting it, suspecting that a substitution had been made. 2 individuals ran away. This individual called the alarm." Theft by casual dockside labor was a constant threat, Ky knew. "Did you catch them?" "They have not been apprehended yet," the officer said. "They made it to the unoccupied spaces. We are confiscating this container, which they tried to put aboard, and we are searching for the legitimate container your crew member reports missing." "I'm sure you'll take care of things," Ky said. "Will we find you here?" the man asked. "No," Ky said. "I must go downside to deliver reports to your government. My shuttle leaves—" She checked the time. "Sorry, I must hurry. Quincy will serve as my agent for the duration of my visit down. All right, Quincy?" The old woman nodded. "I can do that. Will you be buying cargo?" "Quite possibly. I expect to be downside a few days. I'll keep in touch." Ky hurried into the ship. She put on her remaining uniform with the formal captain's cape and made 2 quick calls to arrange lodging at the Captain's Guild and an escort to meet her at the downside shuttle terminal. She hesitated, then put several of the diamonds in her pocket. She didn't expect anything to cut off her access to Vatta resources, but just in case, it couldn't hurt to have hard currency. She made her shuttle connection with a few minutes to spare and rode downside with a mixed lot of Balinta station workers going home for the weekend break. She cataloged them automatically: clerical, equipment operator, service worker, and wondered why she bothered. It was the same mix she could find anywhere across the galaxy, no duller here than elsewhere. She spotted her escort at the passenger exit, and they exchanged the passwords and ID checks, another familiar routine. They rode into the city, past fields stripped with a more vivid green than Balintans ever wore. She recognized the machine working its way across one of the fields as one she'd delivered from Sabine, and felt a surge of satisfaction. If she could learn to appreciate the good done by the cargoes she transported, if she could see things from that angle, maybe. Gerard Avendetta Vatta watched as his pilot loaded his small case in the light plane. They would be back in the city by nightfall. He and Stavros would have a working dinner, and tomorrow he would tackle the delicate political tangle still left by his daughter's abrupt departure from the academy. Now that she was out of danger, now that he had seen her face, had spoken to her, his attention had returned to the reasons behind the obvious reasons. Why had a Misnari complained about religious discrimination in the academy? Misnari were a difficult sect, to be sure, but they'd served in the Slaughter Key Space Force for the past 30 years or so without any problems he knew of. And why had Ky been chosen as the vehicle? Her habit of helping lame dogs made her gullible, of course, and yet it did not quite satisfy him. She was a naturally generous person, yes, but he had noticed a streak of hardness in her that boded well for her survival in the cutthroat world of interstellar shipping. When she came back, it might be time to tell her a few things not in the basic Vatta database her implant contained. The Misnari. Were they part of the resurgence of anti-humod feeling some of the Vatta captains had reported? They were certainly foundational purists who refused even the most common enhancements and modifications, such as cranial implants. But he hadn't heard they bothered with off-planet politics. Besides, Ky had little exposure to humods. She could hardly be a target for anti-humod bias. Then there was interstellar communications. Vatta had supported ISC all along, and he fully appreciated what ISC had done for Ky at Sabine, but he wondered if its judgment matched its power. He tried to say something about that to Lou Parmina, the last time Lou visited, but Lou had shrugged off his concerns. "We pay our researchers enough to keep them quiet," he'd said. "No muzzling the ox that treads the grain, you know." Still, there were other sources of wealth in the galaxy, some who would be willing to pay almost any price for the secrets of ISC labs. Some already funding research, he was sure, trying to duplicate the secrets of ISC's technology or trying to advance it. The attack on the Ansible platforms at Sabine had been crude, but to Gerard's mind clearly a test. How strong was ISC, and how fast could it respond? The pirates, too. The information from Sabine was disturbing. An alliance of pirates? Of their agents in legitimate firms? And how did that work? Vatta had thousands of employees on dozens of ships, more dozens of support offices. Was one of them a traitor, feeding information to pirates? So far, the pirates had concentrated on smaller shippers, driving several out of business, according to the Captain's Guild figures. If they were accurate, the largest shippers hadn't been hit. But that wouldn't last, he was sure. They would run out of easy targets and move on to take other prey. The great merchant companies, Vatta among them, had never persuaded the planetary governments that their trade served to combine and create a true interstellar space force capable of policing the spaceways. ISC had the resources, but refused to use them for anything but maintaining its own assets. Gerard pinged his implant to remind him to call Gracie Lane when he got to the city. Vatta's spy service, Stavros called her, though her title on the books was special assistant to the chairman. "Expecting company?" the pilot asked suddenly. "What?" Gerard turned. His pilot was staring into the limpid afternoon sky. "My implant says the airfield scans have picked up 2 unidentified aircraft coming in from the east." From the Great Ocean? That made no sense. The regular inter-island passenger plane for the mainland had already been and gone, and anyway, they didn't overfly this end of the island. East of Corley, the next inhabited island chain was the Merrill Archipelago, and its air traffic avoided the 1,500-kilometer gap, flying south to the Rim Reef, then back west along it. Between Merrill and here were only a few uninhabited chunks of rock, recently emerged and sometimes temporarily volcanic peaks. His implant, not linked to the private airfield's minimal scans, fought its way through the safety lockouts, but by the time he had access to the air scans, he could see the two tiny dots rapidly growing larger and hear their thin whine. "Gaspard, do you have any idea?" he began. Then his implant squealed a warning relayed from the airfield scans. Weapons. Those little flying things had weapons. He whirled, started to run toward the office building beyond the airfield. "No, sir! Get down!" Gerard paid no attention, but his pilot, younger and faster, tackled him just short of the grass verge. He hit the ground hard, furious, the snarling whine overhead much louder now, coming at him. Fear soured his mouth. He covered his head with his hands, realizing how useless that was. His implant threw up visuals of the things, windowless, short-winged, unmanned, just before the flash of light, the noise, the blow of rushing air and debris that rolled him over and over on the tarmac. Then the second flash, the second boom and roar, much fainter. He blinked, rolled to his knees. Gaspard gripped his shoulders. The pilot, already on his feet, was pale as cheese curds. Ahead, the office building was a mass of flames and roiling black smoke. And beyond to the right, where the house, the comfortable home had stood, a column of flame and smoke. "Myris!" he said. "San!" He wrenched free of Gaspard and ran to the office first because it was closer. He was aware of Gaspard running beside him, though he could not hear his footsteps through the roaring in his ears and the clamor of the flames. Someone staggered out, ahead of him, and Gerard slowed to look. One of the clerks, white-rimmed eyes staring out of a smoke-blackened face. "What?" "Take care of her," Gerard said to his pilot. "Call." But emergency services for this end of the island were housed in the other end of the building. If they had survived, they'd already be at work. "Call back to the town. Medical. Call the city. Warn Stav." Two more figures staggered out, one half carrying the other. Gerard moved toward them. "You have the skull phone," Gaspard yelled to him. He blinked against the stinging smoke. Yes, he did. Mental fingers fumbling with the shock, he called his brother. "Jerry," Stavros answered. "What's wrong? Aren't you coming in this afternoon?" "Evacuate the building," Gerard said. "What?" "Someone's just dropped bombs on us here at Correlay," Gerard said. "Some kind of drone plane thing. Clear headquarters. They'll hit there next." "I just got an Ansible call about some trouble on Allway," Stavros said. "Connections?" A burning cinder landed on Gerard's hand. He flicked it off. "Certainly. Clear the building, damn it!" "I've already hit the alarm, Jerry. They're going. It takes time, you know." They didn't have time. He knew that, even as he closed on the fiery maelstrom and tried to steel himself to go in and help survivors. "Put out an all-systems warning. Let our people know." "Right, on it. Are you all right?" "I'm alive. I've got to get in there and see if San—" "Jerry, don't! Let the rescue squad—" "It's gone," Gerard said, as the afternoon breeze pushed the column of smoke to one side. He could see that the bomb had hit on that end of the office building. "Myris? The house was hit. I don't know. She was going out to swim after lunch. I pray she did." If even the pool would be enough protection, and that still meant the household staff, cleaning up after lunch. He squeezed his eyes shut a moment and said a short, fervent prayer. "Stav, I heard what you said. They're leaving. You leave too. Get in the bunker." "I will," Stavros said. "When I'm through, I'm sending out the all systems warning now. All right, I'm leaving it to a volunteer. I'm moving." It was too hot, the flames burning his face meters from the fire itself. He had just remembered the fuel storage tanks for the emergency vehicles when the next explosion threw him off his feet, onto something sharp and hard, and the next 3 tossed more of the building his way, debris as effective as any other form of shrapnel. He was just waking up when Gaspard and old George dug him out of the pile. His left side hurt with every breath. A rib, he suspected, or 2. He coughed, and the pain stabbed deep. Smoke still billowed from the wreckage, but most of the flames had blown out. Stubs of walls, spikes of unidentifiable framing members. With the survivors, pitifully few, he stared at the ruin. Somewhere in there was San, his only son on planet. Surely dead. He turned away, unwilling to look any more. Gaspard stayed with him as he staggered toward the house. Here nothing was left but a hole in the ground. The gardens were covered with debris. A single flowering spray of lucius orchids curled up from beneath a window frame, still unwilted. They made their way around to the back, where parts of the roof had breached the garden wall. A mat of debris floated on the water of the big pool. Shards of wood, sheets of paper, bits of cloth, fronds of jobla still pink with bloom, and wide leaves of the heracond like rafts, each with its own burden of grit and unidentifiable pieces. Some sank as he watched, as the wind ruffled the surface. He was on his knees at the edge of the pool, mouth stuffed with fear and anguish, unable to call her name, unable to see. Someone was crying. Someone was saying her name. Someone's hands were wet, the water stinging the burns. Someone was pulling at her shoulder, struggling to get her face out of the water, ignoring the red streaks turning pink in the dirty water. And then he was lying back against someone talking to him, and he could see her lying in the sun as it dimmed and brightened with the whirls of smoke blowing past. Water pooled under her, water stained red, and she did not turn her head to him, did not cry out, did not ask what happened. Someone put a flask to his lips. He smelled the sharp edge of whiskey he didn't want, but he sipped because his throat was dry, and then nearly choked because it was raw, pain almost as sharp as that in his heart. He smelled clean earth and onions, and saw that the hands of the person he lay against were crusted with earth and a shred of green. A gardener. His mind seemed to float, slowly noticing, slowly combining what it noticed. Then it all came together. Attacks, explosion, the house and his wife gone, the office and his son gone. He had warned Stavros. He had to. He tried to sit up, and his ribs stabbed him again. The hands behind him helped, lifted. "They're dead," he heard himself say. His ears still rang. His voice sounded tinny. "They're all. Who's alive?" Gaspard had the list. Solar, Tina, Vindy from the clerk section, Bonas, who had been in the toilets on the end not directly hit, Gaspard, old George, all 3 gardeners, little Rick, who had been sweeping the front porch and drive and been blown into the ornamental grove of palms and joblas that the drive circled. Everyone was watching the sky. He had to do something, start sorting things out. "Water," he heard old George say. "Gotta get some water first." "I'll check the tanks," said the gardener who'd been supporting him. "If you can stand, sir." He could stand. He had to stand. He still had people depending on him. "Go on," he said. "Check the tanks. Thank you." Water, shelter, food, protection from whoever had done this, transportation, medical care. He prodded his sluggish mind. Decisions to be made. Make them. By the time the island's town-based emergency evacuation system arrived, one of the survivors had already died. Gerard struggled to talk to the officials who arrived with the rescue squad. His ears still rang. He could barely stand, and they were asking him why the attack came, as if he knew, as if it were his fault. Why didn't the fire rescue service respond? Why were they housed in the office building anyway? Why had they put the reserve fuel storage underneath? Why? His implant offered no answers either. Who had done this? How had they done it? More aircraft arrived, full of law enforcement investigators. Some he knew, and some he'd never seen before. Someone brought a scorched chair, blown from the office, for him to sit in. Aircraft departed, taking away his injured employees. The afternoon passed. The hill's shadow stretched across the airfield. Someone looked him over, advised hospitalization. He refused. His mind felt numb, smoke-blurred, but he could not leave, not yet. Then the parrot squawk of a voice he knew penetrated the blur. "Get him out of here, you idiots! He's a target!" The voice came nearer. "Jerry? Jerry, look at me! Focus!" She looked no less dotty than she had looked for the past 20, 30 years. Her graying hair unruly in the late afternoon breeze, her print silk dress, her strings of bead and jangling bracelets, but her eyes were bright. "Gracie," he mumbled. "You look horrible," she said. "Jerry, get up." "I don't know if I—" But he was on his feet, supported again by someone's shoulder under his arm, following the quick clatter of Gracie's incongruous high heels across the tarmac. Pain stabbed his side with every step. "I can't leave," he said to her back. "Myris, San, the others." "They're dead," she said over her shoulder. "You're alive. You need to stay that way. We need you, Jerry." A cold chill ran down his spine that had nothing to do with his injuries. "Stavros?" "Later." And to his helpers, "Get him in. Get that oxygen hooked up." He felt himself heaved up into the plane. Pain so great he almost passed out, turned his whole left side to white heat. He panted in his seat, let his eyes sag shut as he felt the cool flow of oxygen under his nose. "Breathe," he heard Gracie say, "and keep breathing, damn it." He felt the craft vibrate under him, engines starting, the bumping of taxiing for takeoff sending knife-like flashes of pain through his side, his shoulder, and then the lurch as they took off. "Where?" he asked, that one word exhausting him. "Someplace safe, I hope," Gracie said. He heard her sigh, a little grunt as she shifted in her own seat. "If there is such a place. We thought the headquarters bunker level." "Not?" he asked. "Just lie still, Jerry. Nothing to do now but live till we land." "Don't let them—" he managed. Then some salty fluid filled his mouth. He choked, swallowed, and nearly heaved it up. "Damn," Gracie said again, more quietly. He felt the oxygen mask pulled aside, and something soft wiped the corner of his mouth. "Get the implant," he said. His mind cleared briefly. Oxygen would do that. His implant. Stavros's implant. Whoever had done this must not get the master database. Gracie, take implant. Command database. I know, dear, she said. Dear. Gracie had called him dear. The same Gracie who had once told him, when they were both much younger, that he would be on his deathbed before she would praise him. Hurt, he said, loathing the weakness and confusion in his voice. You are, Gracie said. We'll try to get a doctor to you once we're safe. Not a hospital, so don't exhaust yourself explaining. She sighed again. Jerry. Stavros is dead. Headquarters was hit. The bunkers didn't hold. Someone knew enough about them. He heard a high-pitched noise, something like metal on metal. Someone wants to destroy Vatta, Jerry. You have to hang on. No doubt in her voice. He could do what she said, until she doubted. He breathed in spite of the pain, in spite of the weakness that crept up from his legs, the dark cloud that tried to cover him. Questions remained. Who? Why? How? Gracie Lane Vatta forced herself to ignore the medical team working on Gerard, forced herself to concentrate instead on the attack, on the methods and the meanings, unmanned drones. The airfield security system had produced identifiable visual and internal data scans, military weapons, and not a type used by Slaughter Key's own planetary forces, or so they insisted. Satellite scans had revealed the origin, Bone Island, an uninhabited, barren, rocky volcanic spur 430 kilometers east of Coralay. Someone was, or had been, on Bone Island long enough to launch the drones. One of her contacts in the government was even now going back through the scans from the previous days to see when and how they had arrived, and, though she doubted this was possible, to find out who they were. At corporate headquarters, the attack had been different, but equally devastating. Up from the utility tunnels below the city, bore holes to the foundations of Vatta headquarters, bore holes around the outside of the bunkers, bunkers reinforced to withstand earthquake, storm, even attack from atop, and collapse of the building atop of them. But not explosives applied directly to the bunkers, to the sides, to the floors. It would have taken, at shortest estimate, weeks to bore those holes, place those chargers. Until this, she'd thought the worst threats to Vatta were the growing menace of pirates on the tradeways, and possibly an assassination attempt against Gerard's daughter Ky, in retaliation for her actions in the Sabine conflict. She had just completed a report on piracy, which she'd planned to present to Gerard and Stavros sometime in the coming week. She had, weeks ago, alerted all senior staff to the increased possibility of assassination attempts. An attack of this magnitude had not even occurred to her, and she was furious with herself for not seeing it coming. The aircraft they were in, escorted by Slaughter Key military aircraft that did not make her feel as safe as she would wish, flew not to the capital but to her private residence near Coralay town. She had balanced the greater protection the government already provided to the capital with the vulnerability of several hours over open water, with the ease of tracking aircraft from space, with Gerard's condition. Who had done this? Why? And why do it this way? An open declaration of war, not only against Vatta, but also against Slaughter Key? What was the message here? Would there be more attacks? And when? And where? Her implant, customized for her work, laid out for her the information so far obtained, in the usual matrix. What resources were implied by the choice of weapons, the choice of launch site? What conditions were necessary for the attack to succeed? What were the pinch points in the execution where it might have been frustrated? Which known enemies of Vatta or Slaughter Ky had such resources? Working through the usual routine of analysis held off, for the time being, the shock she knew was hovering just overhead. It wasn't supposed to be like this. These things didn't happen in real life to ordinary people. She knew better. She had seen war before. She knew its terrible thirst for death, for the destruction of beauty. By the time the plane landed, she knew this attack could not have occurred without help from somewhere in the Slaughter Ky government. Her anger spread from herself and the attackers to that as yet unnamed traitor. Someone had kept Space Force from reporting a shuttle dropping from a ship in orbit, or someone had deep-sixed the report. Someone had kept the satellite surveillance from reporting that installation on Bone Island. Someone here, within her reach, had connived at the attack, had wanted to destroy her family, her life. Gracie Lane Vatta smiled to herself, a smile that old enemies, now long dead, would have remembered. The enemy had won the initiative. The enemy had caused great damage. No doubt the enemy was dancing or laughing or in some other way enjoying the triumph. But Gracie Lane Vatta would wipe that smile off the enemy's face, stop that dance in its tracks, stuff the laugh back down the enemy's throat. She could not do it all by herself, and her resources at present were limited, but at least the traitor or traitors on Slaughter Ky, those she could reach and those she would take care of, whatever else happened. Chapter 2. The voice in Gammas Turek's earbug said what he expected to hear. Unexpected attack on our citizens. Outrageous. Can't be tolerated. But they would tolerate it. They would do nothing effective while pouring out torrents of words, because they knew what he knew, that they could do nothing. Their fancy Space Force, so shiny and proud, could do nothing because they had no way to operate outside their own system. Their privateers, so hated and feared, could do nothing because they had no command structure. Slaughter Ky had dealt with the rest of the sector in its own way, arrogantly. A combination of cheese-paring caution, using privateers for out-system operations cost less than funding a real space navy, and exuberant flouting of the rules, such as they were, that governed such uses. No other planetary system would come to their aid just because one of their richest corporations had suffered a terrorist attack. Time for turnabout, time for reversals, time for Slaughter Ky to realize that, just like Vatta Transport, it didn't have any recourse. It might be only a side issue in a greater war, but it was a side issue that gave considerable satisfaction to some of its allies. He didn't doubt that in 5 or 6 years, the Slaughter Ky Space Force could be a force to reckon with. But it wasn't now, and now was all that mattered. "You listen to me," he growled at the voice. It stopped in mid-word. "You will do nothing. The time has changed, and Vatta serves us well as a warning to others. Stay away from them. Give them nothing. Anyone near Vatta will fall in the same catastrophe. But they've supported you and your party. Of course we know that. They think you owe them something. Well, it won't be the first promise you've ever broken." Gammas had a list, in case it should become useful. "But if you move against us," Gammas said, "we will destroy not just Vatta, but Slaughter Ky as well. We have the ships, we have the weapons. Ask your Space Force. Go ahead. They'll tell you." We have many allies who would enjoy seeing your presidential palace a smoking hole just like a Vatta headquarters, who would be delighted if your people died of plagues or starvation." He paused. The jittering voice in his ear said nothing. He let his voice soften. "And there is, of course, something positive to be gained by freeing yourself of Vatta's trade domination. If Vatta takes the fall, trade will not be interdicted. It's just that someone else will profit from their tick plantations." Silence continued. Gammas counted seconds. They would take the bait, but how long would they think about it? "Vatta," the voice said, this time calmly, "has done nothing to deserve this. If you had attacked privateers—" "Hitting the innocent is a more effective warning," Gammas said. Not that Vatta was entirely innocent. They had stupidly supported interstellar communications all these years. They had reported suspicious ships and persons, and besides, it was one of their own who betrayed them, who urged that they be made an example. In the longer plan, in the greater scheme of things, that one would surely fall, since he could not be trusted. But in the meantime he was useful, worth doing a favor for. "You will do nothing," Gammas said again, "if you want your government to stand." "I don't know how we're going to explain," the voice said. "You will figure something out." Gammas cut off the connection. "Will they behave?" his second-in-command asked. "Or will they leak?" "They'll leak in time," Gammas said. "Vatta's got supporters on their own world, but they have no way to spread the word. They don't realize it yet." He chuckled, and his second-in-command grinned back at him. This was the way they should have done it from the first. The Sabine mess had been a big mistake. Gammas conveniently ignored the fact that he had voted to blow the Ansible platforms. This time they had a better plan. He knew the coalition wouldn't last forever, but for now, for the length of time it would take to bring down interstellar communications and consolidate the power they needed, it would hold. They didn't have to kill all the Vattas, whatever that idiot said. They only had to kill enough at once, or within a short interval, enough to shock and terrify the rest. Vatta and non-Vatta shippers, slaughter Ky and other planetary governments. No more little bangs, no more sporadic raids. One big paralyzing, terrifying, enigmatic explosion. He grinned wider. He could just imagine the frantic scrambling, the panic spreading through Captain Guild's halls, government offices, corporate headquarters, all across this sector. Everyone trying to figure out who and why, and what would happen next. He and his allies were the only ones who knew the answer. By the time they ever figured it out, if they ever did, it would be too late. He knew all about Slaughter Ky's president. The president didn't even know his name. Someday, everyone would know it. Ky checked in at the Captain's Guild and took her duffel up to her room while her escort waited. It only took a few minutes to unpack and freshen up. She would take the paperwork to the Economic Development Bureau first, and then pay her courtesy visit to the Slaughter Ky legation. With any luck, she could have the afternoon free to start looking for cargo. She'd downloaded a list of recent shipments, but Valinta's exports didn't match well with her understanding of what would sell at Lenora. Lastway was a mystery. From the records, its markets went up and down dramatically, depending on what preceding ships had delivered. At the Economic Development Bureau, she handed the paperwork to a board clerk and received the confirmation of the final funds deposit in the Vatta account. She was almost back to the legation when her escort turned to her. Captain, there's an urgent message from the Captain's Guild. Your ship wants to contact you. And you have no implant. Call the legation and tell them I may be delayed, Ky said. We'll go to the Captain's Guild. Only a few minutes later, she was in a secure communications booth in the Captain's Guild lobby, talking to Quincy aboard Gary Tobai. Slow down, she said finally. I thought it was cargo thieves, and now you're telling me it's sabotage? The station police say it is. Was going to be. They found our cargo, the original, part of the consignment to Lenora, in a utility closet. They're sure it's the same. It's got the consignment IDs on the tape. But what was in the container that fellow loaded was a time-delayed explosive. They said it could have blown up the ship, and part of the station if we'd still been docked. If I hadn't noticed, and I almost didn't. He was just a dock worker, I thought. Captain, we could have been killed. But you did spot him, and we weren't, Ky said. Her mind whirled. Sabotage was not unknown, and Pison's allies might consider that they had a motive. They knew. Anyone who followed the news stories would know where she was going when she left Sabine's system. But Belinta was an unlikely place for an ambush, she'd have thought. Well out of the way, small, little traffic, an insular, suspicious culture. It would have been more cheaply and easily done somewhere else. They want us to leave, Quincy went on. For our own safety, they're saying, but I can tell they're scared. So was Quincy, by her face and voice, and no wonder. Good idea, Ky said. How close were we to finishing loading? Another 6 to 8 hours. It will take me that long to get back up to the station, Ky said. Unless I charter a flight. Would that be reimbursable as a legitimate expense under the circumstances? I'll let the consul know something's come up, and forget looking for cargo. Don't forget to report this to headquarters, Quincy said. Headquarters? All material threats against Vatta's ships. You'll need to give them an Ansible call right away. So if it's more than local, they can warn other ships. That seems a bit extreme, Ky said. I think it's probably something to do with Sabine. It shouldn't affect anyone else. If you had the Vatta implant, it would be in emergency procedures, Captain. Piracy, sabotage, anything like that. Call headquarters immediately. I would have, if I hadn't been able to raise you within the hour. You still could, Ky began. No, it's Captain's responsibility. They'll want to hear from you. I should wait until I'm up there and have the report from the police, Ky said. The last questions I can't answer. Immediate notification is the priority, Quincy said. It's in the implants. If she did what she planned, she'd never have the Vatta implant. Wrong time to think about that, though. All right, I'll call right away. Then I'll see how soon I can get back up there. Once you've got the ship loaded, button us up. Will the police put a guard on our dock space? Yes, there's one out there now. That was a help. She hoped that was a help. I'll be there as soon as I can, she said and signed off. Now for the Ansible call home. Belinta's Ansible access procedures worked normally, the status lights blinking appropriately through their sequences. She had no idea what time it would be at Vatta corporate headquarters, but it didn't matter. They had someone on duty in the communications suite at all hours. The green lights blinked 3 times, and the screen lit, but showed no image. Vatta headquarters, a voice said. This call originated on Belinta. You are Captain Kylara Vatta, is that correct? Yes, Ky said. This didn't sound like standard procedure. Are you transmitting visual? This screen is blank. Link your implant for urgent download, the voice said without answering her question. I don't have an implant, Ky said. What is it? I was going to report a threat. Go ahead, report the threat. She heard voices behind the voice she was listening to, as if the sound shielding weren't on. She couldn't quite hear what they were saying. Unknown persons posing as dock workers attempted to load an explosive device onto my ship, Ky said. The ship is safe and undamaged, but they got away. Understood, the voice said. We have a situation here too, Captain. We're sending a warning to all ships. There appears to be the possibility of multiple threats to Vatta personnel. What kind of threats? Ky asked. I am not at liberty to say, the voice said. Could you connect me to my father, please? Ky said. She would find out more from him than from some communications tech. Gerard Vatta? Or my uncle? I'm afraid that's not possible at this time, the voice said. Why? Ky asked. He's got his skull phone. He is... A pause. He is temporarily unavailable. Your message will be forwarded immediately, and I'm sure he will want to speak with you. Cold swept over her. What's wrong? She asked. You said a threat. What's happened? Captain. Another pause. It is not for me to say. There is a situation. Are the senior officers all right? Ky asked. I believe so. Yes. Something in the voice conveyed doubt, not assurance. But you aren't sure. It's the screen blanked, and the status light went to yellow, blinking. Signal lost. Do you want to reconnect? Yes or no appeared instead. Ky sat back. She could feel her pulse racing. Whatever had happened, instantaneous communication or no. Whatever it had been was over. She could do nothing about it. She would try a direct call to her father. Much more expensive, but at the moment money didn't matter. She cracked open the booth door to let her security escort know that she would be making more calls. But before the door was fully open, she saw a trio of masked figures push through the inner door of the lobby, weapons out. Her escort, standing at the desk chatting with the assistant manager, whirled. But too late. He was dead, and so was the assistant manager before either of them could push a panic button. Ky ducked back into the booth, but did not latch the door. That would turn on the engaged light. Instead, she held very still. What room? She heard one of the intruders ask. A mumble. Then the same voice said, Upstairs. An instant of relief. She eased around to peek out the door. One of the figures was crouched over the bodyguard, going through his pockets. No chance then to run out the door and get help. She could almost feel the blow in her back if she tried it. But once they found she wasn't in her room, they'd search the place, including this booth. The booth held nothing she could use as a weapon. The booth could not be used for local calls, and would not function anyway without the door being latched, at which the telltale light would come on. All this ran through her mind, a cascade of logic that came down to one conclusion, and she was already in motion when she became aware of it. The masked figure frisking the dead guard had his back to her at the moment. 5 strides took her across the lobby. 3 before he noticed anything and whirled, but she was already moving so fast that his hasty shot missed, and she was on him. Primary disarm. The weapon flew out of his hand and skidded across the floor. Her chop at his throat met a hard surface. He wore armor under his clothes. He uncoiled a vicious kick. Ky evaded it, whirling and noticing the movement of his left hand toward his side. The next weapon. Instead of trying to intercept that movement, she dove toward the dead guard, snatching his weapon as part of a sideways roll, and shot her attacker square through his mask before he had his weapon all the way out. She recognized the stab of emotion that passed through her, sharp and sweet. A wave of guilt followed. Not again. She shook it away. Seconds had passed. They would be at her floor now. They would be opening the door. And how many were left outside, in case she managed to escape and try to flee? If she had an implant, she could have called for help by now. Ky reached over to the reception desk's outside line. It hummed, and she punched in the local emergency code. A faint, rhythmic buzz. 3, 4, 5. Behind the reception desk was the office. She hadn't been in it, but brief glimpses when the clerk came in and out suggested the usual workspace, which might or might not have another exit. The corridor to the left led to the dining room, and from there to the kitchens, and presumably another exit, which might also be covered by the assassins. But offices, dining rooms, and kitchens had lots of hiding places. Which? The lift hummed suddenly, then clanked into motion. The assassins? Or some innocent bystander? For the first time she thought about the other possible captains in residence. 2. But they might or might not be in their rooms. Around the desk, a glance at the assistant manager. A crumpled heap on the floor at the monitor. The lift stopped. Now she heard footsteps on the stairs. No time to make it to the corridor. She ducked into the office with its desks, cabinets, shelves, stocked with office supplies. Another door led into a smaller room that seemed to function as a storeroom for linens and cleaning supplies. She moved into it, checked that nothing had a reflective surface to reveal her to someone outside, and flattened against a stack of toilet paper cartons. Voices outside. Pite's dead. Somebody's given the alarm. Stupid bitch wasn't in her room. Could it be her? Doesn't matter. No time. We go now. Pite? Leave him. Come on. Footsteps across the lobby floor. The squeak of the inner door opening, then hissing shut. A clear invitation to someone hiding to emerge. Ky stayed where she was, counting to herself. 5, 10, 15, 20. Something scraped, thumped faintly. The hair on her arm stood up. She held her breath. She hadn't felt nausea this time when she killed, but now her stomach clenched. The outer door of the office swung suddenly, banged against the wall. Hey! Anybody home? What's going on here? It was not the officials. A different voice, but not the officials because she would have heard the front door. I see you, the voice mocked. Better come out, sweetheart. Ky held still. She could not be seen. She knew she could not be seen. She heard a breath draw in, let out. If you're here, bitch, we'll get you later, the voice said, now quietly serious. But I don't think she is, it went on, this time clearly a comment to self. And here come the puds. The footsteps retreated. She dared not peek out to see where the man went, but a moment later she heard a cry from the direction of the kitchen. Now the wheeze of the front doors, banging, stomping, clattering, several loud voices. Ky slid out of the storage room, her knees shaking with reaction, and looked out of the office to see a startled man in uniform staring at her. Freeze! He yelled, bringing his weapon to bear. Ky stopped. Drop the weapon! But I'm the one... Drop the weapon! Now there were 5 of them, their own weapons leveled at her. She dropped the guard's weapon. Get on the ground. But I'm the one who called. Now! Face down, on the ground! I'm the one who called you, Ky said. They were trying to kill me. Get on the ground. It was infuriating. How could they think she'd done it? Though she had killed the one. With a sigh, Ky got down on the ground. Feet came closer. It occurred to her, just as the feet came into her range of vision, that maybe these weren't the police. Who are you? Ky asked. I hope you're official. We're official, all right, the voice said overhead. Just don't give me any trouble now. There were 3 of them that I saw, Ky said, all with masks. Hands behind your back, the voice said. Ky complied, in the hope that they would finally listen to her when they had her trussed up. Instead, she was rolled over, propped against the wall and told to stay put. The hand she'd whacked against the assassin's armor throbbed unpleasantly. At least now she could see. Men in dark green uniforms with markings she didn't recognize on cuffs and collars. They were hunched over the dead clerk, with more beyond the desk. One of them came to her again. Is this your weapon? He asked, holding out the one she'd taken from her bodyguard. No, it belonged to my security escort. Yours? He was working for you? Then why did you take his gun? He was dead at the time, Ky said, and the other one was trying to kill me. The man looked at her sourly. So you say. A voice from down the corridor interrupted him. Shem, here's another one. The man left. Ky fretted. No one ever seemed to consider that the person being restrained might be innocent. Her instructors had commented on that fact when telling cadets how to behave if they were ever stopped by law enforcement. She'd already violated rules 1 and 2. Don't be where trouble happens, and never be caught with a weapon in your hand. And here she sat, immobilized. What if the assassins came back? Her muscles twitched. She took a long breath, trying to calm herself. The man reappeared. You say you're the one who called us? Yes, Ky said. When? Why? Because of the attack, Ky said. I had seen them kill my bodyguard and the clerk, and then... Them? How many? 3 on the inside, Ky said. I was over there in the comm booth. She gestured with her chin when they came in. My bodyguard and the clerk were at the reception desk chatting. The assassin shot them both, then 2 went upstairs, looking for me probably. The other was searching the guard's body. She stopped for a moment to get her thoughts in order. Go on. I couldn't use the comm booth because the light would come on and they'd know where I was. Why did you think they were after you? You particularly. I don't know, Ky said. My engineer had just called to let me know that the fake cargo container put on my ship was explosive. Your colleagues up on the station can tell you more about that. Should she even mention the call to Vatta headquarters? The lost connection? Yes. I had called my company headquarters, Ky said. Apparently some group is targeting Vatta Transport. They were about to put out a warning. Then the connection failed, so I don't know any more than that. Anyway, I couldn't use the comm booth, and I couldn't see how to get out without him seeing me. Why didn't you use your implant? The man asked. I don't have one, Ky said. Head injury. They had to take it out, and it can't be replaced for 6 standard months. Ah, so you tried to escape and... You're asking me to believe a trained assassin couldn't hit you? No, I thought if I rushed him I could knock him out maybe. The policeman looked at her with obvious disbelief. It could work, Ky said, and I didn't have a weapon. Did it work? No, I surprised him, but he was wearing body armor under his mask. He threw me off. I landed near the guard's weapon and snatched it, and got off a shot before he did. He looked thoughtful. Shem, these wounds were made by different weapons, said one of the others. The guard and the clerk were both hit with stay-still rounds, and so were the cook and the helper in back. The masked one with a conroy. Stay-still rounds. Sounds like the Edmonds crew, the policeman said. He looked at Ky and shook his head. Someone wants you dead very badly if they're after you. Edmonds and company are not just trouble, but expensive trouble. He sighed heavily and reached over to release Ky's arms. Don't try to run. We did not need this. Diplomatic mess, too. You'll want to see the Slaughter Key consul, no doubt. And I don't suppose you know why anyone would be after Vatta captains. No, Ky said, rubbing her wrists. She glanced at the painful hand. Swollen and darkening. She hoped she hadn't broken a bone. I don't. I need to get back to my ship. Not yet, he said. You did, after all, kill that man. He cocked his head toward the outer door. He may be a criminal, and he may have tried to kill you, but we have to determine whether, under our laws, this excuses your killing him. You can count on at least overnight, Captain Vatta. You may inform your crew, but we will monitor the conversation. You may have access to the Slaughter Key legation, of course, but with an escort we provide, since, if it is the Edmonds crew, your life is in danger. We will provide protective custody. Ky tried not to glare. You're going to put me in jail because I was attacked? Not exactly. Because you killed someone and you were attacked. And not exactly jail, but someplace safer than the Captain's Guild. Let's go see what they did to my room, Ky suggested. My luggage. Fine, but I'll go with you. Do not try to touch anything. It would be against your best interest. Nodding to the others, he let her lead the way upstairs. They used the stairs, Ky said, and I think also the lift. She was carefully not touching the stair rail. They will have worn gloves, the man said. He sounded glum. In her room, the bed cover was missing, and her empty duffel lay open in a corner. The closet was open. Her clothes were gone. All the drawers were empty. In the bathroom, all the toiletries were gone as well. The policeman grunted. Typical, he said after a moment's look around. They want everything to check for DNA and everything else that might be useful. I hope you didn't leave them something juicy. Ky's stomach churned again. Being physically attacked was one thing, but having her things taken, all of them, was in some ways more upsetting. The valuables are in the safe downstairs, if they didn't break into that. No, he said. He had pulled on gloves. He opened the drawers all the way, looking into them for anything left behind, opening the cabinets in the bathroom. So you're a prudent traveler. I suppose one expects that from spaceship captains. I wasn't prudent enough to put a set of underwear in the safe, Ky said ruefully. I hope you have a good fresher in the jail. I'm sure someone can obtain the necessary items for you, he said. It doesn't make sense, Ky said. Surely someone would notice men in masks carrying a bundle that looks like a bedspread. I doubt they carried it far, the man said. Or they had something else to put things in and just used the spread to make it easy to collect them. I almost came up here to make a call, Ky said. Her knees felt shaky again. I thought, walking back, my feet hurt and I'll just go upstairs and kick my shoes off. But the comm booth in the lobby was closer. If I had come up here, I'd have had no warning. Sit down, Captain Vatta, the man said. You're looking pale. Ky sat on the bed, which was nearer than the chair. She told herself to get a grip, but tremors shook her. A natural reaction, though it took you rather longer to get to it than most. I thought I was all right, Ky said. Her hand still hurt where she'd hit the man's armor. I think I will call your legation, if you permit, on your behalf, he said. He sounded almost friendly now. Ky tried to focus, tried to grasp why, but she couldn't. Thank you, she said. The tremors eased, but she still felt cold and sick. The consul appeared only minutes later. Captain Vatta, the captain has explained what he understands happened. How can we be of service? She could not imagine asking the consul to go buy her some underwear, and at the moment the lack of underwear loomed larger in her mind than anything else. I'll be all right, she said, aware that the statement made incomplete sense at best. The ship needs to know. I think she's in shock, she heard the policeman say. I thought at first, but then she went pale and started shaking. Reaction, said the consul. You're a bit pale yourself, you know. Ky could not think of the consul's name. His face seemed to leap nearer. Captain, do you know my name? I'm sorry, Ky said, but no. She should remember it. She knew that much. She had called him from Vatta station when she arrived. They discussed the Sabine situation. She had arranged to meet him at the legation this very morning, but everything had gone fuzzy at the edges, and all she had the energy to do was sit there. Then the policeman canted slowly to one side and collapsed. People shouted, ran to and fro, and Ky watched it all with a detachment that she knew was unnatural, until someone picked her up and put her on a litter and she slid into sleep. Chapter 3. The room smelled of familiar tropical flowers, lush and spicy. A floral print on the bed, on the dressing table with its low bench, on the lampshade. Walls of soft peach with a faint cream stripe. Ky lay back against the piled pillows, wondering where she was. The last she remembered was the Captain's Guild. Men with masks and guns. Police. Then it came back, all a rush of memory. She blinked. This wasn't a jail, she was sure of that. She'd never seen this room before. But the fragrance, familiar since childhood, suggested the legation and its garden of Slaughter Key natives. Before she thought to reach for the comm unit on the bedside table, someone shouldered the door open and entered with a tray. A stout woman in a flowered tunic. She brought the tray to the bedside and began offloading dishes onto the bedside table. Ah, good, you're awake. You'll be wondering where you are and what happened, the woman said. Slaughter Key legation. The doctor wants to talk to you, and so does the consul and the Vatta police. I'm Carla, by the way, and you're supposed to take your time eating as much as you want before anyone tries to talk to you. Doctor's orders. She poured out a cup of tea. Ky hitched herself more upright in the bed, took it, and sipped. Tell me what happened at the Captain's Guild, Ky said. Upstairs, I mean. My feet hurt, Carla said, ignoring the question. She plumped down in the unupholstered chair and kicked her shoes off. I'm not supposed to talk to you about what happened. I'm supposed to be sure you're really awake and have had something to eat. She laid her head back and sighed. Ky stared a moment, then picked up one of the pastries and started to bite into it. Then she stopped. Whatever had happened after the part she remembered, someone had tried to kill her, not once, but twice, counting the attempt to smuggle explosives onto her ship. And she was supposed to eat and drink whatever she was brought? She put down the cup. It chinked on the saucer, and the woman, Carla, opened her eyes. Sorry, can I get you anything? How do I know you're who you say you are? Excuse me? Ky realized, as she sat up and threw the covers back, that she was wearing someone else's nightshirt. She'd never owned one in lavender and green, and besides, it was hugely too big. Her head spun for a moment, then cleared. "You say this is the Slaughter Key legation?" "Yes, of course. Where else would it be?" "And you're a legation employee?" The woman drew herself up, red patches coming up on her cheeks, and gave Ky a hostile glance. "I am the consul's wife," she said. "Carla Maria Inocia." Ky felt her face heating up. "I'm so sorry," she said. "You weren't... I didn't meet you before at the dinner." "I was indisposed." An impatient movement in the chair, then the woman fished for her shoes and put them back on. "And before you ask, yes, this is my bedroom you're in, and my nightdress you're wearing. I was told your things had been stolen." "I'm sorry," Ky said again. "I didn't know. I am confused. They tried to kill me, and I was afraid." The woman's expression softened. "I suppose it's understandable. It's been a very strange day, I hear. But perhaps you should see Parin, my husband the consul, now. I will have to tell him later that I managed to frighten the redoubtable Captain Vatta." She actually smiled as she went to the door. The tea must be doing its work. Ky felt more solidly there than she had a few minutes before. "Wait," she said. "I believe you. Please, stay, sit down, and I'll eat." She picked up the pastry again and bit into it. It was delicious. "If you insist," Carla said, this time with a genuine smile. "My husband has been telling me about your trip to Sabine. The news reports of the attacks there were terrifying. I can't imagine someone blowing up Ansible platforms." She glanced up as if she could see through the roof to Belinta's Ansible station. "It was scary," Ky said, through another pastry. This one meat-filled. She felt better with every bite. "I can't understand why anyone would attack Ansible platforms," Carla said. "It only makes ISC angry, and Parin always says they're the glue that holds the galaxy together." Ky, her mouth full, nodded but said nothing. "And you were captured by mercenaries," the news report said. "Yes," Ky said, wiping her mouth. "But they were polite mercenaries, when they weren't almost killing her. But that had been an accident." "Did you really kill the ringleaders?" Carla asked. "Yes," Ky said. "And I suspect that's why someone's trying to kill me in retaliation." She decided that one more pastry wouldn't hurt and picked one up. "I can tell you're feeling better," Carla said. "More color in your cheeks. The clothes you had on have been freshened. If you feel able to get up now." "Yes," Ky said. "I do. But I'd still like to know what happened. Did I just faint?" "A contact poison," Carla said, with the satisfied tone of someone who knows something unusual. "That policeman with you fell over like a cut tree while the consul was in the room. You were pale and turning gray," Parin said. "A contact poison? On top of the shooting?" "Yes, they didn't leave much to chance, is the way the consul put it. It penetrated ordinary gloves as if they weren't there." Ky remembered now. The policeman pulling open drawers, lifting the sheets of the bed, touching this surface and that. Then they found the bedspread bundled into a trash container, and the poison was all over that. 3 of them are down with it. You only sat on the bed. The poison didn't penetrate your clothes that well. The antidote worked quickly. You were only unconscious a couple of hours. The doctor's off working on the others." "So, did they catch the assassins?" "No, they're searching, of course, but except for the one you shot, the gang's all disappeared." "Is my ship all right? My crew? Has anything else happened up there?" "They're fine," Carla said. No attacks up there at all, and shuttle travel's been suspended, so no assassination teams can get there from here. There's a comm console in my sitting room, just outside here. Then there's a policeman who would like to speak to you. He has assured the consul that they have no more interest in arresting you. When their people went down from the contact poison, they decided that your having shot one of the assassins wasn't so bad after all. I'll need to check with the ship. Can you hold the policeman off that long? Of course, Carla said. This is Slaughter Key territory, after all. She winked. Take your time getting dressed. Through that door there. Quincy, predictably, was appalled at what had happened and worried, and wanted Ky to come back immediately. I'm safe here, Ky said. I'm not going out, I promise. They've suspended shuttle flights, you know. Yes, but for you, can't you get a charter? Probably not until tomorrow anyway. Are you satisfied with the police guard on our dockside? They've doubled it, Quincy said. I think we're secure, but you? I'm fine, Ky said again. I got a hold of Vatta headquarters before this happened. Should she tell Quincy everything, or would it just make it worse? There does appear to be a general threat. I'll give you the details when I'm back on the ship, and if I'm stuck down here for days, I might as well see what I can do about cargo. Cargo? There's your life to consider. Don't you dare go out. I won't go out. I can do business from here. The consul's helping me arrange things. I won't say don't worry, but don't lose sleep. Quincy sniffed and signed off. The policeman who interviewed Ky had the same dour expression as the others she'd met. We are convinced that you were the innocent victim of an attack, and that your killing the assassin was self-defense, he said. Under our laws, this is legal. And anyway, the dead man was someone we wanted to arrest on other charges. Saved us the cost of a trial. Even so, we cannot recommend that you resume unrestricted travel in the city, or your residence at the Captain's Guild. I can't stay cooped up here forever, Ky said. My ship is already under threat. We think you could be escorted safely to the orbital station, the policeman said. But an extended stay. We understand you were seeking outbound cargo. Not after the attempt to sabotage my ship and kill me. I want to leave as soon as possible. If, for some reason, I had been detained here, then I'd ask the consul to help me make some contacts to seek cargo. But if I can leave now... Are you well enough to travel? Yes, Ky said. The doctor advises 24 hours of observation, but surely overnight is enough. Perhaps a chartered shuttle flight. We would, of course, validate the crew. Sounds good to me, Ky said. The only goods she'd seen explained why Vatta had a deplorable trade balance. When the policeman excused himself, she considered going out to find the consul, but decided just to rest a few minutes. Her head felt strange again. She lay down on top of the covers. When she woke, some unknown time later, someone had covered her with a knitted shawl and set another tray on the bedside table. Steam rose in curls from the teapot. Ky wasn't very hungry. She was struggling with her reaction to the day's events. Her annoyance with the postal clerk seemed far away now, almost as if it had been someone else. Someone had tried to blow up her ship. Someone had tried to kill her. Something had happened during her call to Vatta headquarters. She had to think those were related, and the only thing she could think of was whatever criminal group Pison and Christofson had been a part of, taking vengeance for killing them. She started when she heard the sound of the door handle turning, but relaxed when she saw the consul. He came in, shutting the door behind him. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Much better," Ky said. "That's good," he said and sighed. His expression did not lighten. Her stomach clenched. "What's wrong?" she asked. "We've lost contact with Slaughter Key," Consul Enosia said. He sat heavily on the other chair. She remembered suddenly that she had intended to call her father directly, only to be interrupted by the assassins. "Completely?" she asked. Her mouth went dry. "Yes, it appears that something's wrong with the Ansibles there. I don't know if it's anything like what happened at Sabine." His voice trailed away. Ky watched his face. He stared at his hands. "What else?" she asked finally when he didn't look up. "There's another problem. Before we lost contact, I had reported the attack on you, purely routine, something I'd do if a Slaughter Key citizen had been involved in a ballroom brawl, and I was told something that shocked me." He paused. Ky waited it out. Vatta's always been in good odor with the government. "I am sure you know that. There's the contributions, of course, but beyond that, it's an enterprise that has a long and honorable history in interstellar trading. Dual assistance, favored status, whatever you call it. And I liked you personally. When I met you on your first visit, I was looking forward to having lunch with you." "And?" Ky prompted when he stopped again. He looked up, his expression grim. "And for reasons I do not understand, that has been reversed at the highest level. Vatta is, in the words of my superior, not to be accorded any status whatever." "Get her out of there," he said. "Have nothing to do with Vatta." Ky stared at him, shocked. "What?" He shook his head. "I don't know, Captain. I demanded answers and got nothing except that the situation had changed, and I was to follow orders. I pointed out that you were sick, incapacitated, in danger, and was told to get you a room in a hotel. Whatever happened, it's got the government scared. Some threat, I'd guess, to them as well as to Vatta." He sighed and then went on. "I tried calling some other people I knew. One of them told me there were rumors of attacks on Vatta Holdings, but had no details. It was on the third call that we were cut off. I asked the police to check the comm booth records from the Captain's Guild. That was about 6 hours after you lost the signal to your headquarters." 6 hours. Much could happen in 6 hours. Or in 6 minutes. Or 6 seconds. I'm guessing that ISC's enemies are behind the Ansible failure. But whether that has anything to do with this change in policy about Vatta, I don't know. "It must," Ky said. "The Ansible attacks on Sabine were certainly aimed at ISC, or so ISC thought. And I can understand the people who did it blaming me. I did kill 2 of them. Maybe it's a 2-pronged attack." Consul Enosia shook his head. "Wrong scale. A criminal organization wanting to punish you might send an assassination team, yes. Though it's more likely they'd have some local thug beat you up in a bar somewhere, but not take out Ansible service to your home planet." He paused, and Ky nodded. He went on. "The thing is, I'm under orders to dump you on the street. Effectively. I'm not going to." Then the look he gave her was brimming with mischief. Ky stared at him. "Instead, I'm going to commit time travel and have a conversation with you that actually occurred prior to that Ansible call. In fact, we're already having that conversation. If anyone asks later, this conversation occurred in the morning. Is that clear?" Nothing was clear at the moment, but the intensity of his gaze suggested that she needed to answer. "Yes, I guess." "Good." Consul Enosia leaned back in his chair, hooked a heel around the leg of a hassock, and pulled it nearer before stretching his legs onto it. I'm going to share with you what I might have shared if not instructed otherwise, because from my point of view, I haven't yet been instructed otherwise. And if you think that merely proves the moral elasticity of diplomats, please keep it to yourself." He ran his hands through his hair, leaving it in rumples. Yes, of course." How had she ever thought this North Coaster stuffy and arrogant? "How much do you know of Slaughter Key's foreign policy, especially as regards maintaining the safety of the spaceways?" That last might have been set in inverted quotes, so marked was his emphasis. "That's what we have a space navy for," Ky said promptly. "Our strong space force deters—" Her voice trailed away at his expression. "Doesn't it?" "I always wondered what they taught cadets," Consul Enosia said. He sighed. "You know, the universe would work much better if people just told the simple truth. And you may think that's the stupidest thing ever to come out of a diplomat's mouth, but really—" "My father always said honesty in trade was better than trickery," Ky said, "if you wanted repeat customers. And let's hope that honesty didn't get him killed," Consul Enosia said. "All right, here's the truth of it. Slaughter Key, our mutual home, is widely disliked for its way of handling interstellar security. Our Space Force, for all the resources dedicated to it, defends only the home system. 1 star system, 3 inhabited planets, some colonized satellites, and so on. We have pickets at several nearby jump points as an early warning system. We don't take our ships into other people's systems without elaborate preparation. If we just waltz in, they call it invasion." "They have called it invasion." "But I thought—" Ky stopped again. Nothing she'd been taught actually contradicted what Consul Enosia was saying, though this was a strange interpretation. "But then what keeps pirates from raiding our trade ships?" "That, Captain Vatta, is the reason Slaughter Key has a shady reputation. Slaughter Key runs privateers, private armed vessels, authorized by the Slaughter Key government to pursue and take action against the enemies of Slaughter Key, which, broadly defined, means anyone who messes with our trade in ways we don't like. We are not the only ones to do what we do, but we do it fairly aggressively." Shock, like an ice water bath, stopped Ky's breath for a moment. "Privateers? They're nothing but pirates with a piece of paper." "That's exactly what some other systems call them, yes. It's what we call foreign privateers, too, if they interfere with our ships. But Captain Vatta, every government finds itself in need of force. Clandestine, unofficial, deniable force, in some situations. Vigilantes, privateers, bounty hunters, mercenaries, and someone who would do the dirty work, but whose dirty work could be disavowed if things went sour." But it's wrong." Even as she said that, she knew how naive, how immature that sounded. Consul Enosia did not laugh at her, or even smile. "It's certainly not ideal," he said. "At best, the use of such methods should be reserved for a few rare, difficult situations. But for economic reasons, Slaughter Key and several other planetary systems have come up with this way to fund police in space. I'm sure you can imagine the diplomatic problems that arise. Innocent ships seized, disputes over the proof of guilt, that sort of thing. The merchant consul agreed, in the commercial code, to recognize privateers as separate from pirates, and privateers, including ours, are bound to adhere to the code for the treatment of prisoners, for instance, just as mercenaries do. Privateers have provided the only space police for many decades now. And on the whole, the merchants are happier with them than with the real pirates. There should be a real space police, Ky said. Surely the various systems could get together. So far, they've refused, Consul Enosia said. The closest thing is ISC's enforcement branch. They don't do anything about piracy that doesn't affect them directly. And they aren't enthusiastic when systems do try to combine forces. But here's the thing. Merchant firms, including some you do know, have participated in the privateer program, committing a small percentage of their fleet. What's lost in cargo capacity to the armament they carry is made up for in prize money. Space Force usually assigns an officer, always on the larger ships, or if they're working in a group, to keep an eye on things. We in the diplomatic service are provided a list of privateers operating in our area, in case we need to contact them, or vice versa. Despite her initial disgust at the thought of privateers, Ky imagined herself on such a ship, almost as good as a real warship, protecting Slaughter Key's merchant fleet from pirates. Maybe it wasn't that bad. So you see, I can think of reasons why Slaughter Key might be attacked, even without an attack on ISC. We've annoyed a lot of people, not just our intended targets. Are, Vatta ships among the privateers? Not on any list I've ever had, Consul Enosia said. I believe it was the policy, when privateering was first authorized, that at least one carrier should not be invited to participate, so that its sterling reputation could cover the others. Sarcasm soured his voice. I don't know the whole history, but Vatta appears to have been chosen as the unspotted lamb of an otherwise motley flock. He looked at her closely. You didn't know any of this, I gather? No, Ky said. Some of the reaction she'd gotten here and on Sabine now made sense, though. So did that model kit with stray electronic bits Master Sergeant MacRobert had sent her back before she left Slaughter Key. If you need help, his letter had said, and he was Space Force. He must have known about the privateers. He must have been trying to give her a way to contact them. But why hadn't her father told her? Surely he'd known. Well, you need to know it now. We're going to be facing hostility and suspicion in many quarters, and whatever is presently going on, with Vatta and Slaughter Key's government at odds, can only make things worse. I don't suppose you have any seasoned veterans among your crew? No, Ky said. My father thought he was sending me off on a quiet run. He chose crew for their experience with the ship. You need force you can trust, Captain. The best thing you could do is hire some good toughs, the kind of person you can depend on, so you don't have to hire guards at every stop. And where would she find someone like that? How could she be sure they weren't part of a plot to kill her? He must have seen that in her expression. There's one of our legation guards very close to retiring, he said. He's a bit rough at the edges, but very experienced and strong as an ox. I could speak to him, if you'd like. The memory of what had happened the last time she took on a diplomat's problem was clear in her mind. Caleb Skeldon had nearly gotten her killed. Would this be another rash idiot? The thing about ex-military is that they have discipline as well as training, Consul Enosia said, as if he could read her mind. What I really need is a cargo master, Ky said. Someone who's good at inventory as well as handling cargo loading. He is, Consul Enosia said. That's if, given what I've told you about the government's position, you trust me. She had already made a fool of herself with the consul's wife. She had to trust someone, and Enosia had missed better chances to do her harm. Ask him then, she said. but I'll want to talk to him first if he agrees." "Of course. Now, remember, this conversation took place in the morning when you arrived here and before I contacted my government." "Yes," Ky said. She felt numb, even more battered than before. What could she do with one small, slow, unarmed trade ship? How could she find out what was going on? Do you want me to leave now?" "Now? No, of course not. It's night and you're still not fully recovered. Get a good night's sleep, and by morning, I expect the Belinta authorities will have found a way to return you to your ship." He pushed the hassock away, stood and stretched. "I have to attend a terminally boring dinner during which I shall pretend that nothing whatsoever is going on, and you are the hero everyone thinks you are. I'll talk to our man when I get back, and he's on duty. You can meet him in the morning." Ky was sure she would not sleep, and for some time her thoughts ran in giddy circles, but exhaustion took her finally. On her breakfast tray the next morning was a note from Consul Enosia advising her that Staff Sergeant Martin would like to speak with her before she left, and she had reservations on a shuttle leaving at 10:15 local time. Staff Sergeant Gordon Martin was a tall, blocky individual with graying blonde hair and gray eyes like frozen pebbles. Though he was out of uniform, no one could have mistaken him for anything but a military man, not with his stance, his expression, and attitude. Ky glanced at the information he handed her. He was younger than she'd expected. He had experience in both supply and security, and the summary of his fitness report suggested why he was retiring that young. No hint of dishonesty or substance abuse, but a pattern of borderline insubordination. One commanding officer's comment, "This individual does not know where initiative ends and rocket-propelled idiocy begins," stuck in her mind. She looked back up at him. "Not going to be promoted, Captain," he said, "too independent." "I don't need a loose cannon," she said. "I've already had one of those, and he almost got me killed. Ma'am, I'm not a loose cannon. I know what statement you're referring to, and that officer was willing to let the depot be robbed blind rather than admit he'd trusted the wrong sieve. What I did was go over his head, when he wouldn't do anything about it." A tight grin split the man's face. "I couldn't go over your head, ma'am. You're the top of your command chain." Despite herself, Ky grinned back. "Did the consul explain that I've been attacked, and so has my ship? It's not a safe berth I'm offering." "Yes, ma'am, Captain. It'd be my pleasure to keep you alive and the ship safe. And I understand you need someone with expertise in inventory control." "Yes, my cargo master was killed last voyage. His second is excellent, but not experienced with inventory, since Gary did all that. I've handled inventory control for this post and others." "The shuttle leaves in an hour and a half," Ky said. "I don't know about transport out. I can take care of that, ma'am, if you're willing." It was crazy, but something about him, about that solid, obviously experienced man, gave her the first real confidence she'd felt since losing contact with Vatta headquarters. He was certainly not the type to need saving either. For once, she couldn't be accused of playing rescue. "Let's not miss the shuttle," she said. "Glad to have you along." The trip back to Belinta Station aboard a governmental supply shuttle was as boring and uneventful as she hoped. Flanked by a police escort, with Martin beside her, she made it unscathed through the station corridors to her own dockside and aboard. There she found not the calm she expected, but chaos and dissension, a knot of obviously scared and angry people yelling in the wreck area. "I'm not staying," Riel Amat, her senior pilot, was saying. "You can't make me," It's too dangerous." "You can't leave." Quincy's voice was hoarse, as if she'd been talking a long time. "What's going on?" Ky asked. Her crew whirled to face her. Martin, she noticed, had placed himself along the bulkhead in a position to shield her from Riel. "Captain!" Riel reddened, then plunged on. "I just can't do it. It was bad enough before, and now that someone almost blew up the ship, I just can't. The station board says there's a Pavarotti ship headed in system. I want to transfer." Quincy was glaring at Martin now. "Who's this?" "Our new cargo master and security chief," Ky said. "We need someone in charge of ship security. Meet Gordon Martin, ex-Space Force, just retired, also experienced in supply." She turned to Riel. "I don't know if you realize it, but there's a break in communications between here and Slaughter Key. Something's going on, and there's no guarantee there'll be another ship home anytime soon. I don't care. I do not want to stay on this ship, and you can't make me." "I can take care of the piloting, Captain," said Lee. She hadn't noticed him before. Unlike the others in the compartment, he was sitting relaxed on the bench. "I'm staying." "Who else wants to leave?" Ky said. "If there was a ship," Cheryl Donster, her navigator, began, "I'd want to take it. But there's not, and I don't want to stay on this station. We've already been attacked here. So I guess I'll stay." "Crew briefing in an hour," Ky said. "I'll tell you what I know then. Meanwhile, start preparing for departure. Riel, I'll see you in my cabin now." "Ma'am?" That was Martin, still by the bulkhead. "We have police security outside for now. Elaine, if you'll show him how to access the cargo records. And by the way, Quincy, did the police give us back our missing cargo?" "No. They said they need it. Not as bad as we do. I'll speak to them after I've talked to Riel. I'll want a time to departure as soon as you know, Quincy." Riel followed her to her cabin, silent but radiating stubborn resistance. "Sit down," Ky said, when she had seated herself in her desk chair. He perched on the edge of the other chair. "Look, Riel, I know you're scared, and I understand. You have every reason to think I'm a dangerous person to be around, and you may well be right. But before you decide to jump ship, you need to know what I know about the situation out there." "It doesn't matter," he said. "It may not matter, but I will feel better if you know, so hear me out, please." He relaxed a little, and Ky went on. "I was talking to Vatta headquarters about that sabotage attempt when the connection went. The assassins came into the Captain's Guild before I could try calling my father directly. Later, about 6 hours, we think. The consul was on the horn to Slaughter Key when the entire Slaughter Key Ansible connection went down. It's still down. He doesn't know if it's an attack like that at Sabine or something else entirely. From the little he was able to get before he lost the connection, it appears that either someone has a multiple grievance with ISC, Slaughter Key, and Vatta, or by some chance different someones with different grievances have hit at the same time. I think the first is more likely. You were in Space Force, right?" "Yes, but nothing like this ever happened. I never saw combat." "But do you still have any ties to Space Force? Some kind of duty to get back to them?" "No," Riel said with emphasis. I just want to do my job without any of this excitement." "I hope you have that chance," Ky said. "I will authorize payment to date and you can go." "Now?" He stared at her. "Now. If you're not coming, then you don't need to attend the crew briefing, and we're going to be busy getting ready to leave. I'll contact the bank right away. They'll have your severance ready. Under the circumstances, I believe you aren't really entitled to anything but salary to date. But on the other hand, there is a crisis, so I'm going to authorize a month's extra. My father can scold me later." That's very generous. I don't know if I should. Riel, don't argue. It's my decision. Now get your gear while I call the bank. It only took moments to authorize a draft for him. Ky went to the bridge, where Lee and Cheryl were working on the departure sequence. Destination still Lenora, Captain? I'm not sure. Set us up for that, Cheryl. It's days to the jump point anyway, if I change my mind. Lee, what have you got on departure clearance? Any time, basically. They like a half-hour's notice is all. It's not exactly a busy station. Riel should be off ship by then. The sooner they were out in space, the better. She called down to Quincy. What's our status? We've been on standby since yesterday, Captain. We're ready to go. And yes, before you ask, fully provisioned. Good. I'll contact the station authorities. Have Bia check to be sure when Riel has cleared the ship, would you? He shouldn't be leaving, Quincy said. Your father trusted him. At this point, I don't, Ky said. I don't need an unwilling pilot. Quincy sniffed audibly. Just have Bia make sure he's gone. All right. Getting departure clearance from the station master was as quick as Ky had hoped. Clearly, the local authorities would be glad to see the last of Gary Tobai. Ky instructed Crown and Spears to forward her balance to her account at Lastway. Lenora was only a stopover. She shouldn't need much money there. She tried again to reach her father from the ship's secured comm desk. Contact unavailable was all she could get, using any of his numbers. Then Gary Tobai uncoupled from the dockside. The station seals closed and vented the little airspace remaining around the ship. Lee backed them out smoothly. The in-system drive spun up normally, and she was once more in command of her own ship in space. Chapter 4. Now that we're safely back in space, Ky said to the assembled crew, you need to know the latest information. You know about the attempted sabotage of this ship, and the attack on me personally. Is it because of the Sabine affair? Quincy asked. I don't think so, Ky said. Not now. Too much is happening. The slaughter key Ansible isn't functioning. That happened sometime yesterday. I was in contact with Vatta headquarters, and that signal was also cut off. But hours earlier, before the assassins attacked. I don't know why Vatta would be a target, but apparently we are. What can we do? Asked Mitt. The first thing we need to do is figure out what the situation is, Ky said. Right now we don't know if Slaughter Key's Ansible platforms were blown, or if there's another reason their Ansible's offline. We don't know enough to make a plan. But we do know there's danger, and being a moving target will make it harder for our enemies to hit us. Move fast, stay alert, Martin said. The others looked at him. Makes sense, Captain, he said. Our stated itinerary is Belinta to Lenora to Lastaway, Ky said. But we have supplies enough to go straight to Lastway. Why go to Lastway at all? Quincy asked. Why not head back to Slaughter Key? Find out what's really going on. I'd rather stay out of systems with no working Ansibles, Ky said. We've been in that situation before. Not good. Lastway's remote enough, out on the fringe. I'm betting it'll have Ansible function even if the others are shut down. It's also a high-volume system, plenty of traffic. That could bring us trouble, but it can also bring us news and allies. From there, we can hop back to Lenora with their cargo if things settle down. What kind of internal security scans does this ship have? Martin asked. Just the usual for civilian trade ships, Ky said. Some of it's down, too, thanks to the mutiny at Sabine. Video and audio to each compartment, mostly for communication. Why? Someone tried to put explosives aboard. I'd like to be sure nothing else came aboard. No offense intended to your crew, but just in case. Good idea, Ky said. You mean check out compartments personally? That, and with some of the kit I brought along. He patted his tunic. Ky thought of asking where he'd gotten whatever it was, and decided now was not the time. Go ahead then, she said. Cargo's secure. I'll take the other section's reports while you learn where things are. Yes, ma'am, he said. His arm twitched in what would, Ky knew, have been a salute. Mitt was halfway through giving his report when muffled thumps made them all look up. The intercom clicked, and Martin's voice said, Intruder, cargo hold 2, in custody, request orders. I'm on my way, Ky said. Mitt, Bia, come with me. Just inside the open hatch of cargo hold 2, Martin stood guard over a prone figure in rumpled green tunic and kilt, whose ankles and wrists had been trussed up with the elastic cargo binders. If you can take charge of him, Martin said, I'll keep looking for any others. Mitt, you stay with him. Bia, be ready in case Martin needs you. It took several hours for Martin to be confident that no other stowaways were hidden away. And I'm still not 100% sure, he said. Just mostly sure. By this time, Ky had looked over their prisoner, an unprepossessing youngish man with straggly hair and at least a day's growth of beard. He had a darkening bruise on one cheekbone. From his clothes, he was a Balinta native, but that was all she could tell. Martin yanked the man up and propped him against one of the shipping containers. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't space you. The prisoner's eyes shifted to Ky's face. Please, I didn't do anything. Don't let him kill me. Didn't do anything? Ky said. You stowed away on my ship. What were you going to do? Planting more explosives? No, I swear, nothing like that. What's your name, boy? Martin asked. Jim Hakusar, and I'm not a boy. Really? In that one word, Ky heard a tone that had turned many a raw recruit into a soldier. Martin turned to her. Captain, this stowaway claims to be an adult, which means he's legally yours. It's up to you. I'd be glad to get rid of him for you. No, please. I can do things. I can work for you. That's all I wanted, was a chance. You mean you wanted to be crew? Yes, anything to get off Balinta. I can do a lot of things, really I can. Like what? Martin asked. Well, I can build things, like sheds and fences and that. Mitt gave a choked laugh. Ky fought down her own laughter. And I can take care of critters, carry feed and clean up. His voice trailed away as he looked around the cargo hold and its obvious lack of wooden sheds, fences, or livestock. I thought I heard ships grow their own food, right? And that means crops and things, and I know how to plant and hoe and... Large ships, Mitt said. Large ships grow some of their food in hydroponic gardens. We grow algae in tanks. We don't use hose. But this ship is big. I saw it on the vid screen. It's a lot bigger than our house back home. It had room in it for all those tractors and things. He looked around the cargo hold. I mean, look at it. It's huge. I'm afraid, Ky began, but he interrupted. Please, lady. Please let me work. I'll work hard, I promise. That's the captain, Martin said with emphasis. You say ma'am to her. Please, ma'am. Why did it always happen to her? She could just hear what Quincy would say. But Martin's gaze was direct, steadying. If there's no evidence he was trying to sabotage the ship, I have no reason to space him, Ky said. That'll be your responsibility, Martin. Find out. Meanwhile, we'll confine him. And where would they confine him? And could he do anything at all useful? Or would he just be another mouth to feed? "I'll take care of him, ma'am," Martin said. "Find out what he's done, what he can do. Give him something useful to do." He reached over and unhooked the cargo ties, then pulled the prisoner to his feet. "Now you listen to me, boy. The captain said you live, for now. But you're under my orders, understand?" The prisoner looked at Ky. "Don't let him hurt me. I'll do anything you say." "What I say is, do what he tells you. And Martin, the ship comes first." "Yes, ma'am." Ky turned away, prepared to ignore whatever Martin did, but his stentorian roar almost made her jump. "Stand up straight, you!" She clamped her jaw on a giggle. She had jumped when Mac Robert first roared at their cadet class. She knew within a centimeter what that young man was going to be feeling in the next few hours, and for the first time since she had left, memory of the academy lightened her heart instead of saddening her. By the third shift, Ky felt that the ship was running smoothly. With the help of the rest of the crew, Martin had finished searching the ship to his satisfaction and was sure that no more stowaways were aboard, nor was there any explosive device. The young man had spent hours scrubbing the decks and finally, after a modest meal, had been locked into a closet with a mattress, pillow, and blanket. "He'll be a challenge," Martin reported, with the satisfied tone of someone whom a challenge is welcome. "Not born on Balinta, but his family moved there when he was a toddler. Poor colonists out on the frontier. I know the type, ma'am. Broglers, we call 'em back home. The kind that live off trapping and frog-sticking and the like. Thing is, they can make passable workers if you polish 'em up. He can shoot, he tells me. We'll see about that later." "If it saves me scrubbing things," Elaine said, propping her elbows on the table, "I'm all for him." "Oh, he'll scrub," Martin said. "It's about all he can do at this point. Little enough education, and I doubt he paid much attention to the schooling available." "We'll do something about that," Ky said. "If he's going to be in my crew, he's got to be certified." She looked around at the others who'd gathered in the rec area. "I know. There's all kinds of trouble going on, but precisely because of that, we need qualified people aboard, not just pot scrubbers. I want him educated at least to basic space crew level." "We can try," Quincy said. "With all the expertise on this ship, we can do more than try," Ky said. The passage out began smoothly enough. Gordon Martin kept their intruder busy 2 shifts of the day, with 4 hours of schooling worked in. Martin seemed to get along well with the rest of the crew, too. The other men joined him for physical training. Ky, who maintained her own training program, found that the women were joining her. Not all of them at each session, but even Cheryl, who had claimed to hate exercise, was now using the machines every other day. Ky shared piloting watch and watch with Lee. She worried about every blip on the scans, half convinced that marauders were lurking, ready to take out the ship. Each one turned out to be harmless, the Pavarotti ship edging in toward Balinta Station, the Balinta ore haulers and service vehicles. The closest approach, 4 days out, Gary Tobai and the Pavarotti ship passed each other. Ky made a courtesy call to the other ship. "You might as well skip Lenora," the Pavarotti captain told her. "They're not letting anyone in. We were coming in from Darton, headed this way, and they chased us right back out as soon as we'd cleared jump." "What? Why?" "Some kind of communications problem, and they're convinced something like Sabine will happen to them if they let outsiders into the system." "Did they say what?" "They didn't say anything but go away and tell everyone else to leave us alone. System closed indefinitely, they said. That was 3 weeks back. We were set up wrong for a direct vector here and had to use the intermediate jump point. They have some hot defensive ships, let me tell you, and acted like they'd just as soon blow us as let us go. But go if you want to. I'm just giving a friendly warning. Thanks, Ky said. I appreciate it. Belinta's still open as far as I know. But if you're headed for Slaughter Key, you may run into trouble. Ansible's down, apparently. The Pavarotti captain muttered something Ky was just as glad she couldn't hear. Damn pirates, he said then. Or whoever's doing this. It'll be the ruin of trade. We need supplies. I was going to restock at Lenora, but I guess we'll be satisfied with Belinta cabbage. When she'd signed off, Ky said, Cheryl, make our course for Lastway. Let me know how fast we can make it, too. This is a fine mess, Gerard Avendetta Vatta said. He hurt all over, and he looked as bad as he felt. He could see that in the faces around him, and he had no time to deal with his pain or his grief at the many losses, or to worry about his youngest child, who had just survived a nearly disastrous first voyage. He had to think of the future. What could be salvaged from the bleak reality of loss? It is a disgrace, Gracie Lane Vatta, inimitable and invincible, sat bolt upright in her seat. I cannot imagine what the government is thinking of, to let such things happen. A question Gerard didn't want to consider yet was just how much the government had been involved, or part of the government, or what the disasters still falling on Vatta heads meant to the part of the government he had thought he influenced. How's the roll call going? He asked his brother's widow, Helen Stamarkos Vatta. He liked Helen. He respected her abilities, but he could still hardly believe that Stavros was gone, that he would never have that steadying hand on his arm again. 219 responses, Helen said. The dark rings around her eyes were the only sign of grief, those and the mourning band she wore around her hair. She had lost her husband, her elder daughter, a son. We know of 37 deaths. But there would be more deaths, of that he was sure. The ones he knew were bad enough. His wife, his son, the household staff, the men and women in the office building. He pushed the memories away. Myris was dead, drowned in the midst of a fireball, her skull crushed by some piece of debris. San was dead, with all but 2 in the office building. And he still had responsibilities, work to do that could not wait for him to recover either physically, from the burns and broken bones, or emotionally. The remaining Vatta family members on Slaughter Key were all present, crammed into the storm bunker under a tick warehouse, now a pile of twisted blackened steel overhead. It was the safest place he could think of, but his skin crawled at the thought that someone else might know of it, and even now might be about to blow them all away. "What about communications?" he asked. "The Ansible message bins are stuffed," Helen said. Timus Hollander, the local ISC manager, Gerard knew him well. Doesn't know why, he claims. I suspect whatever the cause, it's affecting more than Slaughter Key. This list is just the ones who got through before. She looked at her list. Before 14:53 Capital Standard Time yesterday. All right. Gerard took a deep breath. It hurt. He struggled not to cough. The family physician wanted him in a hospital, but he wasn't about to sit still in so obvious a target. We still have local communications with our remaining people on the mainland. Perry Adair is positioned in this system, not docked at the Slaughter Key main station, and nothing has attacked the ship. He didn't have to add, yet. We have 1 remaining shuttle. now docked at the station under local guard. We have been advised that permission to transit planet-side will not be granted at this time." "So, we're stuck here," said Gracie Lane. "Not completely. Commercial carriers have agreed to transport less, prominent family members to the station for a hefty surcharge. They would not transport him or Helen or any other officer of the company." "Does anyone know why we were attacked?" Gracie asked. "Other than our being rich and powerful and making a move on Pavarotti last year?" "No," Gerard said. "No definite indication has come. I suspect it is not unconnected to the problems ISC is having, since we have long been public in our support of ISC's monopoly, and opposition to it has been growing for the past few decades." "Is it because Kylara got involved with those pirates in the Sabine mess?" she asked, with an unerring instinct for the one thing he did not want to think or talk about. "She did not get involved, as you put it," he said. "She had no choice." Gracie sniffed. She doesn't see choices, that girl. She sees openings. Then she grinned. "Not a bad way to fight a war, actually." Gerard blinked. He remembered suddenly that the scrawny, pestiferous old woman, the bane of the family in some ways, creator of the least edible but most valuable fruitcakes in the universe, was enough older that she had been in the last war. He wasn't sure as what, but he remembered his father saying something. He queried his implant, and there it was, her military file. Gracie? Behind the lines? Somehow he had not connected her expertise in surveillance and information collecting, suitable civilian activities for a nosy old lady, with their military equivalents. "Well, don't stare like that," she said, misreading the cause of that stare. "It is a war, isn't it? We have an enemy, whether we knew it or not. They killed our people, attacked our businesses and our homes, broke our line of communication. Did it fairly well, you have to give them that. We certainly weren't prepared. But now, it's a war, and we'd better win it. I do not intend to spend the rest of my days sitting in some smelly, stuffy bunker under the wreck of a tick processing plant." "I hadn't thought of it as a war, Gracie," Gerard said. "I mean, of course it was an attack. Is an attack, but wars are for governments." "War is war," Gracie said, "and our government is doing damn all about it. Just as well young Ky had those years in the academy. Just as well she didn't graduate. She couldn't help us then." "She can't help us now," Gerard said. "If she's even still alive." He wanted to pray that she was, but he had no prayers to speak, not after losing Myris, San, Stavros, the others. "We'll see," Gracie said. "I will say, she's not an idiot." That was a concession, considering how she'd spoken of Ky before. Gerard cleared his throat with difficulty and went on with what he thought the agenda should be. "The point is, what we have left of Vatta Enterprises is now in serious trouble. Vatta Transport in space is out of communication, except for Perry Adair. Insurance reimbursements on our Slaughter Key planetary assets, land, improvements, movable property, will have to be used to cover contractual obligations. If we're lucky, if they actually pay out in a reasonable amount of time, it won't exceed contractual obligations. Out of system, as of our last incoming data burst, we have lost insurance coverage on our ships, and as a result we have lost contracts. And as you know, we had purchased 15 new hulls in the last 4 years. Well, now those loans are being called in, Ordinarily, we would be able to cover that. Now, we can't." "So, you're talking bankruptcy?" Gracie asked. "I'm talking ruin," Gerard said. "You talk about war and winning. Gracie, we have nothing to fight with. We have no money. We have no credit. We have no capital assets with which to make money." "Nonsense. We have Vatta ingenuity. Vatta drive." "We don't even know if we have Vattas other than ourselves," Gerard said. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "My best estimate prior to this is that we've lost 18% of our interstellar tonnage. But if we can't get insurance and no one trusts us with cargo, that's 82% useless and expensive junk. Can we sell the ships? Certainly, at a loss to our competitors, but only if we regain communications with their captains. We don't have any procedures whereby captains can sell Vatta-owned ships on their own responsibility. And more, the Slaughter Key government is distancing itself from our problems just when we need it. There have been mutters in the circle that we brought trouble here by being so obvious a target. We have been informed that protecting Vatta interests is a drain on taxpayer resources." "We aren't nearly as conspicuous as some I could name," Gracie said. "President Varthos." "Yes, I agree," Gerard said, cutting off what he was sure was her usual rant about the president and his family. He himself thought the pink shellstone presidential palace was a bit overdone, but quite attractive in detail. "But the point is that we were attacked and they weren't, and they don't want to give us the kind of protection we want and need, for fear of becoming targets themselves. I've tried pointing out that we are also taxpayers, but right now we aren't likely to be major contributors to anyone's campaign budget." "He's been got at," Gracie said. "Possibly, but it will do no good to say so." Gerard pinched his nose again. Gracie was so talented at giving headaches, he wished he could sick her on whoever their enemy was. "Here's what we have to decide. Our private funds are still intact, so far as I know. Banks on Slaughter Key haven't failed, and though there may be problems related to the failure of the financial ensembles, I'm assured that my own accounts, for instance, are available. We here can choose to put our own money back into the company and try to keep Vatta afloat. At least here. Or we can take our money and run, not to put too fine a point on it." "How much would we need?" Helen asked. I'm not entirely sure," Gerard said. He hated saying that. As CFO, he should be able to give precise figures. But his office, like his home, was a smoking hole in the ground, and he was finding it increasingly hard to think clearly. "More than I have myself, I know that. But I wanted to determine if you were willing, first." "I am," came a voice from the corner. Gerard had almost forgotten. Stella Vatta Constantin. Helen and Stavros' younger daughter. The others turned toward her. "Don't stare like that," she said. "I screwed up once, just once, and you all thought of me as that idiot Stella from then on, right?" "It's not that," Gerard began. Stella interrupted. "Yes, Uncle Ger, it is. Just as you all thought of Ky as the gullible one. The thing is, I care about this family as much as anyone else, more than some. And I think Ky has more sense than you realize. I'm willing to bet my last credit on Vatta. How about the rest of you?" "Some of us have families." That was Vazo Turolev, whose Vatta wife and children had survived. "Some of you were lucky," Vatta said, before Gerard could get his jaw unlocked. "So are you going to kick your luck in the teeth and run away?" I have to think about them, Basil said. What will they live on if I do, and it fails? Basil's wife shook his arm and muttered in his ear. When he looked away, she spoke up. I'll put in mine, she said. Celia Vatta. Mine, of course, said Gracie. Vatta will survive. I certainly hope so, Gerard said. He did not feel confident at all, and the pain clouded his vision. The stimulant dose he talked the doctor into was wearing off. And we need to decide how to distribute the database we have. His head rolled sideways. He couldn't point to his implant without moving an arm, which took too much effort. Stav's was destroyed. I think mine should be duplicated. Find Ky. Tell her. He could not keep his eyes open. The post-stim crash rolled over him, sucked him into darkness. Stella, dear, I need to talk to you. Gracie's voice stabbed his ears even as he drifted off. By the time she lifted his cranial flap and removed his implant, slipping it into the protective case with its nutrient bath, he was unconscious. He did not hear the family disperse, the low-voiced decision to bring a medical team here rather than move him. He did not regain consciousness before the emergency surgery, before his death. Gracie Lane Vatta moved about the kitchen, mixing dried and candied fruits, nuts, flour, sugar in a large bowl, while the kitchen's owner greased and floured deep pans. I can't believe you're making fruitcake now, Stella Vatta Constantin said. The other woman, who had been introduced to her as Louise, glanced up and then continued her work. People have died. Others are dying, and— Stella, I appreciate your sentiments, but if you make me forget the recipe, these will be even viler than usual. Put that— She nodded at the sealed implant case that held Gerard Vatta's implant. In one of those insulated bags. You're not going to put it in a fruitcake and bake it. It'll destroy it. No, it won't. I've done this before. There's dual protection. The implant case itself is insulated, and the bag will give it another 30 minutes at baking temperatures. Gracie looked blank, then began dumping spices into the batter. The thing about fruitcake, Stella, is that no one thinks it's anything but fruitcake. And Aunt's fruitcake is one of the most innocuous substances in the universe. It fairly reeks of family duty, stuffy traditions. You know about cover. How else could someone carry a highly valuable implant? You're taking it somewhere? No, my dear. You are. She glanced at the other woman. Louise, could I trouble you to fetch the bottle of rum that's in the guest room? The one I sent Polly out for earlier? Of course, ma'am. Louise left the kitchen. Gracie moved closer to Stella. Stella, we can't have just one copy of the command database. I've got one now. I'm not giving you one in case someone tries to pry into yours. This is for Ky. I'm sure you can find her. She was going to Lastway as a final destination after Belinta. She'll end up there sometime. But you won't go directly there. I've got a courier drop for you to get to ISC headquarters. You'll leave tomorrow morning, and you'll travel as you have before. Legal representative, not family. Right, Stella said, with a fruitcake. With several fruitcakes, all reeking of rum. Gracie finished stirring the batter. I know I forgot something. Vanilla? Stella asked. Vanilla? No, not in the recipe. Something Jerry said back at the house. Too much too fast. I should have been recording. She shook her head. I hate age. Wisdom, assuming you gain any. It's not enough to trade for the youthful ability to stay up 2 days running and still remember things. Here, put the implant case into this pan. Balance it on those little pins. And this little packet in the other. And for goodness sake, remember which is which. The batter slumped into the circular pan, then the rectangular one, filling them, hiding the contents as Gracie nudged it around with a spatula. Now, into the oven with them. Stella put the cake pans into the oven just as Louise returned with the bottle of rum. The three of them sat around the table until the cakes were done and cooling on racks. "Better get to bed, Stella," Gracie said. She fought off her own exhaustion. She had things to say to Louise, things to do, secrets still to keep, even from Stella. The girl, woman now, had come a long way. She had proved herself before now, and she was the only one who might be able to do what Gracie considered essential. In the pre-dawn dark, Stella came back into the kitchen, dressed in the somber business suit that fit her cover story. Her golden hair dulled with the rinse and slicked back into an unbecoming knot. Nothing could obscure her cheekbones, but makeup subtly denied the obvious beauty, masking the flawless skin with vague blotchiness. Gracie looked her over carefully. "Good job, my dear," she said at last. "Will you be all right, Aunt Grace?" Stella asked. "Me?" Grace said. She allowed her smile to convey her intent. "Oh, yes, Stella. I will be all right. Very much so." Stella's expression shifted, but she had been well trained. She did not even look at Louise as she said, "Do take care, Aunt Grace. I'll miss you. And here are your fruitcakes, Stella." "Aunt Grace, I don't really need—" "Of course you do." Grace handed her the sack. "And there's a little something in there for you too, Stella." A packet of diamonds, that most useful portable currency. Stella already carried some in the pocketed camisole under her blouse, but it was impossible to have too many diamonds. "Lunch for your journey." "Thank you, Aunt Grace," Stella said, and hugged her lightly. Then she was gone, and Grace, already packed, left the house by another entrance to meet another driver, en route to her next destination. She stopped briefly to make a call from a shielded site. Just before dawn was a fine time to wake a traitor, to whisper in his ear, "You will regret this." Gammas Turek had read the reports with satisfaction. They had calculated correctly. They had beheaded Vatta Enterprises and chopped off more than enough limbs. The Slaughter Key government had been cooperative in rendering no more aid. What was left of Vatta would be harmless, the disconnected, twitching limbs of what had been a formidable creature. They had missed the daughter, but she was a minor target anyway, and she was on a small, slow, unarmed ship. If he wanted her later, he could take her. He placed the call to the Slaughter Key Presidential Palace, aware that the very existence of the call would puzzle and alarm them. "You were wise to take my advice," he said without preamble. "You see how fortunately it turned out." "What I see is a big mess," the voice replied. It did not sound nearly so cowed and compliant as he expected. Gammas scowled. "It is not your mess," he said. "It's Vatta's mess, and they are helpless to cause us, me or you, any problems." "I'm not so sure of that," the voice said. "Cowards, timid sheep," Gammas chuckled indulgently. "Their senior officers are all dead. Their headquarters is destroyed. Some of their largest and most profitable ships. They cannot get insurance. Their accounts are frozen." What is the problem then? You missed one. Missed one? I don't think so. My intelligence reports that their CEO and CFO are both dead, and the entire second level of vice presidents. You missed the old lady. She knows someone got to the government. Gammas laughed aloud this time. Everyone knows someone got to the government. What of it? And what old lady? We have no profiles on old ladies. They can complain all they like. She called me. Oh, grow a spine, man. An old lady? Some old Dowager Vatta without strength of arms or resources? She can whine all she wants. She is toothless. Gammas closed the connection, shaking his head at the timidity of grounder politicians. Chapter 5. During the passage to Lastway, the crew seemed to adjust to the new situation and crew members, though not without some friction. He's so military, Quincy said to Ky some 3 days into the passage. Everything's spit and polish all the time. Ky didn't have to ask for a name. Gordon Martin, of course. I think he's too hard on that boy, Quincy continued. That boy being Jim Hakusar, who claimed to be 23. Yesterday he had him down on his hands and knees for hours, scrubbing, just because he had forgotten to shower. It won't hurt him, Ky said. Are you getting soft on Jim? Not soft, no. I agree he needs training, but Martin... He is military, Quincy, just out. It's been his career. Can't expect him to change overnight. And frankly, I'm more comfortable having him in charge of Jim than if I had to supervise him. Ky stretched. Is he bothering you any other way? Martin, I mean? Quincy shook her head. Not really. He doesn't want us to use his given name. That's kind of odd. We're all used to first names. But he's not ordering the rest of us around or anything. Do you think Jim will ever make a spacer? Is he doing well in his studies? Maybe, and not really. Martin thinks he's not applying himself. I'm beginning to wonder if he has one of those learning things. I was asking him about his schooling, and it didn't sound like the Belinta primaries had any of the corrective software we use. Do we have any of that kind of thing aboard? The crew had a library for continuing education. I'll look, Quincy said. Sorry, I hadn't thought to check that out. If we do, see if it'll help him, Ky said. I saw those original test scores. He's about as far down the scale as you can go. If he's going to be with us, he needs to be more than a drudge. Elaine had accepted Martin as the new cargo master. She'd already told Ky she didn't really want the job herself, but she, too, found him rigid at times. He wants a full inspection every day, she said. Gary never did that, and he had years of experience. He might do it now, under these circumstances, Ky said. Martin's got the background in security as well as supply. He wants to keep us safe. I'm all for safe, Elaine said, and I don't mind the extra work, really. With Jim doing most of the scut work, there's little enough for a cargo second to do en route. It's just his manner, I guess. Is he rude? No, but I can see him stopping himself from ordering me around the way he does Jim. Give him time, Ky said. At least he's trying to stop himself. As for the stowaway, Ky had little to do with him. She noticed that his shaggy hair had changed to a short bristle, and his face was always smooth, his slouching posture more upright, his expression less foolish and more alert. He always seemed to be busy. The galley and toilets gleamed. The decks were always swept. Every 5 days, she asked Martin for a progress report and learned that the recruit was making progress, albeit slowly. It'd go faster in a real basic training course, Martin said. He sat upright as always, and Ky found herself resisting the urge to sit at attention herself. Here on the ship, with no other recruits to measure himself against, he can fool himself, think he's working as hard as he can. You remember that yourself, I expect, from your academy days. Indeed, yes, Ky said. Competition as well as the staff had fueled much of her hard work. And I do realize we're civilians, not military. It's just that boys like this need the discipline, or they'll never give up their evasions. They'll always have excuses. They'll always have tricks to avoid the work. They're not bad, exactly, but they're thick-skinned as well as thick-headed. At learning software your chief engineer found is helping, though. If you can make a decent, competent spacer out of him, that will satisfy me, Ky said. Just don't break anything we need later. Martin laughed. I'll take care of him. Without breakage, I promise you. Another thing, though. No laughter now. His expression hardened again. We need to consider security issues for when we dock somewhere. I've been through the procedures manual you've got, and it's totally inadequate. We're lucky we didn't have an entire crew of stowaways and a kiloton of weaponry aboard. This thing of trusting local police. I'm sure you already have ideas on that, Ky said. Do you have them ready to present? As a matter of fact, he brought out several large sheets of hard copy. I could put this on a cube if you want, but sometimes it's easier to see in this format. We can cobble together some of our existing equipment for part of it, but we're going to need better sensors, and many more of them. Ky looked at the diagrams. You're talking military-grade coverage, aren't you? He nodded. From the little we know, things are coming unstuck in several places, and we may have come out of FTL in a war zone. Civvy stuff to ward off the casual sneak thief just won't do. Now, I've looked into the cargo manifests. That stuff we can't deliver to Lenora includes components we could turn into the basic net I'm talking about. We can't breach cargo seals, Ky said. It's against policy, not to mention law. He grimaced. Policy is for the last war but one, ma'am. Lenora won't let us deliver, didn't you say? So their cargo's forfeit, isn't it? Not exactly, Ky said. In something like this, it would go before a magistrate to determine whether we could sell the cargo and put the money in escrow for the original consigners, or whether we could sell the cargo and keep the profit. Nothing in the law, as I understand it, allows us to break the seals and use the cargo for our own purposes. We're not going to be hauled away to jail if we're in pieces because someone got to the ship, Martin said. True. But how much can you do without losing the Lenora cargo? It depends on what resources you authorize from engineering stores. Let's look at this again, Ky said, leaning over the diagram. Motion sensors, infrared. Ma'am, I know you have some military training, but how much was specific to security concerns? Not much, Ky said. I couldn't help noticing how different it was when we were taken to training venues, but we didn't have it in class. That was coming later, once we were commissioned, they said. Well, here's the short and dirty. To keep a ship like this, and a crew this size reasonably safe in the kind of situation we're talking about, you need three things. Hardware, the sensors deployed in appropriate locations, software set up to interpret input correctly, and procedures that everyone follows. I don't mean any insult by it, but this is not a military crew, or people aren't used to discipline, other than doing their jobs, isn't that right? Right, Ky said. I've been paying attention, listening to them talk about how they spend their time when a ship's in dock. They walk in and out, go visit a station bar or cafe, go run errands, do some shopping. Yes, that's normal, Ky agreed. And? Well, ma'am, seems to me Normal just went out the door and didn't look back. Somebody's trying to kill you and destroy your ship. That means you, can't be having any of that casual strolling around. I can make up some of the deficiencies with hardware and software, if I get enough of it. But you also need to set up procedures for how people behave on the next place we dock. Procedures restricting their movements, you mean? Movement, communications, everything. It's not going to be easy. They'll think they're being careful when they're leaving holes in your security I could walk a whole platoon through. If that's the hardest job, I think we should start with that part, Ky said. What weapons do you have aboard? Mehar's 2 pistol bows and some knives, Ky said. And whatever that is you carry. This? He opened his tunic and pulled out a matte black handgun, laying it on the table without, Ky noted, ever allowing the muzzle to point toward her. 11mm standard arms, manufactured on Slaughter Key under license from Basecom. Same as our utility issue, but this one's custom. He cocked his head at her. You don't have a weapon? I expected you would. I was rushed off Slaughter Key in a hurry, Ky said. At the time, a weapon was the last thing in my mind. After Sabine, though. I heard you killed 2 of them, Martin said. Mind telling me how you did it without a gun? Crossbow, Ky said. Mehar's pistol bow, in fact. The mutineers had knives, no firearms. The mercs had made sure of that. Not a bad ship weapon, a bow. Not enough penetrance to damage a hull or even a bulkhead. But I would recommend, ma'am, that you arm yourself as soon as you can. Lastway's bound to have weapon shops, Ky said. I could pick up something for you, he offered. Safer for you. No thanks. If I'm going to shoot it, I want to choose it, Ky said. His brows went up, and she went on. I did learn to shoot, you know, as a girl back home as well as academy training. Now, if you'll draft some procedures for me, we can go over them and start training the crew. Right away, ma'am. And given the lack of arms, I think I'll add some basics in unarmed fighting techniques. Some of them might get it. He nodded and left the compartment. Down transition at Lastway went smoothly enough. Cheryl had dropped them in farther from the planet than usual, with as little relative V as possible. Scan cleared in a few minutes, and Ky checked the Lastway ansibles, querying for current sector-wide commercial news. She didn't expect much, but a large download came into the bin a half-hour later. Communications blockage still threatens commerce, was one headline. According to that article, ansibles had gone down in a number of systems within a few hours, disrupting not only communications but also trade. Several planets, Lenora was listed, had closed their systems to outside traffic. ISC had begun repairs at both the hub and periphery of its systems simultaneously, and Lastway now had unimpeded communications with 2 other systems. ISC wasn't saying what it had found, just that work is in progress to restore clear, reliable communications as quickly as possible. Slaughter Key was one of the systems listed as still not open, as were Belinta and Lenora. Ky flicked through the list, and the next headline stopped her breath in her chest. Vatta Empire falls. She scrolled down. The quadrant's 2nd largest interstellar shipper, based on Slaughter Key, has suffered a series of devastating attacks on its ships and personnel. Disaster has followed even onto their home planet, with explosions in warehouses and tick processing plants, as well as the deaths of many family members in explosions at the family compound on Corelay. Bankruptcy seems imminent as customers flee the ill-fated line. Ky stared at that a long moment. Corelay bombed? The house she'd grown up in? That garden, that pool? The cool tiled terraces, the comfortable rooms, gone? Her family, her busy, bustling mother, her brothers, her cousins, her father. It couldn't be. They couldn't be dead. It had to be a mistake. It made no sense anyway. Why would anyone attack Vatta like that? They had no enemies, commercial rivals, but not enemies. Her breath came short. She tried to find out more, but the writer preferred to speculate on the effect of Vatta's disintegration on the price of shipping and the fortunes of rival firms. 2 other stories mentioned attacks on Vatta Transport, one from Hyder, a system near the sector hub, and one from ISC sources. More ships had been attacked on station, and 2 Vatta ships were overdue at their next port. Insurance carriers had dropped Vatta as too risky. Shippers were avoiding Vatta because of the lack of insurance. ISC issued a statement disclaiming responsibility for the attacks on Vatta. We are quite sure that the involvement of a Vatta ship in the situation of Sabine system is not related to these attacks. ISC's relationship with Vatta Enterprises, Vatta Transport, and individuals of the Vatta family has been strictly business and no closer than our relationship with other customers. Ky stared at that. So someone else had thought this might result from her actions in the Sabine system, and then had discarded that idea? Were they right, or were her fears right? Was it her fault? For a moment, the invented mental images of destruction she hadn't seen swamped her mind. The house burning, the office exploding, the warehouses and processing plants aflame. Family members whose faces she would never see again. No, that wasn't going to help her get her cargo sold, her crew and ship safely in and out of lastway space. They might be alive, some of them at least. She had to think that way. Imagining the worst would paralyze her. She scanned the rest of the download, concentrating on the here and now. She shunted prices to Martin and Elaine in cargo and Quincy in engineering. 2 hours later, Lastway Traffic Control inquired if they were in transit or on approach. Approach, Ky said. Be advised, Vatta ships are under special advisory concern, Traffic Control said. Explain, Ky said. How long have you been in transit? Came the answer. Ky gave the date in Universal. Ah, so you aren't aware of the situation? What situation? Ky asked. What would they say? What would they do? Vatta Transport Ltd has been subject of some form of attack, and we've been informed that upon docking, all prior insurance coverage for Vatta hulls is cancelled. Vatta personnel are considered to be at risk, and Vatta family members at special risk. Lastway Militia Service disclaims responsibility for their safety and recommends extreme caution and additional private security. Any Vatta hulls presently docked? Ky asked. No, yours is the first into our space since this all blew up. Traffic Control heaved an audible sigh. Whatever did you people do? And who did you annoy? I don't know, Ky said. I've been in transit. What have you heard? 24 rumors, nothing solid, Traffic Control said. But here, if you dock here, you may have problems getting out. And you will have to pay cash, Vatta credits down the tubes. If I don't dock here, I may run out of air, Ky said. So bring me in. Your choice, Traffic Control said. There's an 800 credit cash deposit on docking. Immigration Control will be there to collect it. Thank you, Ky said through clenched teeth. Then she called the crew together. What I know is all bad, but I'm sure we don't know everything, she said, then went on to describe the news. It may be that all the other Vattas are dead. It may be that the news is all wrong and they're alive. But for your own safety, we have to assume that there is someone, Apparently a lot of someones with plenty of resources. After Vatta. You aren't setting foot off the ship, Quincy said. On the contrary, I must, to do what needs doing, Ky said. At any rate, it would do me no good to sit here and have my crew picked off one or two at a time. I can't run this thing alone. But we are going to be careful. Those procedures that Martin developed, that we've been practicing, we are all going to adhere to them. No casual wandering around the station, no letting people wander into our dock space. We're going to carry taggers. We're going to put up extra security screening. The whole bit. What do you think you have to do that requires you to go off-ship? Quincy asked. Ky looked at her, but Quincy didn't back down. Not surprising. To start with, I have to pay docking fees in advance in cash. Vatta's credit's been frozen. I should have a private account here, but since we don't know when the Vatta Ansibles went out, I don't know if the transfer I set up before we left actually went through. I need to exchange hard goods for cash, open an account, get us back into business. None of you can do that. In addition, I need a way to defend myself, she said. You are talking about weapons? About arming the ship? I'm not telling any of you all my thoughts, Ky said. Not even you, Quincy. Not because I don't trust you, though she did not entirely trust the new crew members. But at this point, the fewer people who know my plans, the fewer people can be forced to share them. Their expressions showed that none of them had considered that possibility yet. You think someone might grab one of us? Shake us down? Mitt asked. It's possible, Ky said. We have to think of things like that, Mitt. If they'll attack corporate headquarters on Slaughter Key and kill family and crew on other stations, then a snatch isn't the least likely thing to happen if we're unprepared. That's why we'll take precautions. Those of you with implants, make sure you keep your communication channels alive. Talk to the ship anytime you're out. Anything, everything. You don't have an implant, Quincy said. Isn't it time to use that implant your father sent you? It hasn't been 6 months, Ky said. In the meantime, the first trip out is going to buy me the best non-implant personal communicator on this station. I'll wear it from then on, and when I go out, I'll have both crew and, depending on what I find out in the next couple of hours, hired security as well. Captain, if Vatta Transport is really gone, really defunct, are you going to try to start it up again? Or go independent? Bia asked. Bia, I can't answer that one now. I don't know enough. We just fell into a war with these attacks. I don't know who the enemy is, or why the attacks happened, or how strong the enemy is, or which of our forces are left. The main thing now is to survive. Gather data, get someplace from which we can move, if a move is possible. You ought to go back to Slaughter Key, Quincy said. Your family needs you. If I have a family, Ky said. Images of horror flicked through her mind, and she shoved them away. Attacks on headquarters, warehouses, processing plants, the private terminal, the family compound. Where else would my family be? And it would do no good to go to Slaughter Key and be cut off from Ansible communication. What they need, if they live, if the whole corporation hasn't been bankrupted, is someone out there doing trade and showing that Vatta ships still carry cargo safely. But if we have no insurance, no one will ship with us. Not the big shippers, no. But there are always people desperate to get cargo from here to there, and willing to assume the risk themselves. Quincy pursed her lips. Vatta has never carried that kind of cargo. Oh, yes, we have. Long ago, admittedly. But it's in the family's histories. Vatta wasn't always completely pure and above board. No one was in the early days after the rift. So what we're going to do is trade and profit, along with skulking and hiding and being extremely careful. I don't see how we can carry the Vatta colors and be careful both, Mitt said. I'm with Bia. Why not go independent now? Change the ship's registry. We can't. We're already widely known as Vatta, Ky said. If it comes to that, we'll have to do it somewhere else, some port that is even less law-abiding than Lastway. They stared at her in silence. Ky spent the next 2 hours looking at the threat assessment she and Martin had made on the approach when she had nothing else to do. Too many question marks, too many things she could not know. The lessons from the academy came back to her. No commander ever knew everything. The ones who thought they did were often in the worst trouble. Good commanders took what they did know and made good plans and contingency plans. Anyway, she doodled on a blank page of her log. Mission. What was her mission, anyway? She had no higher command at the moment. Surely the original mission, to sell the ship for scrap, was irrelevant at this point. Stay alive. Keep her crew alive. Keep her ship whole and functioning. Find out who was behind this. What were victory conditions? As cadets, they'd been introduced to the concepts of tactics, strategy, grand strategy, but most of their time had gone into the things a junior officer might need to know. Strategy was for older, more senior, and hopefully wiser heads. Juniors succeeded insofar as they figured out ways to carry out the designs of their seniors. Ky shook her head at that moment of nostalgia. Prepared or not, she was the person on the spot. She was senior now. It was all up to her. No use to whine that she wasn't ready or didn't know enough. Nobody was around to advise her. Victory conditions. Start with alive and free, all of them. Alive, free, with the ship. Alive, free, with the ship and crew and some prospect of making a living. And then doing something to save her remaining family members and, if possible, the family business. Revenge on whoever had done this would have to come later, much later, but survival itself depended on figuring out who it could be. Pison's allies were the obvious choice, and if true, that meant it was her fault. If she hadn't killed Pison, they would not have attacked her family. But that made no sense. Why would pirates waste all that money and effort to attack her family when they had to know where she was? Why not just kill her? Now was the time to find out who, and then how and why and the rest, while keeping herself and her crew alive and out of enemy hands. She looked at the locker in which she'd stowed the Vatta implant her father had sent her. It was still too soon, according to the McKinsey surgeon, to have an implant installed, but at this moment she would have liked access to the proprietary Vatta information. More important, though, was keeping it out of enemy hands, a security issue that hadn't occurred to her until this moment. When the crew reassembled, she asked for their ideas, their threat assessments. It occurred to her, as they ran down their lists, that they were doing much better than they would have before the Sabine mess. Still, Jim seemed to have a talent for thinking up ways someone might do them damage. His list was longer than anyone else's. Ky looked at him when they'd all finished. "Where did you get those ideas?" she asked. He looked worried. "I'm not angry. I just wonder what else you were doing besides fixing ship engines." "I'm not doing it here," he muttered. "Wouldn't do anything to this ship, Captain." "I'm glad to know it. And glad you're on our side." She looked at Elaine. "First, I'm going to see if the legal firm I contacted has any final word on that Lenora cargo. Then we'll list our cargo on the exchange boards. Martin will concentrate on security issues, so you'll have to run cargo on your own." "Prices are volatile, Captain," Elaine said. How long do you think it'll be before we get clearance? Less than an hour after we dock, I'm hoping. Certainly by the end of shift. As soon as we start selling, we start resupply. Environmental, in-system fuel, general supplies. Now, can we offload to the secure dock area without outside help? Elaine shook her head. I don't think so. The Lenora cargo's all palleted. Too heavy to shift without a loader. We could rent a loader, I suppose. I've handled one, but who else? I can, Jim said. At least, I've used one once. With Jim, Ky thought that could mean he'd seen someone else use one once, or he'd driven one off a dock into the water, or, possibly, he had actually driven one without incident. How long will it take with one loader to clear the holds? If some of the others will help with shifting and positioning, we can have the Lenora pallets off in a shift. The rest, you know our difficulties, Captain. Several days. Here's what we'll do then. First, Martin will supervise setting up our security net. Meanwhile, I'll arrange loader rental. And as soon as we're cleared for it, we'll start unloading those pallets. I'd like to minimize exposure of personnel to possible problems. The fewer outsiders who come aboard, and the less time anyone spends on station, the safer we'll be. On final approach, Lastway Station looked like what it was, a vast and complicated construction that had grown far beyond its original design to accommodate the needs of its local and transient populations. Below it, the planet's cloud-wrapped surface was invisible. 2 centuries earlier, terraforming had begun on a moderately appropriate base. The information packet supplied by the station to all incoming ships described in detail the processes that continued. But Ky was far less interested in the details of biogeochemical processes than in the price of refreshment cultures for the environmental system, and what she could hope to get for the cargo originally consigned to Lenora. As Lee eased the ship nearer and nearer to the docking booms, Ky reviewed the current list of ships docked, their origins and destinations. Another had been waved off from Lenora, and she learned that the on-station legal services had already certified its cargo as undeliverable, available for resale. At least she didn't have to fight that battle on her own. She called Martin and told him that he could scavenge freely in the Lenora cargo. "Thanks, ma'am," he said. "As it happens, those containers were right handy. Won't take much time at all." The suspicion crossed her mind that he had already taken what he wanted from them, but there was no reason to push the issue. None of the ships on station now seemed like a pirate ready to blow her ship away. But she hadn't spotted Python as a problem until too late. She had to assume that danger lurked here, everywhere. Her own ship's needs ranged as usual from must-haves, like refreshment cultures for the environmental tanks, to very desirable, like better long scan, to wishful thinking, like an in-system drive that would move them faster than a snail on a hot rock. At least she hadn't spent all her money on Belinta. Lee docked neatly, and the station crew hooked up the support umbilicals. Ky found several small chores to do until she realized she was anxious about opening the hatch, then made herself go down to cargo hold 1 and do it. Martin materialized from one of the cargo hatches and stood in front of her as the hatch opened. Lastway Immigration Control, 1 unarmed and 6 armed, were waiting at dockside, by their expressions none too patiently. The one without weapons had 2 forearms on 1 arm, and a wrist tentacle on the back of the other wrist. Ky managed not to blink in surprise. That was a humod form she hadn't seen before. 800 cash or trade goods to be valued by an independent assessor, said the humod. The tentacle uncurled elegantly, and the input connectors glinted. Trade goods, Ky said. She handed the tentacle one of Aunt Gracie's diamonds. "Submitted for assessment," the Humod said. The tentacle transferred the diamond to that hand, then removed a sealable pouch from a pocket, plucked up the diamond again, and inserted it, then sealed the pouch. "You will want a receipt." "I will want an assessor here at Dockside," Ky said. "You think last-way immigration control is dishonest?" That with a ferocious scowl. "I think diamonds are too easy to misplace or confuse with other diamonds," Ky said. "I will call." Silent moments as the Humod communicated by interface, then it nodded sharply. "Yes, one expert in assessing crystals comes." "Are you from here?" Ky asked. Again the Humod scowled. "Why ask that?" "No insult intended, but your accent is not the same as what I heard from traffic control. I merely wish to know which accent is native here, to adjust my interpretation to that norm." His face cleared. "Ah, you have old tech implant, yes? Mine adjusts by self." "On input, maybe, but the output wasn't." "From Vastig, I am. 8 years agone taking ship away from sad family." "You know Vastig?" "No," Ky admitted. "But ships come there. Vatta Transport. Many ships Vatta has, or had. Someone likes Vatta not." "True enough," Ky said. "And I don't know why. Do you?" "Not I. Others make guesses, only guesses. On Vastig we do not make guesses. We say the truth. But here comes one to assess." Ky looked around to see a man in a dressy business suit. As he came closer, she began to wonder if he, too, were a Humod. One eye appeared to have a magnifier built into it, the rim sunken into the skin. When he opened his mouth to speak, his tongue was dark and heavily furred. "Licensed Assessor Grill at your service," he said clearly enough, bowing to both the immigration control officer and Ky. "A crystal for assessment, yes?" The immigration control officer transferred it to Grill's hand, a hand that appeared to be normal to Ky's fascinated gaze, and Grill put it in his mouth for a long moment, then spat it back to his hand. "Carbon," he announced. "Impurities negligible to value." Now the magnifier extended, lens telescoping from his eye. "Cut." "Melic cut diamond. Crystalline structure excellent. Flaws minimal. Value for official purposes 2,443 credits." He handed it back to the immigration control officer, who tucked it into the sealed pouch again. "Good day," Grill said to the space between them, turned on his heel, and walked away. "Your receipt for a credit balance of 1,643 to be set against docking and service fees," said the immigration control officer, handing Ky a hard copy strip that had just extruded from his lower forearm. "Welcome to Lastaway, and enjoy your stay." Then he and his escort marched off. Ky shook her head and spoke to the ship's intercom. "All clear now. I don't see the loader that should be here. I'll contact them and the security company again." "Captain should re-enter the ship," Martin said. "I'll want to get the net set out. I'll need Jim, Bia, and Mehar." Chapter 6. Before Ky could contact the rental agency, Martin reported that the loader had arrived. He and his crew had already installed the first of the visual scans, so Ky could watch the loader grind across the dock toward the ship and listen in on the conversation with her crew. "Sorry," the operator said. "Had to get clearance from immigration and check your financials." The operator had a gray uniform with rental equipment in red on the front and back. Martin held up a hand. "We will need to scan your machine." "Fine. I get paid by the hour. Don't hurry." The operator lounged in his seat. Martin used a long-handled mirror and various other tools to check over, under, and around the loader. "Now you," he said. "Get down." "Me? You're only renting the loader. You don't need to scan me." "Oh, I think we do," Martin said. The man shrugged, started to climb down, and suddenly launched himself at Mehar, whipping a knife from his boot. She sidestepped neatly and thrust a short baton into his gut. He folded around it, dropping the knife. Mehar stepped back. Martin moved in, swung the man around, and clipped him smartly on the jaw. "Good job, Mehar," he said. "You're a natural at this." "I would rather not be," Mehar said, hooking the baton back on her belt. "Bia, Jim, perimeter." Martin's reminder focused the other two on the dock access. Ky watched, fascinated, as Martin secured the man's knife by scooping it into a plastic bag, then fastened his wrists and ankles with cargo cords, as he had done with Jim at first. "Captain." "Yes," Ky said. "I saw that. You said station police didn't want to give us protection. Think they'd be interested in taking in a perp?" "I suppose we better ask," Ky said. "And I'd better talk to the rental company, too." "Threaten them," Martin advised. "They sent you a ringer, or they were bent to start with." Ky looked up the emergency numbers and called the station police, here called the Garda. "You did what?" was the response of the desk clerk. "You can't just hit people and tie them up." "My crew was attacked with a knife," Ky said. "Witnesses other than your own crew?" "Recorded in video," Ky said. "Oh, well, we'll send someone over." Who to call next? Getting more security on their dockside seemed more important than wrangling with the rental company. Lastway's business directory listed 5 security services, but only 3 were bonded and insured: Bardium, Max, and Padilla Protection. She had no clue which to pick. The station master, she knew, would not be allowed to give an opinion. Who else could? ISC. They had their own security, but they must use on-site firms for personal protection sometimes, and they would surely know who to contact for dockside surveillance. Ky contacted their Lastway office and asked for the station director. "Who's calling, please?" To the ISC, the Vatta name should still be gold-plated, Ky thought. "Captain Kylara Vatta," she began, "of the—" "Vatta? Then, just a minute." Less than a minute, a gruff male voice barked at her. "Who do you think you are, Queen of the Spaceways? Don't you realize we have better things to do than babysit some rich trader's brat?" "I beg your pardon?" "You Vattas are spoiled rotten," the voice went on. "Can't wait your turn like everyone else. Think you're special. Well, out here, Captain Vatta, we're all citizens and we don't try to cut in line. You'll take your place in the outgoing queue just like everyone else, and that's final." The connection blanked. Ky stared at the console as if it had just grown actual teeth, and then called again. "What?" said the angry voice she just heard. "I wasn't trying to cut in line," Ky said. "I had a question." "I'm not a damned information desk," he said, and cut the connection again. Ky told herself that everyone at ISC must be under tremendous strain. She still found it hard to believe that the station manager of an obscure office like Lastaway could have a reason to be that angry with Vatta Transport, or any particular Vatta. But he was, and that was a fact to cope with. Who else? She scanned the business directory looking for familiar names. Somewhat to her surprise, Lastway Station had 3 branches of Harque, the sector-wide pastry franchise. The original Harque, in business at this location for 17 years. Harque No. 2, convenient to the financial district, and Harque Light, same flavor, less filling. She doubted that they'd have much knowledge of security companies. The Captain's Guild? She contacted them. "I'm sorry, but we consider the Vatta account closed at this time," said the reception clerk as soon as she gave her name. "Any services would be on a cash basis only." "I'm not planning to stay there," Ky said. "I just had a question." "A question?" He sounded as if he'd never heard of asking a question. "What about, then?" "What private security companies on station would you recommend?" "The station business directory has a list." "I know that, but only 3 are bonded. What services have other captains found reliable?" "I'm afraid, under the circumstances, that I cannot take the liability risk of recommending anything in that line. Now, if you wanted a recommendation for a good restaurant—" "Oh, fine," Ky said. The clerk went on, completely missing her tone. "Julian's is very nice. They grow their own fresh vegetables, and they have a cultivar of synthai beef that's extremely good. Or, if you prefer seafood, there's Fish Heaven, all local produce." "Thank you," Ky said. "That's very nice. I don't suppose you have any idea where I can purchase ordnance?" "Ordnance? You mean like, weapons?" "Exactly," Ky said. It was a forlorn hope, but scaring him looked like the only fun she was going to have. "Well, there's always the Millmart exchange, over on Hub 4. "Thank you," Ky said again. "Are they in the business directory?" "Yes, Captain. Under heavy equipment, new and used." "You've been most helpful," Ky said, her good humor restored. Heavy equipment, new and used, huh? Was this why the Sabines had been so suspicious of her farm equipment on the manifest? She looked at the directory again, shrugged, and called Bardium Security Service because it came first on the list. Bardium Security Services put her on hold long enough to be annoying. Then a senior sales representative came on. "You can understand that we have concerns about any assignment with a Vatta family member at this time, with Vatta accounts frozen." "Hard goods," Ky said. "Acceptable to immigration control." "Oh, well, the liability risk—" "I am willing to waive liability where no misconduct by your employee is involved," Ky said. "We need dockside security as well as personal escort." "I'm afraid we would have to add a surcharge for the additional hazard." "If you add the surcharge, I'm less willing to waive liability," Ky said. "Surcharge. Dockside, that's a minimum of 6 personnel, 2 on each shift. Escort charges vary with shift. When would you want them?" "As soon as possible," Ky said. "I'm uncertain of the duration at this point." "That's all right. We can have a team at your dockside in 15 minutes. An escort will be dispatched when you request. Were you needing one this shift?" Ky looked at the chronometer, set now to Lastway Station's standard time. The shift would end in a half hour, and the next shift was main day or business. She wouldn't get out of here before then. "No, not this shift," she said. "I'll let you know." The police still hadn't arrived. Ky looked up Millmart Exchange and found that it occupied almost half of Hub 4's extensive storage holds. Surplus, new and used military heavy equipment. No credit was its subhead. No more details available without a personal visit, but she could apply for a customer ID that would, the site said, facilitate entry to the facility for first-time customers. Confidentiality assured. Recommended procedure. Ky hesitated, then decided to apply. Anyone interested already knew she was docked here. The public access ship listing would tell them that. To her surprise, the application consisted of asking for a number. She did not even have to give a name. She took down the number she was given, 15 digits, then looked up weapons where she found 6 gun shops listed, ranging from Bernie's knives and guns, cheap, reliable personal protection, to blade, bullet, and bow, blades, firearms, and archery tackle for the discriminating. She looked for ordnance and found sea-heavy equipment, plus a small boxed notice that Lastway was not responsible for the legal status of ships mounting heavy equipment. Captains should check with their relevant political units. Sabine's concern now seemed more reasonable, and Lastway's station regulations on personal weaponry were clearly less stringent than those on many other stations. Ky looked at the available live shots of station activity and noticed that a number of the people walking past were obviously armed. Probably others carried concealed weapons. The directory listed a number of sources for surveillance and security systems, including most of the weapon sources already shown. Vic's Precision Protection Supply was closest, on the same sector of the same hub. She had Martin's wish list of gadgets and software. No, the first thing was to arrange handling of funds. All the major quadrant banks had branches here. Ky picked Crown and Spears. Their representative regretted any inconvenience that it might cause, but they had a lock on Vatta corporate accounts until matters had been adjudicated. Ky had expected that. Did you receive a transfer from Belinta a few weeks ago? It was in my personal account, not a company account. I regret, madame, that I find no record of such a transfer. The last value we have from madame's personal account, based on Ansible data, is indeed healthy, but those funds are not presently available because of the Ansible failure. In the present crisis, we cannot advance monies based on remote accounts. Very well, then. I want to open a new account, she said. We're selling cargo here, and I'll be making purchases. It would have to be cash or hard goods, the bank's representative said. Of course, Ky said. I'll courier over about 4,000 credits worth, using as a rough guide the official appraisal from immigration. The face in the screen smiled more naturally now. That will be fine, Captain. Their assessments are often less than we might give, shall we say. And you say you have cargo as well? Yes, we're unloading it now. My cargo master will be dealing shortly. Excellent. Now, is this to be a Vatta Transport account or a personal account? Personal, Ky said. Very well. We will await your courier and make funds available as soon as the valuation has cleared. Ky had just closed the connection when Martin called to her. The Garda are here, he said. Their officer would like to speak with you. I'll be right out. Bardium Security is sending a couple of personnel to help guard dockside, and I'm going to need a courier to Crown and Spears to open an account. Would you say another Bardium agent or a courier service? Neither, Martin said. When Bardium takes over dockside coverage here, I'll escort you or a crew member. The Garda who met Ky held out a legal notification pad. Make your mark here, madam. You're being notified of your legal status on this station, your legal rights and obligations. Ky read the notification and signed her name. She handed him a data cube with the recording of the man's attack, and he nodded. We'll be in touch, he said. One of his fellows took the cargo cords off the operator and put on their own restraints. Then they hauled the man away. I've got a list of what we need to complete our own perimeter security, Martin said. There's a supplier on this hub, not that far away, Ky said. When I get the bank account set up, and, by the way, I haven't contacted the rental company yet. In the meantime, we can start unloading? Yes, ma'am. Jim here has me convinced that he does indeed know how to handle one of these things. I had him move it around while we were waiting for the Garda to show up. He paused, then said, And here's Bardium. Ky glanced toward the dockside entrance and saw two uniformed men waiting by the entrance. She started forward, but Martin stopped her. "It's my job," he said. "If you'll just get whatever you need for the bank run, and I'd recommend Mitt for your courier. He has an implant, and he looks nothing like you." By the time Ky came back, Martin had assigned the two Bardium guards to the dockside entrance and told Elaine to open up the nearside cargo hold. Bia and Mehar were pacing around the dockside. Jim was backing away from the cargo hold with the first stack of containers. Mitt, his face sober, took the packet with 2 diamonds from Ky and put it in an inner pocket in his tunic. Shortly thereafter, she had an account with a balance of 5,876 credits and a Crown & Spears credit chip with authorization code. With that, Vic's Precision Protection Supply was willing to send over 648 credits worth of surveillance gear. It arrived just as Martin and Mitt returned from the bank. Martin took charge of it and began installation at once. Unloading proceeded. Ky looked at the trade hall listings and saw that the Lenoran pharmaceutical components should do very well, bringing much more than they would have on Lenora. Now that she had a bank account, she could list the cargo on the boards, and the bids began to come in. She shunted those to Elaine's attention. Her own attention focused on what she needed most to make her ship and her crew safer while in port. Any port. The attack on Belinta had involved both firearms and contact poison. They would need their own weapons, personal armor, and antidotes to such poisons, if any existed. The tricky part would be getting to the small arms dealers before someone got to her. Martin would come with her, but would that be enough? If she didn't wear Vatta colors and carried her own weapons after she got them, who else in the crew knew how to use any? She paused to ask Martin. Mehar, of course, was an expert with the pistol bow. It turned out that she had also handled needlers before. Jim, as Ky now began to expect, rather shamefacedly admitted to having handled a variety of weapons. "There were sort of like pirates hanging out in the estuaries where we farmed. So I kind of picked up some of it, and my father, he always hunted even though the landlords didn't like it." "So what do you know enough about to be useful?" "Slug throwers. We didn't have stunners and needlers and all those spacer things. Make a big enough hole in it, my dad always said, and you're sure it's dead. There was this thing that lived out in the woods, big as a cow, and had these scales on it." "Slug throwers? Handguns or long barrels?" "Both, Captain. Now what I really liked, but only got to use once, and he was really mad about it, was the Mayor's Schneider-Watson 44 automatic. Made a lot of noise, it did, but you could put holes in those bitty little pirate speedboats with it. Or give me a rifle like my dad had." "How about accuracy?" Ky said. "I'm pretty good," Jim said with unusual modesty for him. "My dad, now, he was a dead shot at any distance, but I qualified top in the marksmanship class for the local militia." "Militia? You were in the militia?" He turned red. "Well, actually, not that long. See, they didn't like my family that much, and when they found out I'd shot a swamp hog, well, 3 actually, one with the militia weapons, they used that as an excuse to kick me out. I don't see what's so wrong about that. I was going to replace the ammunition, and I cleaned up the rifle before I put it back." Ky bit her lip. It would not do to laugh, but she was beginning to have a good idea what kind of family Jim had come from. They had a few like that on Corelay. Old George was one of them, who had not, as her father put it, ever moved into the city from the frontier, even after the frontier was settled. "You want them on your side," her father had told her. Their virtues weren't needed most of the time, but when they were, nothing else would do. So now she had what her father called a bush rat of her very own, and she'd better make proper use of him. She called Martin in to look at the catalogs from the various ships. Martin's face was eloquent. She did not need his verbal comments to second her opinion that Bernie's Knives and Guns was out of the running, along with Arms for You. He thought the gun club might have serviceable weapons for the crew, but Ky noticed that the list of available weapons hadn't been updated for several weeks. Blade, Bullet, and Bow had top-quality weapons and prices to match, like Terryfield back home on Slaughter Key. Her father's personal weapons were all from Terryfield. She had gone there with him once and remembered the quiet shop with its slightly faded green carpet and old-fashioned display cases where the weapons on display were all antiques. The customers and staff spoke to each other in strings of cryptic numbers. "I'm looking for a P1 400 with a 21 to 37 adapter," she heard one customer say, and the clerk had retired behind a curtain, a bulletproof curtain, her father mentioned later, and returned a moment later with something in a flat gray case. Her father tapped her shoulder, rude to stare that meant, and made his own numerical request, which appeared on the counter in a few moments in a dull green case. It had been years before she understood what the numbers meant, and the difference in quality between the weapons there and the ones at Connery Sporting Goods in Corley Town, which all had names as well as numbers. Hotshot 2100, Blastum, which came in attractive colors, Matchmaker. She shook herself out of that memory and the surge of fear that her father was dead. She had to hope he wasn't. Crash, as the obvious favorite shop for law enforcement and military, would have a wide selection and no trashy stuff, but Martin objected. "It's got ties to law enforcement. They have someone in there who talks to them. Until we know more about how things work here, that's not a good idea. Blade's a good choice for your weapons, if you can afford it. I've heard of them from people who've been here before." From their docking slot at Hub 2, Hub 4, with its multitude of arms merchants, could be reached by external shuttle or internal tram, with transfers. Blades, Bullets, and Bows, though in Hub 3, was reasonably close by tram, and on the way to Hub 4, where she planned to visit Millmart Exchange. One trip would be safer than several. Martin recommended she take Jim along as well as himself and Bea. "The boy's an obvious gawking tourist," Martin said. "He'll be a distraction to others, and anyway, he's got to get better shore clothes." Lastway Station was as bustling and colorful as Belinta had been quiet and dull. Despite the danger, Ky's heart lifted at the sight of hurrying pedestrians, bright shop entrances, exotic smells, the dock entrances of other ships, familiar and unfamiliar logos. She wanted to take off and explore, like any giddy apprentice on a first visit to other worlds. But she schooled her pace to a steady walk and managed not to gawk and point the way Jim was. They reached the Interhub tram stop without incident. Martin pointed out to Jim the kind of shore suit he should buy as soon as possible. Plain, dark, suitable for any of several occupations. Ky wondered if Jim was paying attention. His eyes were wide. The tram itself was much like those on any station. They bought 5-day passes and boarded one of the pressurized cars. Only one other passenger was in their car, a young girl with an obvious school bag. She was slumped in a corner, staring at her hand reader. The tram slid away from its stop, moving smoothly through the translucent transport tube between hubs. Ky craned her neck, trying to orient herself to the whole station, but it was impossible. Hubs 2 and 3 and their arms blocked most of her view. The planet below was beneath the car's opaque floor. Her stomach lurched as the tram spanned between the artificial gravity of Hub 2 and Hub 3. Then they were pulling into the Hub 3 tram stop as the usual voice synthesizer announced, "Approaching Hub 3 station. All Hub 3 passengers transfer here to Hub 3 radial trams. Approaching Hub 3 station. All Hub 3 passengers." The schoolgirl didn't look up as Ky and her crew members rose. Hub 3, where passenger liners docked, had a fancier tram station. Sound-reducing tiles covered the floor and walls in an attractive blue, green, and beige pattern. Instead of ticket machines, there was an information booth with a live clerk behind the window. Ky had already looked up the location of the shop, less than 100 meters from the tram station, so she turned right and found herself in a passage with obviously expensive shops on either side. Past a haberdashery, a jeweler's, a window display of fine china and crystal, a window with 2 lengths of velvet on which rested 3 silver salvers, she came to the windows of blade, bullet, and bow. On the right, a pair of swords like something out of legend leaned against tall black boots and a cocked hat with a plume. On the left, a fan-shaped array of arrows around a recurved bow. The door had no handle, just a button. Ky pushed it. The door opened. She faced a slender, middle-aged man, clean-shaven, in a gray suit as plain as her own and as well-tailored. Behind him, at a discreet distance, was another man whom Ky knew would be armed. "May I help you?" the man said. As he spoke, his gaze slid past her to Martin, Bea, and Jim, then back to her face. "I want to buy a personal weapon," Ky said. "Meaning no disrespect, madam. But if you are a stranger to this station, there are less expensive shops." "But not, I suppose, those carrying better quality," Ky said, smiling. "No, madam." "Would madam care to step in?" "I am Andrew Barris." He said that as if she should know the name. "Thank you," Ky said. "May my escort attend?" He looked past her again. Perhaps madam would feel secure with only one. "Of course," Ky said. She turned. "Martin, 2 of you can wait outside." "Bea, Jim, stay close to the shop," Martin said. Ky smiled again at the salesman. "You will, of course, wish to ensure that he is not armed." Now the smile widened. "Madame is perceptive. Arden, you may proceed." Martin quirked an eyebrow. "Standard arms, 11mm, shoulder holster. I presume you'd rather I didn't reach for it. Is that all?" "The only firearm, yes. Would you remove the holster harness?" "Be glad to." Martin removed his tunic and shrugged out of the harness. The store employee took it carefully, without touching Martin's weapon, and placed it on the counter before running a hand scanner over Martin. Then he nodded at his employer, who nodded at Ky. "How may we serve you?" was the next question. "I'm thinking a 10 or 11mm Rossi Smith, with whatever ammunition is legal for everyday carry on this station. Frangibles? Sputters?" The man's eyes widened just slightly. "Is this for yourself, madam, or your, escort?" "This would be for me," Ky said, smiling. "When I shoot someone, I expect them to stay down a while." He looked at her as if he wanted to say more, but didn't immediately speak. When he did, his voice was even softer. "We have a number of weapons of that caliber. We have 3 10mm Rossi Smiths in the shop at present. 2 are customized, one with rose gold inlay and floral carving on the grip. I'm sure Madame would like to see the one with rose designed. The plain one, please, Ky said. For just an instant, he stared. Wait one moment, please, he said. And if I could just have Madame's credit references. Cash, Ky said. She did not want some spy at the bank to know exactly what her weapons were. His eyebrows went up and his lips tensed. Ky went on. Perhaps you would be good enough to switch on the excellent site security I'm sure you have. I would then be glad to explain. His mouth was still tight, but he nodded, pressed a button, then brought out from beneath the desk one of the squat cylinders Ky recognized. The outer perimeter is now shielded to most scanners, he said. This completes the acoustic shielding, and the windows behind the display cases are one way. Is Madame satisfied? Thank you, Ky said. My name is Kylara Vatta. His lips twitched. She nodded. Yes, that Vatta family. As you clearly are aware, my family is under attack. I was in transit when the trouble started and know no more than what's in the news feeds. I have been informed that the local station considers Vatta corporate accounts unreliable and is demanding cash. I assumed that you would follow suit. If I have insulted your honor, please accept my apologies. His face softened. My dear, madam, I understand completely. If the local financial institutions have frozen Vatta accounts, then you are right. I'm sorry to say that because of our location, so far from the center of human space, we are unable to offer credit if local accounts are frozen. However, we would be pleased to accept barter if you do not, perhaps, have access to local supplies of cash. My cargo's selling, Ky said, and I've opened a separate account. I expect to have access to cash shortly. However, in addition to purchasing a weapon from you, I wanted to ask your advice on two things. First, I have some, family valuables that I could sell. But I have no idea who would give me an honest price. I have had to rely, so far, on assessors attached to immigration. I understand your concern, madam. As for the valuables, it depends on the type, items of historical value, or precious materials. Materials, Ky said. He glanced at her case. With you, perhaps? A portion, Ky said. She slipped her fingers into the pouch and removed one diamond. This, for instance. He nodded, showing no emotion. Quite nice, he said, as if customers laid diamonds on the counter every day. Perhaps they did. We can arrange immediate appraisal. The firm we use is certified by Interstellar Convention and bonded. Is that satisfactory? I'm already persuaded that your items are of sufficient value to cover any likely purchases. Quite, Ky said. He opened a drawer and laid the Rossi Smith on the pad in front of her. She picked up the weapon. Perfectly plain. The grip of some dark... Wood? She asked. It felt organic, but not quite like wood. No, madam. That is blood beast tusk from Exeron. It shares with old earth ivory the characteristic of remaining grippy even if one's hand should sweat. But it has much better impact resistant. Madam will note that the action is the classic 1701 model, rather than the newer 1900, which tends to develop a stick with repeated rapid fire, Ky said. Exactly, he said, smiling. Perhaps Madame would like to try it out on our range? Indeed, yes, Ky said. She followed him through a curtain, down a narrow passage, and then into a two-person gallery. Here he offered ear protectors, goggles, and discreet assistance. The rounds he gave her were clearly marked target rounds. She loaded, lined up, and fired. The trigger pull had just enough resistance, and the recoil with the target round was negligible. Her first 3 shots were in a line left to right, across the middle of the target. "Drat," she said mildly. "It's been too long." "Not bad," he said, "but you were rushing." She tried again, this time remembering all the tricks her father had taught her, and produced a tight cluster. "Better," he said, as if he were her instructor. He probably was. "You are aware, madam, of the difficulty of hitting targets in variable G." It was something they'd studied in the academy. Ky remembered the frustration on that trip to the academy's own orbiting training station. "Oh, yes," she said, perhaps a bit too fervently. "Lucky I'm not going to be shooting at anyone who's not shooting at me." She took another clip of target rounds, loaded, and placed the group in half the area of the last one. "Very nice, madam. Now, station regulations limit the permissible ammunition loads to frangibles and chemical immobilizers. Sputters. Rounds with total delivery force small enough to avoid structural damage to the station, of course. For this model, we recommend the Rossi-approved PF for a frangible round, and the CPF, which encapsulates the latest legal release of an immobilizer marker combination. Dispersal is limited by droplet size to within a meter of the impact point, so there is minimal collateral involvement. Does the station management have a preference? Some criminals do wear protective gear, which of course limits the utility of the frangible rounds. Personal armor, Ky said. I meant to ask about that too. We carry protective gear, of course, in a range of size and price points. I'd better take a look, Ky said. And yes, I'll take this one. How much trouble did she expect to have? I'll take another 2 clips to sight in with, and then 5 each of PF and CPF, and perhaps a holster and concealed carry permit. The background check is, I assure madam, brief and discreet. If madam's escort does not already have one, it would be advisable to obtain one for him as well. She had not carried a weapon on her person except for forays into the woods back home, where a very obvious holster on the hip was fine. I'm thinking, she said with a smile, reaching for the next clip. Her bill mounted up. Weapon, ammunition, carrying case, cleaning kit. Alas, madam, no one has ever been able to make a firearm perfectly self-cleaning. Permit to carry openly or concealed, and finally the wearable protection. Here the top-grade torso armor was so thin and flexible that she found it hard to believe it would do any good. Barris put it over a human form whose base wobbled when he nudged it, stood it up in one of the lanes, and fired at it. The torso model on its pole barely moved, the armor stiffened, changed color, and the light towel he hung around the back appeared scorched brown when he lifted it to show her. One-way heat radiation, madam. Substantially reduces impact effect as well as protecting against penetration. Only recently licensed for civilian use, though supposedly it's been available in the black market for several years. Not that I would trust my life to that version. His expression reminded Ky of a cat that had accidentally stepped in something abhorrent. She tried on one of the vests in her size, not much heavier than a wool vest and surprisingly comfortable. It fit invisibly under her business suit. Serious assassins go for the head, of course, Barris said apologetically. We can't armor that without being obvious, which I gather is not madam's desire. I would prefer to be inconspicuous, yes, Ky said. We can offer basic torso protection to your security personnel at competitive prices. After all, the profit on what you're getting for yourself covers our cost of stocking it, went unsaid. Merchant to merchant, Ky looked at him. He smiled. She smiled back. Well, if someone took a shot at her people while she was getting from here to Hub 4, she would feel guilty for leaving them unprotected. Economy is a factor, she said. Of course, madam. I shall be glad to call up the current price points from the other on-station dealers. Quite all right, Ky said. No need to say she had already. He would assume she had. Somewhat to her surprise, just one of Aunt Gracie's diamonds covered the entire cost with credit left over. Fitting Martin with a conventional vest took only a few minutes, but when Ky went to call Jim and Bea inside, they were no longer near the door. Instead, Jim was crouched near the display window of the china shop with Bea standing over him. What's wrong? Ky asked. Are you all right? I am, but look at this. He turned and stood, cradling in his arms a small black and white animal with stiff, spiky fur. Someone's been messing it about. I found it in the rubbish bin, trying to get out. What is that? Ky asked. Bright black eyes, little black nose, and the moist pink tongue that suggested old Earth origin. Hairy, so a mammal of some kind. She glanced around and saw that Jim had indeed dismantled a rubbish bin to get it out, leaving trash strewn about. And you'd better clean up the mess you made before someone finds us for littering. Jim stared at her as if she'd said she didn't know what 2 + 2 was. It's a puppy, he said. A terrier puppy. Here. You can hold him while I pick this up. He shoved the wriggling little animal into her arms and turned. The puppy promptly fastened onto Ky's hand with sharp little teeth. Ow, she said. Bea came up beside her. Here. I expect now we're in trouble for harboring an unlicensed animal on station. But at least we can contain it. And it bites, Ky added, as the puppy fastened its teeth on Bea's thumb. I noticed, Bea said, but he was grinning, prying open the puppy's jaws to retrieve his thumb. He offered the puppy the cuff of his suit, and the puppy worried it, growling. I hope it doesn't piddle on you, Ky said. Jim stuffed the last of the trash back into the container and slid the lid on. Come on, she said to him. Let's get you fitted. Some guard you are, Martin muttered to Bea as Ky led Jim back to the shop. He had retrieved his weapon and followed her out. What did you think you were doing? When she came back, trailed by Jim, Bea had the puppy cradled along one arm, upside down, and was stroking its belly. He handed it to Jim, reluctantly it seemed, while Martin rolled his eyes. Fitting Bea also took only a short time. Ky accepted her change in local currency and excused herself. She arrived outside just in time to see an obvious station guard staring at the sight with disgust. The guard moved across the passage toward them. You there, he said. Do you have a license for that animal? Chapter 7. This had not been part of her plan. It's not our, Ky said, but Jim blurted, Not yet. She glared at him. You'll have to come along now, the guard said, flicking open what Ky was sure was a combination comm unit and data entry. Exposing the station to an unlicensed animal? Where are you people from, anyway? His gaze roved over Jim's unattractive rumpled Belinta tunic, which Ky noticed failed to completely conceal his brand-new armor. The guard's gaze sharpened. Wearing armor, eh? And you're carrying a weapon. Now he was glaring at Ky. She tilted her head back to the doorway of blade, bullet, and bow. We've just come out and put the animal in the waste can while you were in there. Do you have any idea? I didn't put it there, Jim said. It was in there, whimpering and scratching, poor thing, and I couldn't leave it. Is that true? The guard asked Ky. I was inside, Ky said. I didn't hear it. When I came out, he was holding it. Uh-huh. Well, it's in your possession now. And if this is your employee, you're responsible for it, and for not having a proper license and health papers for it. And how about a license for that weapon? Ky fished her new license out of her pocket. Here. He glanced at it. All right then, come along to the office and take care of this. He glared at the puppy. Never argue with law enforcement in the street, her father had told her. Go pleasantly along to the office, cooperate, and you'll be done much faster. So probably it was only seeming to take an hour, Ky thought, to follow the guard along the passage, past stores that changed gradually from the upper margin of the upper crust to the solid commercial filling of any major space station that saw a lot of traffic. And there was the guard office for this arm of Hub 3, with its hull-quality door standing wide open. "What is this, Mally?" asked the man behind the desk. "Unlicensed animal. Claim they found it in a trash bin, but it seems to know him." The guard jerked a thumb at Jim, who still cradled the puppy along his forearm. It looked asleep. "Fines 200 credits a day. Crate license 50 credits. Out-of-crate license 100 credits. Both require health certificate available from any on-station veterinarian, and you can look them up in the business directory using a public access comm line, or if it's not your animal, or you wish it destroyed, that will be 200 credits fine, 10 credits disposal fee, payable immediately by cash or approved credit line only." The desk clerk rattled this off in a rapid monotone, then looked up. Name? Ship name. Names of all persons who have contacted this... whatever it is. "Jim Hakusar from Gary Tobai. I'm the one who found it in the trash container. He was crying and trying to get out." "And you are?" The clerk looked at Bia. "Bia Chalk, same ship." "Gordon Martin, same ship." "Captain Vatta, Gary Tobai," Ky said. "Ah, you're armed, Mally says. What's your permit number?" Ky handed the permit over. Not in the database. What's the date on this?" "Oh, today. I guess you won't have any trouble paying the fines for your pet then, will you? Shopping at Blades? Though, if it's not really yours, you'd be smart to let us get rid of it." "No," Jim said. Ky looked at him. "You can't let them kill a puppy," he said. "What do we need with a puppy?" Ky asked. Jim gave her a stricken look. "Dogs can be useful," Martin said. "Dockside, I mean. This one's very small." "He's a puppy," Jim said. "He'll grow. I'll bet he'll be fierce." "He won't be much trouble," Bia murmured. Ky looked at him in surprise. She hadn't known Bia had any interest in animals. "Up to you," the clerk said. "There's also the mandatory decontamination and observation period for personnel in contact with an unlicensed animal lacking health papers. You can locate the nearest clinic in the business directory using any public access comm link." The puppy opened one limpid eye, squirmed, and piddled down Jim's front. An astonishing amount of money later, Ky looked at her protectors with less than favor. "You two made enough commotion that any enemy we might have now knows where we are, what we're wearing, and that I'm armed. Next time, just smash a window and start screaming obscenities, why don't you?" "All right," Jim said, looking worried. "But how do I know when?" Ky appealed to deities she'd heard of and didn't believe in. The puppy, now listed as Puddles in the vet's database, was being inspected, disinfected, and would be delivered the next day. The vet had informed her that it was almost certainly a purebred, a Jack Russell Terrier. She privately thought of it as another kind of Jack-something terrier, but didn't mention that. She and the others had been through a standard decontamination procedure, which had turned the damp patch on Jim's tunic bright blue, though the technician insisted it would return to normal color later. "It's coming out of your salary," she reminded Jim. He and Bea had agreed to split the cost of the fines and vet care. "He'll be a help," Jim said. "He can guard the dockside like Martin said." "Not until it's grown," Ky said. "And puppies that size don't grow into guard dogs." She plugged into another link and called the ship on a secure line. Quincy answered. "We're fine, Quincy. Just had to see a man about a dog." "No, really. Jim found a stray puppy and had to rescue it." "I thought that was your strategy," Quincy said, with a bite that Ky recognized as relief. "Not this time," Ky said. "We're just now leaving Hub 3 for Hub 4. I'll check in when we get there." "Wait, you have messages?" "A sealed hard copy from someone named Mac Robert, originating at Slaughter Key, and a call from that security firm, Bardium. They said call them back." Mac Robert again? What did Master Sergeant Mac Robert of the Slaughter Key Space Force Academy want with her? "How big is the package?" Ky asked. "Small, not too heavy. You think it's a trap or something?" "No, just put it in my cabin. I'll get to it later." "Well, Bardium really wanted you to call back." Ky muttered, but took down the number and called them. "Captain Vatta," the voice on the phone. "Our dockside staff reported that you left the secured area. Did you not wish an escort?" She was about to refuse when she thought to ask Martin. "You can send Jim back. Tell him to buy some clothes on the way. And have the escort meet us," he said. "I'd like a chance to assess their personnel." "Fine." Ky turned back to the comm booth. "I'm presently at Hub 3, second ring, green sector. I'm on my way to Hub 4. If your agent meets me at the tram station, we prefer to have the operative meet the subject at a secure location." She was already behind schedule. She did not want to return to the Garda station to meet an escort. But surely Millmart counted as a secure location. "Millmart Exchange," she said. "How's that? Otherwise it'll be after I get back to the ship, some hours from now." "That will be adequate," the voice said. "We supply our operatives with the usual identification kits." "You are not at a secured comm outlet now." "No," Ky said. "I'm sure Millmart has one." "All right, we will provide you with the operative's code there." Ky shook her head as she turned away. "What?" Bea asked. "Just the day. Jim, you head back to the ship. You have your tram pass, right? I know Martin suggested you buy clothes on the way, but I'd rather have you safe on the ship. In fact, Martin, should Jim go back alone? Shouldn't I send Bea with him?" "No, he should be fine for now," Martin said. "You're more likely to be attacked than he is. I'd rather have backup with us." Ky turned to Jim again. "Remember what Martin told you. Be careful. Go straight back. No more puppies, kittens, lost children, or whatever else comes into your path." "Martin, their agent will meet me at Millmart." "I'll bet it's a trick," Jim said. Ky eyed him with disfavor. "Nothing like your trick of getting us in trouble with the law," she said. "Go on now. I want you back on the ship by the time I call Quincy from Hub 4. The tram to the next hub was much the same, though this time their car held 2 women chatting, both with small children in tow, and a man in a ship suit with a Nevers ship patch. With them in line was another woman with a small child, who greeted the first 2 cheerfully and sat down in the next row. From their greetings, Ky learned that they met every 10 days, taking their children to a play area on Hub 5. She watched one of the children wipe a sticky red hand along the seat, leaving a smear. "Now, Donald, what do you think wipes are for?" said one woman, cleaning up the smear and handing the child the wipe. He tried to stuff it into his mouth, and she took it away. At Hub 4, Ky stepped out and spotted the next mother of the bunch, with the baby in arms and a pair of twins clinging to her legs. Behind her, the Hub 4 station was even plainer than that in Station 2. Gray industrial flooring, cream tile walls. When they came out into the passage, it had none of the amenities of Hub 3. Signs advertised ship stores. None, Ky was sure, with gold-eyed raspberries or fancy sliced meats. Hand and power tools, parts and fittings, navigation software, navigation hardware, tech modules for cranial implants, ship suits and patches. Ky paused to call and let Quincy know they'd arrived, checked the directory display to be sure she was oriented correctly, and led the way down the passage. Here were the front offices of the yards that performed major repairs and replaced spacecraft engines or entire environmental systems. Ky had checked the location she wanted before she left her own ship, and knew they had to work their way inward 2 rings and then left. Just behind the shops to their left were the warehouses of Millmart. But the access was somewhere else. She assumed it gave the Millmart surveillance ample time to collect good, clear images before someone arrived on their doorstep. Or whatever they had instead. They had passed the first ring crossing and were almost to the next when Ky's eye was caught by a familiar symbol. Here? She looked again. A narrow storefront bore the neat legend, McKinsey Military Assistance Corporation. Your problems, our solution. She slowed. It was one of a row of storefronts, all of which appeared to be mercenary offices. Between Barclay's Best, Got War, Get the Best, Barclays, and Answenia Military Advisors. Experience counts. Now that's interesting, Bia said. What? Martin said. He followed their gaze. Oh, mercenaries. Which group was it you ran into, ma'am? McKinsey, Ky said. Martin nodded and said nothing more. She wondered if these McKinseys had heard about Sabine, about her. Surely they had. Surely if Vatta was completely destroyed, she could always join them, as they'd offered before. She pushed that thought away. Vatta would survive. She would ensure that Vatta survived. The nagging question of how she ignored for the moment. Around the corner to the left, large red letters announced the entrance to Millmart Exchange in 3 languages. Armed guards, not the station Garda, stood outside. A steady stream of customers went in and out. There it is, said Bia. What are you going to get, Captain? What we can afford, Ky said, which certainly won't be all I want or all we need. The guards at the door seemed to pay no attention to her, but just inside the entrance to Millmart was a check station where Ky gave her customer ID number. She and her entourage then put on ID wristbands, and a door opened that led into a room of vid screens. You can look at the catalog here, and if there's something you want, ring for assistance to go back into the back and look at it. There are secured comm links if you need to check with your financial institution. Ky called back to Bardium and exchanged recognition codes with the office, then told a Millmart employee that if anyone asked for ambergris, it was for her. The employee nodded with such complete boredom that Ky realized a lot of people probably made contact here in this well-lighted, well-guarded place. Then she turned to the catalog. Her first look almost made her gasp. There were no circumlocutions. The main divisions were Ordnance, Defensive, Ordnance, Offensive, Ordnance Control Systems, Defensive Hardware and Software, Small Arms, and IFF Systems. Each was divided into ship-based, space non-ship-based, and ground-based. She was partway down Ordnance, Defensive, Ship-based, Self-powered, when she spotted familiar names and numbers. She blinked. The Slaughter Key Space Force would choke if they knew their supposedly first-run ship weapons were being sold to anyone with the money out there. Thornbat missiles? She scrolled through to defensive hardware and software, deep pilot stealthing systems. This couldn't be surplus. Scuttlebutt at the Academy had been that funding was too short for deep pilot to be installed on all the cruisers, let alone the smaller ships. She glanced at Martin at an adjoining station. His face looked grimmer than usual. She wondered what he thought, finding his world's advanced weaponry for sale to anyone with enough credits. The catalog seemed to have something from everyone's arsenal. In fact, items coded as FMPR in the catalog turned out to be manufactured by Farm Power on Sabine. Ground-based armored vehicles and heavy equipment for preparing landing sites and fortifications. Nothing from Belinta. She had scrolled to the list of source manufacturers, but dozens of other systems had contributed their bit. She wondered if it was all stolen, but the important thing was, enough money and you could outfit a small fleet from here. Considering those mercenary offices, quite possibly several someones, did. Not that everyone could afford it. She blinked again at the prices, mentally calculating what she had to spend. Not enough, not nearly enough. She'd been taught that war was expensive. She'd memorized the estimated costs given in class. The Riandai incursion, 2.3 times as costly as the Belaconte uprising. But she'd never considered what it might take to convert one small ship from an old, slow, unarmed trader to a fast, powerful raider. All Aunt Gracie's diamonds wouldn't put a dent in her wish list. Raider? She paused, not really seeing the page of display in front of her. She had come here looking for ways to protect the ship from Vatta's enemies. When had her intentions slipped sideways into something like raider? Dangerously close to pirate, that was. Privateer, came a whisper in her mind. If she had authorization from the government. But what else was there for one captain and one small vessel? Nothing she could put on the ship. Even if she could afford the stealth package, the point defense missile system and its software, and a faster in-system drive, would really protect them against the kind of enemies she seemed to face. She couldn't trade effectively while evading pursuit. Good cargo ships were predictable, reliable. That's what customers paid for. On-time delivery. Guarantees of complete cargo. Captain, Bia spoke suddenly. Yes, Bia, she said, not looking at him, seeing instead the narrowing funnel of choices facing her. None of them good. If she could not use her ship as Vatta had always used their ships, what could she do with it? With her crew? With that idiot puppy? Could she really become a raider? Her mind shied away from pirate and attack other ships? And if she could, mentally, take that on, what would it take in resources? If you can give me a budget, I can prioritize upgrades on the basic functions, Bia said. That's what I'm thinking about, Ky said. Maybe we should have waited until we sold our cargo, so we'd know what our resources are. I can estimate, but this is not a place where I want to come up short. I see that. The cargo's selling, though, isn't it? I certainly hope so. Let me just check with the ship and see how it's going. She signed on to the secure comm again and called her crew. More offers are coming in, Elaine said. The only other trade ship in the past 2 weeks had a totally different cargo mix, so the market's on our side. Good, Ky said. You've got the account number for deposits? Excuse me, Captain Vatta? That was a Milmart employee. There's a person wishing to speak to you. He says he's from Bardham Security Services, and he gave the correct countersign. Thanks, Ky said. I'll come out. Bia, you wait here. I won't be long. Then to Elaine. Go on and make the best deals you can. We want to move the Lenora consignments first. I'll be back in a few hours. Back through the door into the anteroom with Martin at her heels, Barnum Security Services outfitted its agents in brown with green facings. Willem Turnish was a little taller than Ky, appeared to be middle-aged but fit, with warm brown eyes. "Captain Vatta," he held out a data pack. "Yes," Ky said. "Your code, please." He rattled it off, word and number both. Ky replied with hers, and then inspected the data pack. Name, height, weight, thumb scan. She held it out and he pressed his thumb to the plate, which flashed green, so he was what he claimed to be. She handed the data pack back and glanced at Martin. His face conveyed no message at all. "I'll probably be another hour here," she said. "You can wait out here, or if there's a cafe nearby." "I'll wait here," Turnish said, gesturing to a bench along one wall. "Fine," Ky said. When she came back to the terminals, she turned to Martin. "Well?" He shook his head. "He's a professional. He's armed, he has the right codes. I can't tell how competent he is from that brief encounter, but he has the look of someone with experience. I can tell more after we've been on the street with him." Ky turned to Bia. "Bia, if you went back to the ship, now you've seen the catalog, you could discuss with Quincy what they've got and how it might fit our hull. And you could get Elaine's best guess on what our cargo might bring." "If you're sure, Captain," Bia said. "Martin's with me," Ky said. "With the escort, that's two. Two should be enough. Besides, I'm wearing armor now, and I've got my new toy." She patted the holster. "More dangerous than you look," Bia said, grinning. "I'll be off then." Ky turned back to the catalog. If she bought the defensive suite, item number 34-500-89357, then she could just, maybe, afford the single launcher installation, item number 68-4322-7639. But the only reason to have a launcher was to attack other ships, other defenseless ships. A single launcher was too puny to go against real warships or better-armed pirates. She could not do it. To become a pirate, a thief, that would end Vatta. Even if she herself lived, became wealthy, tried to reconstitute the organization. If Slaughter Key had turned on her family, a mystery that she could not solve here and now, they would certainly not authorize her to be a privateer. Nor did she have the resources to make a living on the run without raiding. She would have to... To what? Admit they were all doomed? Not that either. Run? Run where? To another sector, far across the spaces where Vatta had traded? Back to the old worlds her family had once fled? Out to the unknown worlds beyond the rift? She leaned her head on her hand, refusing all those choices, and unable to think of any others. No, she had to think, and she could not think. The self she had been in the crisis at Sabine, the self who had taken quick, decisive action, seemed to have vanished, leaving a sour confusion behind. Sighing, she stretched and exited the catalog to look at the information on purchase agreements. She could put items on hold with no deposit for 24 hours, or with a deposit for up to 5 days. In hard, cold, rational analysis, they needed that defensive suite in any case. In fact, they needed a better one. Item 35-4571-983324 would be ideal. But the catalog listed only one in stock. She put a hold on it, no deposit. That at least would give her time to think. Could Quincy install it? Would they have to find someone else who could? Back to the list. If offensive ordnance was too expensive and only good for preying on others, what about defensive? Ordnance, defensive, ship. Ky looked down the list. If they had Slaughter Key ordnance, maybe they'd have... Yes, mines, self-powered auto-stabilizing, model 87-TR-5003. Top of the line, as far as senior students at the academy knew. Compared to the other ordnance, mines were economical, even cheap, nor did they take up much space. If you understood how to use them, and she had written a paper on the use of passive and active defensive systems, including mines, they could be very effective. Of course, there were a lot of complications, including the inherent instability of anything in space. Mines drifted with gravitational forces, and eventually their self-powered ability to correct their drift wore out, leaving lethal hazards scattered in unknowable locations. But Ky was willing to make the universe more hazardous for others, if it would save her own ship. She put a hold on the mines, too. If she took that defensive suite, she could just barely afford 15 mines. You can't ever have too much ammunition, one of her instructors had said. Maybe some of their cargo would bring premium prices. She collected Martin, checked out of the catalog viewing area, and picked up her escort. He preceded her to the exit, and certainly seemed to be competent in his check of the passage outside. Unlike the hapless Jim, he would not be plucking puppies from waste cans. That thought reminded her of another errand. "Do you know a shop near here, or on our way back to the Interhub tram, that carries pet supplies?" she asked. "Pet supplies?" It was an unusual question, but he didn't have to sound that amused. "Pet supplies," she said again. "We have acquired a, puppy. It'll be released from quarantine tomorrow." "Let me check." He looked momentarily blank, accessing his implant. Then he nodded. "Bioexotics down this way," he said, gesturing to a cross passage ahead of them. Above the official numbered designation, someone had added a pink and green sign with Willow Lane in curly letters. "It's lunchtime," Martin said quietly. "How about a stop for something to eat?" Ky glanced at him. He'd mentioned before the security risks of public eating places. Was this part of his assessment of their escort? Ky started to refuse, but her own stomach growled. "There's a cafe on the corner," her escort said. "Fine, a quick lunch then." Martin didn't say anything, and when she looked at him, his face was impassive. The cafe was not crowded in the post-lunch period, but the smells from the kitchen were all good. Mindful of Martin's earlier lecture, she went to a table against a wall and placed herself with the wall at her back. Martin sat on her right, facing the door squarely. Turnish flanked her, sitting across from Martin, which put his back to the door, but facing the kitchen hatch. She offered Turnish a meal. He said he'd eaten before he came on duty. Even though she was paying for his time, Ky felt subtly pressured by his solid demeanor, as if she were eating in front of an instructor. An escort shouldn't involve himself in chit-chat, true, but Turnish radiated patience at a level that felt impatient. Ky worked her way through a delicious soup and fresh-baked bread that made it clear how this cafe stayed in business. Martin, she noticed, had inhaled a thick sandwich while hardly taking his gaze off the door. Out in Willow Lane, late first shift meant almost no traffic. Turnish led the way past open shop doors in which no one appeared. A succession of small businesses, laundry and cleaners, bakery, used clothing stores, hand tool repair, sign studio. It could have been an afternoon in a small town. Ky relaxed. Yes, it would be easy for an assassin to set up on a quiet street, but who knew she'd be coming down this way? Any rational assassin would assume she'd head straight back to her ship. "Look out!" Turnish said suddenly and started to turn toward her. Ky dove for the deck. Shoving Turnish aside, he fell beside her. The first two shots missed all of them by a meter. Ky glanced back at Martin. He had his weapon out and squeezed off a shot as she watched. She braced herself on her elbows and looked for her target. There, peeking out of the doorway of Andy's tailor shop ahead of them. She squeezed off one round of CPF. She saw the assailant's body jerk, withdraw, then topple slowly out onto the passage. The weapon fell with a clatter. A familiar surge of satisfaction pulsed through her. No time for that. Ky looked for cover and the backup. There would be another. Whoever was doing this would not have hired a single shooter. Nothing. No one came to the door of the shop, of any shop, to look. She could feel the hairs standing up on the back of her neck. A doorway to the right gaped empty only a meter or so away. She tapped Turnish's leg with one hand, looking past him for more trouble. "Move to cover," she said. 4 o'clock, I'll cover you. "I don't think so," Turnish said, rolling over. Her breath stopped as she stared down the bore of his weapon. "That's really big," ran through her head in a soprano squeak. The man grinned. "Checkmate, Vatta. Game over." She could not move fast enough. Her weapon was offline, aimed at where trouble had been, not where it was. She knew she could not move fast enough, and that knowledge made it impossible to move at all. He kept smiling, clearly aware of her thoughts, her fear, of her weapon's position. Her throat was dry. Icy sweat trickled down her spine. Martin couldn't possibly... But then noise blasted her ears, and the man's head exploded in a spray of blood and brains before she even saw what it was Martin was doing. Breath rushed back into her lungs in a gasp. Ky swiped at the mess on her face. "You..." "I wasn't sure until he turned on you," Martin said. "Sorry. He could have been just careless about the cafe. Get on into that doorway." Still no alarm. The passage might have been empty. Perhaps it was. Perhaps everyone had been paid to go have a mid-shift snack or something. The dead man's weapon lay farther away than Ky expected, with his hand still on it. Martin must have fired 2 shots then. That fast? Not that it mattered now. What mattered now was getting some official help. Cautiously, she eased into the doorway she'd spotted and looked for a comm port. The one in the red booth 3 shops down was far too exposed, but most stations had them in more discreet locations as well. Before she located one, she heard the shrill whistle of approaching law enforcement. Chapter 8. "Too bad," Martin murmured. "I suppose we're in it for the traditional bad quarter hour." "I hope it's only that," Ky said. "We've already been a problem twice today." "Yes, you'll have quite a reputation when we're done here," he said. It wasn't quite a chuckle. "You're remarkably calm for someone who just killed someone and was nearly killed herself. Is it calm, or are you in shock?" "I'm supposed to know?" Ky said. "I don't feel panicky, if that's what you mean. A little worried about the men with the uniforms. I presume you've been told how to behave when arrested." "Oh, yes, but I'd just as soon not spend another hour face down on the floor, like I did on Belinta." "On Belinta? But you were nearly killed on Belinta." "And one of the men who tried to kill me was thoroughly killed." "By?" "Me," Ky said. "I thought you knew." "No. I heard about the mutineers on your ship. I knew this wasn't your first." "The first for this weapon," Ky said, tucking it back into its holster as the first guard came into view. Martin had already holstered his. The Garda, another 2 had entered from the far end, were fully armored, weapons out. Someone out of sight had a loud hailer. "Anyone in this area, come out with your hands up." "That's us," Ky said. "Here we go." She put her hands up and stepped out of the doorway, Martin beside her, hoping that no other sniper remained. Her skin tightened, but no one shot her. "Any more of you?" asked the loud hailer. Whoever had it must also have a view of the passage. "No," Ky said. "Not on our side." The armed guards moved in. "Armed?" one of them asked. "Yes," Ky said. "Automatic in waist holster. 3 rounds fired, safety's on." One of the guards plucked it out gingerly and put it in a safe hanging from his shoulder. "Yes," Martin said with a glance at her. "Shoulder holster, standard arms 11mm, and the safety is on." The guard removed his weapon and dropped it into the safe as well. He turned back to Ky. "ID?" "Kylara Vatta of Tobai," Ky said. "This is my crewman, Gordon Martin." After a moment, the guard said, "You've had contact with the law twice already today. An altercation at your dockside and possession of an unlicensed animal." "We found that unlicensed animal," Ky said. "And I suppose you just found some dead bodies?" "No, we were coming along this passage when someone started shooting at us. We hit the deck. I got that one." Ky nodded to the body in the street some 30 meters away. "And this one, who was assigned to me by Bardium Security, supposedly a fully licensed escort guard." He turned on me, close range. "Excuse me?" The back of Ky's neck prickled, a signal she was in no mood to ignore. "Could we go to the station, please? 2 people tried to kill me today. I'd like to get off the street and into cover." "You're scared with all of us here?" The sneer was palpable. "Yes," Ky said, "and with some reason, I believe. I am willing, no, eager, to give a full report, but I'd rather not be shot in the head while standing out here in easy range of anyone in any of these shops." The man made no response at first. Ky assumed he was getting instructions through an implant or his helmet comm. In a few moments, he said, "All right, we're taking you in. Hands on your head." The Garda station was around the curve from where they'd been, in the direction they'd been walking. No one else appeared until they were out of sight of the carnage behind. There, a curious crowd had gathered behind a taped perimeter. The guards answered no questions, but hurried Ky and Martin on until they were inside the station. There, since nothing had shown on the auto scanner as they came in, they were allowed to lower their hands. "You're getting quite a reputation, Captain Vatta," said the person behind the desk. "Illegal biologicals, assaults, murder." "Self-defense," Ky said. "Attempted murder on their part, and what I hope is impersonation for which Bardium is legally responsible." "So you say," the man said. "An investigating officer will be here shortly to take your statements. You can wait in there." He jerked his head toward a doorway. "I need to inform my ship," Ky said. "They're expecting us to return." He scowled at her. "You're under suspicion." "Of course," Ky said. "But there's no reason to panic my crew, is there? After all, I'm still responsible for them. I'm sure you'd rather not have them involved in any other incidents." "You can use the public comm outlet there," he said. "Go on, Martin. I'll be with you shortly," Ky said. Martin nodded and preceded one of the Garda down a hall. Ky gave the ship's code. "Tobai, cargo specialist Barakal speaking." Seely looked calm, so Ky hoped that meant nothing had happened while she was gone. "Oh, Captain, sorry, the screen didn't show your ID at first." "That's all right. Is Quincy there? Has Bea come back?" "No, Captain. Quincy's gone out to one of the Chandlers to select rations. She took Jim with her. She's not alone. Bea called in to say he was having lunch on Hub 3. Do you want Mehar? She's in engineering." "No, that's all right, but I've run into some problems. We were attacked on the way back from out here. I want all ship personnel to return to the ship at once and stay there. Who else is out?" Besides you and Martin, just Jim, Bea, and Quincy. Captain, are you all right? I'm fine, but I'd like you to contact Quincy and Bea. Get Mayhar to do it by implant, and have them return immediately. I'll be tied up here in the Hub 4 Garda station a while, probably some hours, but she can try to contact me here. I don't know if they'll put calls through. Just sit tight. Yes, Captain. I do have some good news on the cargo side. Elaine got quite a profit on one part of the Lenora cargo. That's fine, Ky said, but I'd rather not discuss that on this line. I'm using the public comm at the guard station. I'll call again when I can. Yes, Captain. Ky signed off, smiled at the still scowling man behind the desk, and went into the waiting room, furnished with a bench, narrow table, and 2 chairs. Martin sat on the bench with his usual composure, radiating calm patience despite the smears of blood and dirt on his clothes. He gave her a pleasant smile. Ky was sure she looked worse than he did. The stench of blood and brains on her face was nauseating. One of the armed guards followed them and stood by the door. Is there a toilet? Ky asked. You'll have to wait until forensics has tested your clothes, the guard said. They didn't have long to wait. The man who came through the door introduced himself as Inspector Grant. We'll need to do some forensics tests on your clothes, he said. If you'll follow my assistant here into the changing area, this won't take long, and then I can take your statements. He had 2 assistants, 1 male and 1 female, both humods with low-pressure adaptations. Ky disrobed under the eye of the female and handed her suit over, changing into the simple gray coverall provided. Now we'll need to test your hands, the woman said. She took the sack with Ky's clothes and led her to another room, where a technician sat behind a machine with a slot in the front. Ky put her hands in the slot as directed, and after a minute or 2, the technician nodded. The technician wiped her face with a cloth and took a blood sample. Then the woman led her back to the waiting room, having handed over the sack to the technician. If you need the toilet, you can use it now, the woman said. I'd like to wash my face, Ky said. Is that all right? Yes, the woman said. In the washroom, Ky scrubbed all the visible bits off her face and wished she could wash her hair. Even as she brushed it with the packet of dry wash, it didn't feel clean. What she really needed was a long, hot shower. She used the facilities, then scrubbed her hands again. When she emerged, she went back to the waiting room and sat down across from Inspector Grant. You've had a bad day, I gather, he said pleasantly enough. So, Captain Vatta, suppose you tell me what happened, starting with... Let's start with when you left the Garda station on Hub 3 after arranging for that animal to go into quarantine. Ky related her travels as best she could. Grant asked for descriptions of the people on various trams. Why did you elect to walk back that way? He asked, when she told about turning down the passage where they were attacked. Didn't it occur to you that staying in the main thoroughfare might be safer? My escort, Willem Turnish. I had asked if he knew of a place that carried pet supplies. If we were going to be stuck with that puppy, we needed some. He said there was a shop called Bio-Exotics on Willow Lane. In fact, Ky continued, he recommended the cafe, Murphy's, where we ate lunch. Murphy's has a good reputation, Grant said. Do you think they'll remember you? I think so. It wasn't very busy when we were there. I remember which table. Anyway, we started down Willow Lane, and the passage cleared out after a while. We were walking along fairly quickly, and I was looking at storefronts, reading the names and numbers. Then Turnish said, "Look out," and I was diving for cover when the first 2 shots came. We were all on the ground when the next shot came. Then I had my weapon out. I got the one up ahead and told Turnish to take cover in the nearest doorway while I covered him. And he rolled over and had a weapon aimed at my head. I was so stunned I couldn't move. He was too close, and I was stretched out, my weapon pointing away from him. You're sure it was Turnish? Absolutely, Ky said. He'd been with me the whole time, never more than an arm's length away. So what happened then? Next thing I knew, Martin bobbed up and shot him. I don't suppose Turnish knew he was armed, or could move that fast. Then we got into that doorway and waited until the guards showed up. You have a license for your weapon, Grant said. They checked that at the other guard station, but your crewman. Do you know if he has a concealed carry permit? Yes, Ky said. I arranged for that when I purchased mine, along with my weapon, at Blades on Hub 3. And you were both wearing torso armor? Yes, Ky said, also purchased today at Blades. We had some reason to expect trouble, as I'm sure you know. But my real concern, Ky said, is that someone I hired from a bonded protection company tried to kill me. He had all the right recognition codes, the one the company provided to me. Does this mean the company is bent? Or are they missing a legitimate agent? I assure you we will investigate that aspect, Grant said. They say they did dispatch an escort named William Turnish, but we don't know yet if the dead man really is Turnish. He shook his head. Do you know why he warned you? If he was part of the plan to kill you, that doesn't make sense. Ky had not thought of that. I don't know, she said. Unless, Grant said, he set it up so it could look like someone else shot you. Though that seems complicated. Tell me how he came to you. Had you arranged for an escort with Bardium? They contacted my ship. A message was relayed to me, and I called the number provided. They said their dockside personnel had noticed I went out and asked if I wanted an escort. It was something I'd mentioned to them before. Why? He sighed. I don't know yet. I'm just trying to understand what exactly happened. Preliminary forensics confirms that the individual in the doorway of Andes fired the 3 rounds we found on site, and that those rounds were fired before the ones that killed him. How else, Ky wondered, but didn't say. Forensics cannot confirm that the individual known to you as Willem Turnish was in fact menacing you with his weapon before your crewmen shot him. We are experiencing difficulty in obtaining uncorrupted vid surveillance data from that area. It looks as if someone intended to insert a very different scenario. But we tapped into the system too quickly. His smile now was predatory. We are not happy to find that someone is attempting to corrupt our surveillance. That would be very bad, Ky said. Yes, at any rate, the evidence at this point does not support holding you in custody, even though you might be safer here than out on the streets. Though it's clear from both your stories that your crewman Martin shot and killed this Turnish fellow. The previous threats against your family suggest that it's not that unlikely he was trying to kill you. Therefore, I'm willing to release him as well into your custody. Excuse me a moment. He left the room. Ky leaned back. The gray jumpsuit smelled of harsh institutional soap, but she could still smell something in her hair. She would have to get in touch with Bardium. Would they blame her for the death of their operative, or would they accept that he had turned on her? She ached all over. She did not want to hike over to the station to take the tram back to Hub 2. Grant came back. Since it's clear you're the target of malicious intent, I'm authorizing the use of a patrol scooter to get you back to your docking area. We can't provide around-the-clock protection. We don't have the personnel. But that much we can do. Thank you, Ky said, feeling absurdly grateful. Your clothes and weapons will be returned to you at dockside, he went on. Everyone was back at Vatta dockside when Ky and Martin returned. Ky brushed off the concerned questions. We both need to clean up, she said. And I need some sleep. I'm hoping the ship unit will restore this suit. She didn't think it would, but it was worth trying. After she put her filthy stained clothes in the fresher, she took a long, hot shower and fell into bed. She lay still, breathed deeply, and didn't go to sleep. She tried meditation, attempted to visualize the rainbow, but all she could see was the blank black circle of the gun muzzle pointing at her face, and all the red blood. All she could feel was the shock of fear and despair, the elation of killing side by side and overlapping. Again and again she tried to work her way through the color sequence, the calming words, and each time the black circle and red spatters dominated her thoughts. Finally, she emerged from her cabin, still tired, aching, sore where her elbows and knees had hit the pavement, but too alert, too tense. It would almost be better if her father was dead, because then he would never know that his daughter, his precious little girl, got a charge out of killing people. True, they had all been trying to kill her, all the ones she had killed, but they were still people, and Cypheric Cyclans considered killing people as primal dissonance. Her failure to visualize the cycle proved they were right, at least as far as the use of that guided meditation went. "Jim's sleeping," Quincy said when she asked about him, "and we've got these for him." Standard spacer shore rig for those not fashion-conscious. Blue trousers and a belted tunic in shades of tan with brown trim on sleeves and neck that would pass unnoticed on every station in the quadrant. Kind of dull, but we thought just not wearing dull green would be a shock. She grinned. "Good idea," Ky said. "Are you all right, Captain?" "I'm fine. Well, I have bruised elbows, but it's not serious." With a wave, Ky headed up ship. On the bridge, Cheryl sat watch. "I won't have to go out for anything, will I?" she asked. She looked as tense as Ky felt. "No, of course not." "Good. Lee half wants to, I think. He thinks all this is exciting." Her tone said she thought Lee was crazy. "You don't," Ky said. "No, I know I'm the only navigator you've got, Captain, and I like you. But if I weren't scared to set foot off the ship, I'd ask to separate. I just want a nice safe berth on a nice safe ship." Some people just were not cut out for adventure, Ky thought, and then wondered why she herself was. "Cheryl, if there's another ship in that needs a navigator, or whose navigator wants some excitement, I'd say take the chance. But I'm not sure there are going to be many nice, safe ships for a while now. Sure, Vatta's being attacked at the moment, but there are other wealthy cargo lines out there, and unless we find out who's doing this and stop them, everyone's at risk." "I suppose," Cheryl said. She sighed. My stomach gets all knotted up and I can't sleep." "I know the feeling," Ky said. "Yes, but you're actually doing things. People have tried to kill you. I haven't been hurt at all yet, and I'm this scared? I'm just sitting here." Her voice trailed away. "That could be fixed." "Cheryl, sitting here alone will just make it worse, so I'm relieving you of bridge duty starting now." "Just a second." She called the other sections and found that Elaine could indeed use more help with cargo shifting. "You're now a cargo handler, not dockside, just shifting things inside the ship. No more risk than up here, and you'll be busy and with others." For an instant, Cheryl looked annoyed. A navigator doing physical work. Then she smiled. "Maybe that'll keep my mind off of it," she said. "Hope so," Ky said. "Now scat, I need to make some calls." What she'd told Cheryl was perfectly true. Once the attackers finished mopping up Vatta resources, they would turn on others. If she could get some support from other traders, or even information, She would no longer be fighting this war alone. 16 interstellar ships besides her own were docked at Lastway at the moment. 3 were corporate, Pavrati's Emerald Sky. She wasn't going to try to talk with them. Mellon and Company's Sunburst. She didn't know much about Mellon and Company, except that they traded into the next quadrant, Outbound's Ringwalker. Outbound typically hauled supplies for startups, the basics for terraforming and initial colony construction. The rest were listed as independents, from a huge bulk carrier Orlando Song to Little Lacewing, with even less cubage, but better engines, than Gary Tobai. Ky started at the head of the list, excluding Pavrati, and worked her way down in the order given. "This is Captain Vatta," she began, when Sunburst answered and her call had been transferred to Captain Sunder. "I'm wondering if you have any information about these attacks on trading vessels." "On Vatta vessels," he corrected. On screen, he was clearly a humod, though she didn't recognize the function of some of his physical characteristics. Why the sagittal ridge, for instance? The large bulge on his left forearm? And were those functional gills on his neck? "I have heard nothing about attacks on other registrations." "That's reassuring for now," Ky said. "But I presume that when whoever it is finishes with Vatta, they will start on someone else. Do you have any concerns about that?" "If I did, I would not share them with you," he said. "Your luck is down. I do not want to be contaminated." And he shut off communication. "Well, thank you very much," Ky snarled into the blank screen. With minor variations, this was the response she got from all of them. They all worried. They all recognized that whoever was attacking Vatta might shift to another target. None of them thought allying with Vatta would improve their chances, nor were they making any effort to cooperate with each other. At least none they would admit to a pariah like her. "Short-sighted idiots," Ky muttered to herself. "They'll end up in my fix soon enough if they don't start thinking ahead." "Talking to yourself?" Lee, yawning, came on to the bridge. "Where's Cheryl?" "I sent her down to work cargo. She was getting twitchy up here by herself." "If you want privacy, I can go fix us something to eat," Lee said. "It's my turn for galley duty anyway." "Good idea," Ky said, "though I don't know what I need privacy for, since none of the other captains will talk to me about the situation. Some offer sympathy at least, but they're afraid we'll infect them with our bad luck." "You could try telling them that you are the very embodiment of good luck," Lee said. "Look how many attempts on your life you've survived." Ky laughed. "I don't think that's the sort of good luck they'd appreciate," she said. "But yes, I'm hungry." When he brought in a tray for her, he said, "Quincy said to remind you about that package, the one that came while you were out. She put it in your cabin. Did you see it?" "No," Ky said. Hunger beat curiosity for the moment. "I'll look at it after I eat." She worked her way through a bowl of Lee's spicy meat and vegetable concoction, then went down the passage and retrieved the package. She recognized Mac Roberts' handwriting. Probably another spaceship model. And what would this one have as a little surprise? She took a bite of the custard Lee had brought for dessert before she put her thumb on the integral scanner. The top layer of wrapping opened along a flat seam and rolled back. Underneath was another layer of wrapping. She opened that and found a thick padded folder with the seal of the Slaughter Key Diplomatic Service embossed on it, instead of the box of model spaceship parts she expected. "What's that?" Lee asked. "I have no idea," Ky said, running her fingers over the seal. She opened it. Behind a clear plastic protective cover lay a document with the state seal at the top, and blocks of dense printing. She started reading. What? It couldn't be what it looked like. She put it down and rummaged in the depths of the package. An envelope with a letter from Mac Robert. No, this isn't another spaceship model, the letter began. Your family said you'd show up at Lastway eventually, so this was sent by hand to a trusted local agent. Trouble's brewing. Don't know how bad it is, but there's things you need to know. First off, Space Force is only a small part of Slaughter Key's space defense. The other part is contracted out to private concerns, what you'd call privateers. Your actions at Sabine show that you have, as I always thought, the right mix of attitude and ability. So fine. Mac Roberts suspected she was a killer at heart. Then her mind really registered privateer. Pirates in trader's clothing, as one of her instructors had called them. Was Mac Robert trolling through the cadets at Space Force Academy, looking for potential pirates? You were always a bit too independent for Space Force, the letter continued. That fancy folder from the diplomatic service is a letter of marque, authorizing you to act on behalf of Slaughter Key to do harm to our enemies, to attack and seize ships and cargo. At your discretion and using your own best judgment, you are supposed to keep the letter handy to show when called for. You'll notice that it could be mounted on your bulkhead with the handy bracket on the back of the frame. It's not worth the antique materials it's written on when it comes to stopping return fire, and it's recognized as a legitimate charter or commission only in the jurisdictions listed at the bottom. Be sure to read that, or you could get interned in a very boring jail somewhere. You won't be able to do much in that little tub, so I suggest you get yourself a better ship as soon as you can. In the meantime, be sure you order galley supplies from Butchert Brothers and specify the following under odor barriers. Mascom 315-2337, 6 units. Someone will call and ask if that is the correct code, and you'll say yes. When the delivery arrives, be sure to open that container in a secure location. You'll recognize the contents. Right now, that's all the help we can give you. You'll want to know who Slaughter Key's enemies are. I can't tell you that right now. We know something's wrong at ISC, more than what happened at Sabine. And there are other indications that something big is coming. Use your best judgment. The Commandant sends his respects. Ky looked back at the letter. In archaic and complicated language, it authorized her, Kylara Evangeline Dominique Vatta, to seek out and impede, harass, annoy, frustrate, confiscate, attack and destroy any and all enemies of Slaughter Key, wheresoever she might find them, in space or in dock, by any means whatsoever that lay within her power, and further instructed officers of Slaughter Key, diplomatic, military, and affiliated, whatever that was, to assist her in these endeavors. Along with stunned astonishment, she was aware of feelings she could not entirely approve. Excitement, anticipation, glee. It's interesting, she said to Lee after a long breath. Should she tell him? Why not? After all, in the unlikely event she ever used it, she'd need a pilot. Our government wants me to turn pirate. What? Privateer, actually. This, she tapped the padded folder, is a letter of marque. We studied this kind of thing in school. I had no idea anyone actually did this. Now, not centuries ago somewhere else, it's licensed to do just about anything. To anyone? No, to the enemies of Slaughter Key, which this other letter states they can't identify at the moment. It must have been sent. She looked again at the letter and its date. Yes, before the attacks on Vatta started, and before we became persona non grata to the Slaughter Key government, which may make this null and void, though I don't know. Only if they formally rescind it, I think, Lee said. Not that I'm an expert either, but surely they'd have to give you notice. And they can't, Ky said, because their Ansible is blocked. To her surprise, Lee looked more excited than afraid. We aren't exactly privateer material, though, are we? Did they send you money for a better ship? Not unless it's hidden in the deodorant I'm supposed to order from a grocer. Why? Do you like the idea? He didn't answer that directly, but asked, So, are you going to do it? Her earlier objections to turning private came to mind. But what choice did she have now? I'm going to see what's in the deodorant anyway, Ky said. For the rest, I don't know. If we had the right ship, it could be fun, Lee said. Then, at her look, he pulled his face into a frown. Difficult and dangerous, I know. Not fun in the usual sense, but more fun than just driving a trade ship back and forth. You were wasted in commercial shipping, Ky said. You too, Captain. I don't know. Not being shot at for weeks at a time is beginning to look better and better. Lee shook his head. You'll get tired of it. Maybe. Cheryl and Elaine and Ted wouldn't. They hate the excitement, as you call it. Maybe they'll find another ship, if any ship is safe. She looked up Butchert Brothers in the directory. Restaurant and ship supply, variety and quality at a reasonable price. That's what they all said. The list of products looked normal, bulk and package staples, brand name and private label goods. Everything from cleaning supplies to fresh tank-grown fish, alive until harvested. She compared prices with 2 other suppliers, about the same. A quick look at their supply situation. She entered an order for cleaning supplies, protein powder in 5-kilogram containers, a dozen sets of assorted processor flavors, a set of oven trays, and the specified odor barriers. A few hours later, uncrating the order in the cargo hold, Ky found herself staring at a shape she knew very well. Here was the other, and more expensive, version of the mines she had put a hold on. Smaller, a little lighter. These contained the most sophisticated electronic attack available. Properly set and delivered, they could disable an entire ship's systems without causing significant structural damage. An excellent choice for piracy, privateering, and she now had 6 of them. My, Martin said. Someone likes you. They did, but I think they don't now, Ky said. Care to explain? A letter of marque, Ky said. The package came while we were otherwise occupied, though at the moment I can't recall if it was the puppy or the assassins. Anyway, it was signed and authorized well before the attacks on Vatta, and before the government chose to ignore us. Very handy, Martin said. Ky closed the crate again. Put this where we can get at it quickly, she told Elaine. We're going to need it once we're back out there. What is it? Elaine asked. Something I'll tell you about once we're in a secure location, Ky said. 6 mines, and she had 15 with conventional explosives on hold at Millmart. As soon as she had enough money in the account, she'd put a deposit on them. Chapter 9. Toby Randolph Lee Vatta slouched on the hard bunk in the cell. He hadn't done anything wrong, but here he was in jail, without any way to communicate to the family, and no explanation why he couldn't call them. Here you are, one of the guards said. Lunchtime. This was the nicest one, Toby thought. He looked like he'd be a good older brother or father or something, for someone who wasn't a prisoner. Thanks, Toby said, as the guard put the tray on the table. The guard cocked his head. "You aren't hungry again?" "Not really." "Thinking about your family?" "Yes." How could he not? Ellis Faubery, blown up in dock, with casualties in the thousands because it had taken out a whole sector. Half the crew was Vatta-born, from captain to cargo master. And Toby hadn't been aboard to be killed, because he had been rewarded for his spit-clean record the first 6 months of his apprentice voyage. His cousin Dex, the captain, had let him off the ship to run a simple errand. Take this message over to the bank. Bring back the return message. Don't dawdle on the way. Act like a grown-up. So he'd been 4 sectors away, cooling his heels in the bank manager's waiting room, when the ship blew and the chair shuddered beneath him, and all the intersection seals locked down. When his implant had stabbed him with the burst of static. Sole survivor, so far as they knew. Underaged. Potential target of assassins. "Nobody likes jail," the guard said. He sat down on the end of Toby's bunk. "But it's for your own safety." They had explained that before, as if he was too stupid to understand the first time. He'd understood. He just could not figure out a way to deal with it. In all his life he had never been alone among strangers, completely separated from his family or friends. "I know you're doing your best," Toby said. "Always be polite to strangers. Always be polite to law enforcement." I just don't get hungry," he smiled. "I'm not exercising enough, I guess." "You're losing weight," the guard said. "We don't want you to fade away by the time some families show up." "They're coming?" Toby asked. Hope surged. His heart pounded. "I'm sure they will," the guard said. "But you don't know." "No," the guard sighed. "Look, son, communications are down everywhere. We sent word. We don't know if it got through before the Ansibles quit working. ISC will fix them eventually, and then someone will come. We just don't know when. Allray's a little off the main lines." Allray had seemed exotic once. Allray Station had a live display of its indigenous life forms, the smaller ones. Toby had seen the online pictures. He wanted to see a hextan and a hex bear in real life. Dex had promised him a free afternoon if all went well, and Anders, in engineering, had promised to take him to Allray's open market as well as the life forms display. Now all he saw of Allray was this cell and the rooms visible from it. He had a vid set up, and the guards brought him entertainment cubes, but they wouldn't give him a live outside data line. There were only so many hours of the day he could stand to watch episodes of Lang's gang. Beyond the Law, ghost ships. He'd never noticed before, but now every explosion, battle, and fight reminded him of his loss. He didn't complain. What else was there to do? He'd asked about student programs, hoping to bury himself in math homework problems, but it turned out that he was several levels beyond the highest they kept on station. His big sister Erin had always told him he was too smart for his own good, but he hadn't imagined the result of racing through his schoolwork would be boredom in a jail cell when he'd done nothing wrong. "Forensics through with the remains," the guard said. Do you know what they'd want?" He hadn't ever thought, in his darkest adolescent humors, that he'd have to arrange the funerals of his family and other shipmates. The lump in his throat was too big. He couldn't speak. He shook his head. "You don't have any religion or anything?" The family altar back home and the deities he'd been taught to name now seemed as meaningless as a plastic cube. What good had it done Cousin Dex to adhere to the standards of ethics? What good had it done Hallie and Prin and Via to observe the days of silence? They were dead. Dead for no reason but malice, and no god they prayed to had kept them safe. He could not explain this to the guard, however friendly. He shrugged instead, blinking back tears. "I guess we can keep him in the freezer a while longer," the man said. He sighed heavily and stood up. "Son, you're going to have to talk sometime to someone. Are you sure there's nothing more we can do to help? We're not your enemies, you know." "I know," Toby said. His voice rasped. It wanted to shake, and only by sounding angry could he control it at all. The guard left. The smell of food permeated the cell. It made him sick, yet his hunger gnawed at him. Could he eat any of it? 2 bites of bread and he wanted to throw up. He lay back on the bunk, covering his face with his arm. When the guard came back to remove the tray, Toby curled to face the wall, with the blanket pulled over his head. Stella Maria Celeste Vatta Constantin looked around Alray with weary interest. Thanks to the mess that had made her the laughingstock of the family and the bad example held up to youngsters, she had never taken the usual apprentice voyage off-planet. She had traveled, of course, but when she was older, and always with a mission in view. Alray might have looked exotic when she was 14, but now she was 30. It looked scuffed and tawdry instead. She was too old to mistake scuffed and tawdry for exotic. Traveling under her married name, as she was, she raised no comment in the customs line. It was one of the things she enjoyed about traveling. No one associated the given name Stella with idiots stupid enough to give family access codes to her first lover. The captain of the ISC courier had given her the bad news about Ellis Faubery as soon as they down-jumped into Alray space, but she had no details. Stella's own implant did not have a complete crew list. The Ellis had changed out crew at the beginning of the standard year, and the old list would not be accurate. She made her way to the station police. They would surely know who had been killed on the ship. "You're a relative?" the desk clerk said. Stella smiled. "I need to speak to the officer in charge," she said. "I carry credentials from the family, permission to arrange for disposition of remains." "But what about the boy?" "Boy?" "The kid. Somebody needs to take him." "I was not informed of any boy," Stella said, rummaging rapidly through her implant's file of Vatta younglings, apprentice age. "Keith? Preston? Toby? Geo?" "How old is he?" "He's 14, the only one left. Toby, he says his name is. I guess if you're the family's representative, you'll have to take him." All she needed was a 14-year-old boy tagging along on this mission. She couldn't say that, though, not to a desk clerk. "Your officer in charge?" she said again. "Ah, right. I'll get him." The shape under the blanket looked too small to be a 14-year-old. "He hasn't been eating well," the guard said. Stella glanced at the tray, which looked untouched, cold and unappetizing. "I can see that. We've tried. I've tried myself, but he won't open up at all." And no wonder, Stella thought. "Toby?" she said softly. "Toby, wake up." The blanket twitched, then stilled. "Toby," Stella said again. "Time to go." The blanket twitched, then he poked out a thin face, eyes dangerously intense. Who are you?" "Stella Constantin. I've come to settle things here. You can come with me." Suspicion hardened his expression. "How'd I know you're not one of them?" "She's not, lad. We checked," the guard said, but Toby's eyes never left hers. Stella sighed. "Toby, did you ever hear of Stavros's idiot daughter Stella? The idiot who gave the family codes to her lover?" His brows went up. "You're—" "That's Stella, yes, but even I didn't stay an idiot forever. Let's get you out of here, shall we?" He unrolled the blanket and sat up unsteadily. I don't feel well." You haven't eaten enough to keep a mouse alive, is what I hear. And what that tray looks like. Don't faint on me, Toby. We don't have time for that. Ma'am, the guard said in a worried voice. You can eat the roll, Stella said, ignoring the guard. Here. She broke it in half, spread jam on it, and handed it to Toby. Eat it. He stared at her for a moment, then took the roll and bit into it. Toby, I want to get you off this station before someone finds both of us. I've taken care of everything else. She saw his jaw stop moving as he took that in, and then resumed chewing. I have your personal belongings, and I brought you something to wear other than that jail garb or Vatta uniform. You'll travel as my son. You aren't old enough. I will look old enough, don't worry. Finish that roll, and another. She turned to the guard. Can you get us a couple of hot sandwiches, maybe? Of course, he said. When he was gone, Toby said, Where are we going? Stella raised her brows. He had not said, Where are you taking me? He was starting to engage, promising. I don't want to tell you here, she said. These people have done a good thing in protecting you, but I'm not sure their records are as secure as they think. He had wolfed down another roll already and was looking at the rest of the tray, despite the layer of congealed fat on the blob that might be meat. Don't, Stella said. If you haven't been eating, let your stomach get used to the rolls first. But you asked for hot sandwiches. I asked for time alone, but in different words, Stella said. He looked at her curiously. You're not like the captain. No, I'm not. I'm not a spacer. I'm administration. When she was anything, when she was not just that idiot Stella, the permanent example of what could go wrong, the petty little position she'd held until her pregnancy was only administration to someone aboard a ship. What she'd done since, no one knew about. But to lie, misdirect, Stella said. Similar, but different. I don't think it's right to lie, he said. I don't think it's right to end up dead just because it's convenient for someone else, Stella said. Now, can you stand up yet? He could, just though he wavered a bit. Stella handed him the sack. Put those on. I'll turn my back. You're not going to leave? That terrified modesty. She'd remembered that from her own adolescence. No, she said, turning her back. I'm not. I'm also not interested in your skinny little body, except in keeping it alive. Change. Behind her, the indignant rustles of an annoyed teen. Good. It would keep him from fainting if he was angry enough with her. She focused her attention outward. The guard should be back by now. Why wasn't he? Why wasn't anyone coming? Why wasn't she hearing the routine noises that she had hardly noticed coming in? She queried her implant just as it pinged her. Warning of chemical contamination. She held her breath, reached into her pocket, slapped a full-face membrane onto herself, then pulled out another and whirled to see Toby opening his mouth to gasp. No, she said, and tossed the mask. Thank all the gods the boy had been properly trained. He knew what it was, didn't breathe until he had it on. His new outfit, the one-piece gray suit, was half-fastened. He fumbled at the closure and then picked up the jacket, eyes wide. Can you use a weapon? Stella asked. He shook his head. Stay behind me, then, she said. She drew her own. For all the good that would do if their enemies had the weapons she suspected. Out on the corridor, nothing stirred. She saw, just at the corner, the guard who should have brought sandwiches. And there were the sandwiches, on the floor beside his outstretched hand. The other way, deeper into the jail. She paused a moment to slip a highly illegal data probe into the port on the wall, at the guard's duty station, and suck out the plans for the police station. Every space on a station had at least 2 exits, This one had 4, the main one to the passage, 2 rear entrances, and 1 to the side, through a smaller office. No time to ponder. She led Toby to the right, toward the cell block rear exit. If the enemies trusted their gas, they might not have someone outside, or he might be careless. The outer door was locked, of course. She had expected that. Toby's eyes widened farther when she pulled her tools from her pocket. Picking locks, both mechanical and electronic, wasn't the usual skill set of a Vatta daughter. But Stella had seen no reason not to learn from later acquaintances, or to tell her father all she'd learned. Outside, the passage appeared to be a service corridor, set with trash containers neatly labeled with the type of trash each should contain. To the right, she saw the open back door of what, by smell, was a cafe of some kind, its biologicals trash bin overflowing. She remembered that Huntry Cafe had been next to the police station, probably a favorite hangout of the police, and thus not a good back door to enter. Farther down, a bakery and a greengrocer. She hurried Toby that way. "Can we take off?" he began. "No," Stella said over her shoulder. "We may not have any warning next time." She turned back in time to see someone glance down the passage and quickly turn away. Not good. They were opposite Murchison Books and Antiquities, whose bin contained packing materials. The door seemed ajar. Stella yanked. It came open. She pushed Toby in, slid in herself, pulled it closed, and leaned on the locking bar until it caught firmly. They were in a cluttered back room with more packing materials and open containers piled on a cluttered desk and on the floor. A closed door in front of them suggested that the actual shop lay beyond. To the right, a narrow staircase rose toward the ceiling where another door was labeled Private. Stella heard nothing from any direction. She boosted her implant sensitivity and heard something from outside. Footsteps, probably, and the rise and fall of voices from the other side of the closed door. 2 voices? 3? She could not make out what they were saying. From outside, another set of footsteps, this time coming closer. She looked around again. No place to hide, really, but up the stairs. She motioned to Toby, finger to lips. If the owner had the private office on an alarm system, they were out of luck. But otherwise... They were almost to the door when the pounding began on the back door. Stella tried the door of the private office. Open. And no alarm sounded when she opened it, and she and Toby went in. She closed it behind them as her enhanced hearing picked up the sound of the shop door opening and footsteps coming through. "What is it?" asked the shopkeeper. "Open up," a voice outside said. "The shop entrance is 3214 Scurry Lane. This entrance is secured," the shopkeeper said. "Open up, damn it. We think fugitives got in." "Not through this door. Who are you anyway? You don't sound like—" A scuffling noise. "You aren't the police." Another noise Stella couldn't identify, a sort of metallic grumble, then a loud clang. A mutter, clear enough with the augmented hearing. "What kind of idiot do they think I am, anyway?" Then, more clearly, "Sam, it's Raph. Something's happening over here. You better check the substation on 4th Blue East. Some yabos are trying to get in the back door of my shop, claiming to be after fugitives, but they aren't any of yours." Click and another click, then, "Hardy, this is Raph. Block trouble behind me now, probably coming around front. Police not responding. Could be the bunch we're looking for." Stella blinked. Yabos? The last time she'd heard that word in a very similar voice had been 2 years back, somewhere very far from here. Raph? That Raph? "Ah, no answer, eh? Well, I've got to go close up shop before they come in the front. Ta." Brisk footsteps, fading into the distance. No sound of the door closing between shop and office. Stella looked around the office, neater than that below. A desk with ordinary data hookups and displays, a bunk covered with a striped blanket, a small synthesizer and meal prep center. A curtain across. She glanced in. A tiny but very clean toilet-shower combo. Cabinets above and below the desk, along the walls. A secondary screen on which movement caught her eye. The display of a security system, now showing the back of someone she assumed was the proprietor, as he pulled down louvered screens across the shop displays. The door, she noticed, was already closed and barred. The man looked to be of medium height, slender, with thinning gray hair pulled back to a braid tied with a ribbon. He had the second display covered now, and turned. Stella caught her breath. That Raph, indeed. He glanced up into the security system scan and smiled. Winked. Well, that cinched it. He knew. Naturally he would. Naturally he would have video pickups in his inner office, as well as downstairs, and naturally he would have checked them. He walked back to the store's service desk without looking up again. That, too, was Raph. He had made his point. Now he would wait around for whatever help he'd called in. Stella glanced at Toby, wishing she could spirit him away somehow. He was too young for this, and she couldn't explain. Raph would have audio pickups everywhere. If he knew they were there, if he knew who they were, who she was, then she might as well use his systems. Stella found the security system controls for the interior scan and re-aimed the pickup so that she could watch Raph. He was just standing there, entering something in the computer. A list of books, she saw when she zoomed in, from the stack of books on the counter. Old books, antiques, real paper. She couldn't quite focus on the titles, but she could, from up here, link into the computer he was using. She did that, first returning the surveillance vid to a scan that included the shop's front door. Under the day's date, a list of titles sufficiently odd that Stella paused, scrolling down, and tried to think what scam he was up to now. Some Historical Society's volumes 32 through 47? Estate rolls of places she'd never heard of? 3 cookbooks? A book of instructions for butlers? Surely no one actually bought these things to read. Toby tapped her arm and pointed at the toilet cubicle. Stella shook her head. It would make a sound anyone could hear. Though she suspected that Raph had the upstairs soundproofed and scan-proofed as well as he could. Gurgling and whooshing in pipes was one sound that no soundproofing really damped. Something moved on the surveillance vid, catching her peripheral vision. She glanced up. Raph was moving toward the door, holding a weapon she didn't recognize. She turned up the sound. A loud clang, followed by a whistle. Raph swept an arm down to a pocket, then to his face. Stella checked the ChemScan sidebar. Nothing yet. He was just being cautious. Light blossomed in the middle of the door. The attackers were trying to burn through. Then a confusion of noises from outside. Voices, thumps, crackles, small explosive cracks, and the cloth-ripping sound of rapid fire, small arms loaded with station-safe frangibles. Silence. Raph, standing alert beside the door, said, "Block party?" "Got 'em, Raph," came a voice from outside. 10 of 'em. Polies aren't here yet. Wait. There they come. Any chem stain, Hardy? No. You can open up if your door's not too damaged. Security screen has a hole as big as I am, melted through. Right. Raph tucked his weapon behind a display and hit the door controls. The outer louvered screen slid aside slowly, then stopped halfway, and he opened the inner door. Stella touched the controls, aiming the vid scan at the outer door. Now she could see the melted section. Another sidebar gave its probable temperature on the basis of thermal radiation. And beyond it, a scatter of bodies and some men holding weapons, already walking away. Others appeared in uniform. The arriving police, she presumed. "Looks like you had a problem," the first of these said. "We all do," Raph said. "Did you find out why Station 4th Blue East didn't respond?" "Chem's stunned," the man said. "We think the attackers were after the Vatta kid. Must have got him, too, because he's not there." "Why were they after you, Raph?" "They said escaping fugitives. Tried to get in my back door, claimed they were police. Lucky I keep it locked. So I'm guessing that somehow the kid got away. After all, you'd had us all warned off to shelter him. Somebody must have taken him in." "Not you?" "Not that I know of," Raph said. "Like I said, my back door's locked except when I'm putting out stuff to recycle or going over to Hunt Harry for lunch. And I lock it behind me. Nobody's reported them?" "Not yet," the policeman shrugged. "Could be anywhere if the attackers didn't get him. We better find him, in case there's more bad guys. By the way, you do know that vigilante action is illegal." "I was inside the whole time, Fred." "Right. Your close friends and neighbors just showed up fully armed and chem protected by chance. The whole station's jumpy, Fred. If they choose to help me out when the police have been immobilized, I'd say that's a good thing." "I'm not complaining," the policeman said. "Just pointing out the law, which is my duty. If the violation of ordinance has ceased, then that's all I have to do." "Thank you," Raph said, in a tone that Stella recognized. Raph had always had a gift for irony. "Want us to check out the store?" "If you wish, but as I said, I was locked in back when they came. And you can see they didn't get in through the front. Almost, though. If you're sure, we all have other things to do. I'll have a new roster in that substation within the hour. Our people there are all headed for hospital. And we'll add patrols. Forensics have to check out these bods and see if they can identify them. If you see any sign of the Vatta kid, let me know. Oh, and there's a Vatta family representative around somewhere. Supposed to be headed for the police station, but we don't know if she got there." "She?" "Yeah, a woman. I'll flash you the picture. Not a Vatta herself, apparently, but a family retainer, S.M. Constantin. Probably a lawyer. Came in on an ISC courier. I should report her, too?" "If you see her. Let's hope these scum didn't get her." "Let's hope," Raph said. "Look, I gotta call a maintenance crew to get a repair crew over here. Talk later?" "Right." The policeman turned away. Raph shut the inner door, picked up the weapon behind the display, and came back to the shop counter, with another grin for the camera. At the counter he made what seemed to be a perfectly straightforward call to station maintenance, requesting repair or replacement of the security grill and inner door of the shop on an urgent priority basis. "And I may be back up in my back office. Just give me a call before you arrive." Then, with a final glance at the camera, he headed toward the back of the store. Stella turned down the sound augmentation on her implant and turned to Toby. "We're about to have company, it looks like. Remember, we're trespassing and we have no rights." "Yes." Toby looked pale again. Stella slid her own weapon back into its holster. She heard the footsteps come into the stockroom, pause, and then come up the stairs. The door opened. Raph stood there, lips pursed, and shook his head. "Stella, Stella, Stella. Do you have to be so dramatic?" "Me?" It was all she could say, as always. He took her breath away, and memories crowded her mind. "My dear, if you just wanted to see me again, all you had to do was give me a call. Though I suppose with the Ansibles down, that might have been difficult." He glanced aside at Toby. "Vatta kid, I suppose. Escaped from custody? You better go use the toilet, boy. You look ready to puke on my floor, and I wouldn't like that." Toby gave Stella a desperate look. She nodded and he fled to the toilet cubicle. "Nice work, Stella," Raph said, ignoring the sounds from that direction. "Spurn my invitation, ignore me for years, then break into my shop and bring down God only knows what on my head. I suppose you'd rather I didn't tell the police where you were." "When and if the personnel from that station wake up, they'll explain," Stella said. "I went there to authorize handling the remains of the others, and they told me about Toby, wanted me to take him. Then it got very quiet, and when I looked out, they were all down. I took him out the back, which you just happened to know about." "And how to open the door," Raph said, nodding. "I still have the pick locks," Stella said. "And the data probe, I'll bet," Raph said, this time with approval. "I always said you were more like me than you wanted to admit." "And your door was ajar," Stella said. "Lucky for you," Raph said, "since your pick locks would have set off a stun blast. I heard the front bell just as I came back in and didn't make sure it closed all the way. Foolish of me. Could have been fatal if the others had made it here first." "I suppose you think I should thank you for that." "No," Stella said, "but I'll take thanks if you're offering them." Raph laughed, the same laugh. Warm tingles ran over her. Damn the man. Legend said it was your first love that always held some power over you. But in her case, the first love was an unpleasant memory. How could she have fallen for that toad? And Raph, a constant temptation. Toby came out of the toilet cubicle looking pale, but less strained. "Sorry," he muttered. "Fear does that," Raph said. His grin at the boy was entirely comradely, with none of the rake-hell glint he gave Stella. "You look half-starved, boy. Didn't they feed you over at the station?" "Couldn't eat," Toby muttered. Now you could eat a whole ration pack in one bite, eh?" "Stella, it's up to you. I can feed you here, or we can play Lost and Found and let the police know where you are. Then take the lad to Huntery for a good meal." "I want to get him to safety, which I suspect means on a ship with no Vatta connections, out into space as soon as possible. What do you think? Are there still assassins out there?" Could be. Finding a ship's not going to be easy either. Most of them won't take anyone with Vatta connections, or anyone from Slaughter Key, just in case. You'll need another ID if that's your plan. Where'd you want to go? Back to Slaughter Key? "No, last way I'm thinking. Nobody'd expect us to go there, and it's right out on the fringes." He tilted his head. "Last way? But Vatta trades there, don't they?" Stella cursed silently. Of course he would know that. Raph had an information network galaxy-wide. "Sometimes," she said. "No regular schedule that I know of, though I'm not in on all the family business." "Your checkered past," Raph said, feigning sympathy. Stella wanted to hit him. "My checkered past," she said instead. "So, I suppose you could arrange alternate IDs?" "Easier if the police don't know you're around," he said. "They have such traditional attitudes toward identity." "That's a yes," Stella said to Toby, who was wide-eyed. At least he wasn't interrupting. "We'd better feed the boys something here, then," Raph said. Chapter 10. While Toby spooned down a bowl of flavored mush larded with restorative additives, Raph sat at his desk manipulating his security scanners. Stella lounged on the cot, uncomfortably aware of its other use. "Station's in an uproar," Raph said over his shoulder. "Casual muggings dockside, nothing unusual. Vendettas, brawls, even wholesale gang fights in dockside bars. We're used to that, same as any station is. But blowing a dockside ship, that shook everyone. Killed not just the crew, but about half the people in that sector, including the emergency response team there. Half the ships here pulled out right then, and no one blamed 'em. Though it meant we were short of some supplies. Nothing critical, but a nuisance. Police are overstretched. You know how station militia are." "Yes," Stella said. She did not want his lecture on police and militia organization. She'd had it before. So stationers organized block defenses. Everyone knew the perps were still here, most likely, on the hunt for the boy, or for any more Vatta ships that showed up, or ships that might be friendly to Vatta. Technically, it's illegal, but practically speaking, the police were glad of our help, and so was station management. Longtime stationeers were even able to access police armories. I'm not in that group. He couldn't be, since 5 years before he had been somewhere else, with her, one way and another. Stella said nothing, and he went on. "You came in on an ISC courier, I hear. You know anything about the Ansible problem?" "Only that they're down almost everywhere, and ISC is trying to get them back up. Apparently some are fried, and others just trashed." Frying suggests sabotage to me, someone internal. What did they think?" "I was encouraged not to ask," Stella said. "Condition of transport. But they'd take Toby and me, if we got to them and wanted to go where they're going next." "Which is?" "I don't know." Another thing I was encouraged not to ask. "Eventually, I have a message for their headquarters, but I have no idea how many transfers that would be." "I see." Raph turned his chair around. "I don't see you having any advantage to me at the moment. What do you have to trade?" "Sufficient hard goods," Stella said. Of course he wouldn't help them for nothing. This was Raph, after all. "I'm moderately concerned for the welfare of this station," Raph said. "It has been a profitable connection. However, additional security measures and lower levels of trade may cut into my profits. Seeing as how Vatta seems to be involved in causing me inconvenience, perhaps I should find another source of income." "Such as?" "Perhaps we could consider a partnership," Raph said, studying his fingernails. "Your family is in disarray. You must need allies. I have certain expertise and certain connections. You have, as you said, hard goods, and your family's legendary expertise in trade and profit. And a trade network second to none, I understand." "But if we are in disarray, how can that help you?" Stella asked. "I fear you suggest a partnership in which we cannot provide a fair balance of advantage." "Disarray, perhaps, but I have no doubt, however they've kept you sequestered, that you have access where someone like me might not, and vice versa. As I said before, Stella, we would make good partners. Possibly for a limited time. But you know, Raph, I have other loyalties." "I know, so you said." He glanced at Toby, who was now staring into an empty bowl, studiously ignoring them both. "And I can see that the survival and welfare of this boy must be a priority. What is he to you, anyway?" "A cousin," Stella said. "Ah," Raph stretched out his legs. "Well, let's start with keeping him safe. Does he have living family anywhere? Or is this a lifelong commitment?" "I have ears," Toby said, not looking up. Stella grinned at this proof of Vatta spirit. "Sorry, boy," Raph said, "but you were so quiet." "I don't know," Toby burst out. His eyes glittered dangerously. "I know my uncle's dead and everyone on the ship, but I don't know about the others. My parents?" He looked at Stella. "Do you?" "No," Stella said. "I know Vatta ships and holdings have been attacked in many places, but with the Ansible shut down, I don't know about your parents specifically. Still, you're alive." "And we want to keep you that way," Raph said. The smile he turned on the boy was full of his rakish charm. "If that sat well enough with you, dial another bowl of it. We need you strong and fit for whatever comes next." "How do you know Stella?" Toby asked instead. Raph's grin widened. "Let me count the ways. No, that's not nice. At least you have enough blood to blush. Stella and I met some years back, and nothing more is the truth of it. I asked her to partner me, and she refused. She wanted to get back to her family." "Are you the one? Sorry." Toby's blush deepened with the swift embarrassment of the adolescent who had just put his foot in it. "No," Stella said firmly. "No, he's not. He was after that." Her heart thundered as she took a deep breath. Damn Raph. This wasn't anything she wanted to discuss with the youngster, even if they'd had time to explain it all. "He's right, though. You should eat a little more, if you can." "And you, Stella," Raph said. Stella shook her head. "Suit yourself. But you need a clear head, and hunger isn't." "I'm fine," Stella said. "Good breakfast and all that." "So? Partners?" "You just close up your shop and leave. Not much market for antiquities and books without a certain number of travelers coming through," Raph said. "Hard to get new stock, too. And the stationers have bought all they're going to until trade picks up." "Raph, what really were you selling?" His face hardened. "My business, isn't it?" "Not if we're going to partner. I have enough wolves on my tail already. I want to know what other hazards you're bringing into this." He spread his hands. "None I know of. Some of the package may have contained additions to the objects on the manifest. But you saw how friendly the police were." He glanced again at Toby. "Perhaps this discussion could take place another time." "Perhaps," Stella said. She felt exhausted, after-action letdown. "I will have something to eat, I think." "Good," Raph said. "I don't want you to regret a decision made by low blood sugar." "You're so thoughtful," Stella murmured and smiled when he glared at her. "What do you need from your base?" he asked. "And are you still based on the courier, or do you have a rental?" "Everything I actually need is with me," Stella said. "I have a duffel aboard ship, though, and I'd have to let them know if I take another route out." "They have room for 3? "Probably not." Her cabin had been cramped for one. She suspected the life support on couriers was less flexible than on trade ships. "We'll need to find out. Do you trust them?" "Of course," Stella said. He said nothing, just looked at her. She remembered what he'd said about the implications of the Ansible problems. "Oh, you mean, do I trust this particular courier crew?" He nodded. She thought about it. Scrupulously polite, uninquisitive, just as they had been uninformative. If they'd wanted to kill me, it would have been easy. "Yes," that in a long drawl. "But you're not traveling as Vatta, are you?" "Vatta representative," the police said. "They surely know," Stella said. Probably, and probably safe enough. You'll need a secure way to communicate, something better than the station lines, which are possible to compromise." "Meaning you have," Stella said. She was not surprised. "I could," Raph corrected gently. "And so could anyone else with my expertise. For the boy's sake, I suggest extreme caution, and, forgive my suspicions, I would like some assurance that you actually do have these items of value you speak of." Stella slipped her weapon out. Raph did not move, but she felt his attention sharpen. She handed it to Toby, who hastily put down his second bowl of food. "Toby, this is a model you may not be familiar with. Safety's that red knob. Pull it out now." "It's off safety now. Keep it pointed at Raph, whom I trust absolutely to be Raph." Raph smiled, this time with what looked like genuine appreciation. "And do not hesitate to shoot if he makes a move, or if I suddenly fall over." Yes, Toby said. His hand, she noticed, did not shake. Now, Stella said. She reached into her bodice and fished into the top pocket of the safe, pulling out the little suede container. She shook the stones out onto her hand. They flashed brilliance around the room. Raph caught his breath. Yes, Stella said. Genuine. Natural. She rolled them back into the suede pouch and tucked it away again. I gather there are more, Raph said. His pulse had quickened, visible in his neck. Oh, yes, Stella said, but not all in the same place. Of course, he said. I am satisfied, then, that you have sufficient stock of value to enter into an equal partnership. I suppose I should show you mine. He turned the chair. Toby, Stella said. Raph froze. I suppose you should sit perfectly still, she said, until our agreement is finalized. You don't want to see my account? Raph said, too lightly. I don't want to see the business end of any of the weapons you have in your desk or on your person, Stella said. My, you have learned, Raph said. He spread his hands. All right. Terms. Recording, Stella said. She indicated her implant with one finger. I know your scans are on, at least in here, so you'll have your own record as well. She took a deep breath and went on. Partnership limited, 60 days to start with, renewable by agreement of both parties, can be unaffiliated by either party with due notice of not less than 24 hours on station or 24 hours after arrival if on shipboard. Absolute for personal protection from physical, chemical, or biological attack by the partner or partner's agent for the duration of the partnership and for a minimum of 3 standard days following its ending. Usual for the sharing of information, all information relevant to the partnership shared, other information optional. Do you agree to these terms, Raphael Stoner Madston? His expression was rueful. I should have never taught you so well, Stella. Yes, I, Raphael Stoner Madston, agree to these terms as offered by Stella Maria Celeste Vatta. Sorry, I don't know your married name. I swear to abide faithfully by my partner in this enterprise and to consider paramount the welfare of all partners. Does the boy enter into this? Stella carefully did not look at Toby. He is of age, just... Toby, do you agree to these terms as full partner? Or do you wish the protection of a minor? You're asking me? His voice squeaked, then firmed. As a member of Vatta family, yes, I agree to these terms as a partner, accepting both Stella Maria Celeste Vatta Constantin and Raphael Stoner Madston as partners for this enterprise. Good, Stella said. And I, Stella Marie Celeste Vatta Constantin, accept you, Toby Lee Vatta, and Raphael Stoner Madston as my partners in this enterprise, according to the terms as recorded in my implant and in Sir Madston's office security recorders. Fine, Raph said. Now can the boy, Toby, quit threatening me with a live weapon? Of course, Stella said. Toby, point that weapon at the floor and push on the red knob. You're sure we can trust him? Toby said. At this point, we have to find out, Stella said. But yes, Raph has his own code of honor, and I believe we can trust him. Toby nodded and complied. Raph sat very still until the weapon was back in Stella's hands and hidden away once more in her holster. Then he heaved a sigh. Stella, dearest, you nearly made me create a mess. I do believe Toby would have shot me. Indeed he would, Stella said, but he didn't, so you have no complaints now, right? Right, Raph said. To work then. When I realized trade was going right out the airlocks, after the explosion, I began converting some of my assets to the same kind of portable hard goods you have. Of course, it was difficult because others on the station were trying to do the same thing, and antiquities are not necessities. And you always have your run money, Stella said. Raph shook his head. I am well reproved for earlier misdeeds, he said. Yes, of a sufficiency. What I propose to do now is put my stock in storage, explain to the authorities that without trade there's not sufficient profit, and depart. If you are known to have employed me, perhaps as a bodyguard, that would explain that an antiquities dealer has bodyguard capabilities? No, simply my departure. Perhaps you engaged me as the best you could find, all the regular bodyguards being unwilling. Would they be unwilling? Stella asked. They could be dissuaded, Raph said. She could not stop the chuckle that emerged. I see. So you have far more deals going on this station than selling books and things, and whatever comes in the parcels. He spread his hands. You know me too well, Stella. Alas, she did, but after the first appalling realization that she had put herself and her emotions in danger, she had also realized that Raph was the one person who might, just might, help her to get to Lastway and find Ky, especially since she had Toby along. So my thought is first to tell ISC that we need more berths, if they've got 'em. A secure line. You need a secure line. Do you have the courier's contact number? Yes. What do you have? Optical spider hooks all over the place? Not exactly all over. Raph pulled out a number of thin, stiff fibers from beneath a book and ran them into a standard configuration plug, which he then plugged into the side of his desk unit. Berth number. Got that. All right. Since I'm sure you don't trust me, you enter the contact code with your own lily-white hands. Stella came over to the desk and entered the code. Of course his system would capture it, but it wasn't the hidden one. When the linkage icon went green, she looked at Raph. Do you want me to stick to text? Better, he said. Fine. Stella keyed in the pertinent data as she saw things, and waited until the answer came back, demanding a visual. Raph shrugged and moved over to take the blanket off the bunk while Stella sat at the desk. Vid hookups on your left, third row, Raph said. Stella found it and plugged in. The courier's comm officer stared out of Raph's desk monitor, in the crisp, brilliant color she'd have expected from one of Raph's hookups. Are you all right? He asked. Something's got the station police stirred up. Captain wants to leave as soon as we can. I'm fine, Joss. What they didn't tell us is that there was a survivor of the Vatta attack, an apprentice who was off ship at the time. They've had him in protective custody. I was signing him out when there was a bit of trouble. Thing is, I need to get him off station and somewhere safe, but I'm betting you don't have room. I can ask the captain. How big is he? And a third party? Stella said without answering that. I'm bringing an escort from here. I can't take care of the kid alone. I'm sure we can't do that, the comm officer said. I'll ask the captain, but we're only a courier. I know, and I'm very grateful, but that's how it is. Understood. But you still have gear aboard, and you've had urgent messages for the chair. And where are you calling from anyway? Secure line, Stella said. I know. I'm hoping you can offload my gear and take a burst message. That we can do, but if you're in danger... I'll be all right, Stella said, if I keep the boy and myself out of sight for a bit. Toby did not want to stay alone in the upper office, but Raph insisted that Stella not go to the dock alone. Chances are they're all dead, but if they're not, Stella needs an escort, and I can't guard both of you at once. What if someone comes here? Toby asked. I'm not even supposed to be here. He looked better. The enriched mush had made a big difference, Stella noticed. I just asked maintenance when they might get around to repairs, and they said a minimum of 2 days. They're still coping with the blast damage on the docks. And I've told the block protection group that I'm closed until I get the repairs done. No one should come, and if they do, you ignore them. Just in case. Raph opened one of the file drawers in the cabinet. Whatever was inside wasn't files in the usual sense, and he came out with a bell-barreled weapon. This is a crowd control weapon, Toby. It will take out a substantial number with each shot, because it's loaded with shrapnel. And no, Stella, it's not legal. But it's dead easy to use. What you do, Toby, is point this at the bad guys and pull this lever. It kicks like a ding-dong, so brace it on your hip or a desk or something. It will make a horrible mess, including of the wall behind your target, so be sure it's necessary. Otherwise, don't hesitate. For chem protection, I can do better than those membrane masks Stella had. Good for out and around and being inconspicuous, but this, he hauled out a standard Pitts Dawn protective suit, is your best bet. Ever worn one? We did a drill in them aboard the ship, Toby said. Good. Now, I've set all the external systems on full alarm. You have an implant. Let's see. You should have channel 14 open, right? Right, Toby said, looking more enthusiastic. I'll program the alarms to ping your implant. First ping, anything, no matter how minor, suit up. Second ping, get the weapon and back into the toilet space. You have a clear line of fire, and they have to find you. Don't, please, shoot us when we come back. I won't, Toby said. And dial yourself some high protein now. About 100 grams. We'll be back in a couple of hours, I expect. Toby looked at Stella, and she made herself smile at him. Don't fret, Toby. We'll be back for you. Not surprisingly, Raph had covert exits from his shop, and he and Stella finally emerged 2 passages over. They looked, she thought, like any young businesswoman and her older male escort. His gray hair and conservative clothes were, she knew, a disguise, but she was too aware of the potential danger. The attackers would certainly have vid-scan of her from dockside, and possibly a line into customs and immigration. We need to stop by here, Raph said as they neared a small cafe. We do? Stella said, but followed his lead. She was certain he wasn't after a quick snack, but he sat down in an empty booth facing the door. Stella sat opposite him, and her back itched. Facing the door was her choice. Raph, heard you had some problems over at your place. That was a brisk-looking man with a long apron and a pot of something in his hand. Idiots tried to burn in my front door, Raph said. I tell you, Lars, this all about does me in. Trade's been down, and I've foisted off all the old books and prints and statuettes you long-time stationers can absorb. The man laughed. You're right there. We still haven't finished the Long Way saga, and myths of ancient Rome may never make it off the shelf. They don't know when they'll get to my security grill, let alone the door, and I don't know if I can afford it anyway. Can't do business until it's fixed, not without going out with a box and obstructing the common walkway, which is against the fire code, right? Coffee? No. I was wondering if you'd seen Joey. Ah, Joey. Well, I heard he was assisting the police with their inquiries. I told you, Raph, Joey could get you into trouble. He's not that bad, Raph said. Want you to meet my friend Sally here. Sally, the man said. Any friend of Raph's? His voice trailed away. He looked past them, his gaze sharpening. Be right with you, he said, then to Raph. Strangers. Trouble? Maybe, Raph said. I'd hate to cause a problem. No problem. The man moved in the direction of his gaze. Stella fought the urge to turn around. We might have to leave, Raph said to her. I'm sorry. I thought a snack would do you good. Stella kept her own voice low. Very interesting girl, Sally. Oh, yes. Known her a long time, I have. Once I had a thing for her. She teaches primary. Teaches? Quite firm with the lads, I understand. A bit of a softy with the girls, especially the pretty ones. Stella felt her face heating. You are a wicked man, you know that? Oh, darling, I know that very well. You look pretty when you're mad, Sally dear. You do realize I don't have to be mad to move fast. That's good because... Come on. He was out of the booth, walking toward the back entrance as someone behind her let out a yowl of pain. Stella slid out of the booth and followed, not looking around. She could hear the proprietor's apologies, profuse and urgent, and the angry voices of at least 2 men, and then they were through the swinging door in a cramped kitchen, where a gray-haired woman kneaded a pile of dough on a counter and a skinny girl had her head in an oven. An array of tools spread on its open door. Oh, Raph, the older woman said, I've been meaning to tell you, I'm really enjoying the Longway saga. I'm glad, Thule. Catch you later, maybe. Sure. Ginny, get your head out of that oven and say hello to Raph and... Sally, Raph said firmly. Never mind, Ginny. We're just passing through. Some idiot put number 6 cone in here instead of a number 8. The girl's voice sounded strange coming from inside the oven. Hi, Raph. Bye, Raph. The back door let them out into a passageway much like that behind Raph's shop. So all the bad guys aren't gone, Stella said. Apparently not. We'll have to go to Tommy's. I was hoping to avoid that. Joey's a little more reliable for this kind of thing. Picking up my gear at the dock? Stella said. He looked at her. This time her insides did nothing. No, he said after that long look. And we have to go to Tommy's first. Tommy's appeared to be a home furnishing store, complete with new and used items and an in-store fabricator for custom orders. Design your own bed, the poster read. The illustration was nothing Stella would want to sleep in, but she supposed there were people of certain persuasions who would find it useful. Certainly not restful. As she looked around, more and more of the items seemed suitable for a particular clientele. Don't worry, Raph said. Tommy staked out a market niche, but it's not the one he lives in. Before Stella could ask, Tommy himself appeared. He dressed to appeal to the market niche, Stella assumed, and since it wasn't the one she lived in either, she felt uncomfortable. Raph wasted no time in pleasantries. Alternate IDs, Tommy. How much, how fast? Tommy's full red lips pursed. You have a problem, Raph. I don't want trouble with the police. In my line of business, I can't afford to have them know that you're playing with the station master's daughter? I suppose not. Tommy paled. What makes you think She told me, Raph said. I'm her father confessor or something like that. You really shouldn't, Tommy. Young girls are not reliable about keeping secrets. You know that. I know you're a pain in the... Tommy looked at Stella. And who's this? Some female agent? A friend, Raph said. To return to my first question. How fast? How much? 2 hours each. 5,000 each. Hard goods. Fine. We need 3. Me, her, and a 14-year-old kid, male. Shorter than her. Dark hair, dark eyes. I need the data. Tommy, these are alternate IDs. You make the data up, and you don't screw around. We'll be back in 2 hours with the goods. Squeal and the deal's off. But I said 2 hours each. And I said we'd be back in 2 hours. Get busy. But if you don't, Raph said, rounding on him, then the station master's daughter will have a very unpleasant discussion with her mother. And her mother will have an even more unpleasant discussion with you. You did know the father's one of Bruno's men. Tommy's skin paled even more and acquired a green undercast. So you will have them ready, and we will pick them up, and you will have some trade goods, and all will be calm and bright. Won't it? Yes, Raph. Ma'am. Come on, Sal. Time to make tracks and drive a train on them. From Tommy's, they traveled a fast, direct route to the docks, and Raph stayed back as Stella walked up to the ISC dock warden, who waved to her. Glad you're here, Sierra, because the captain's ready to break loose. Your duffel's here. They said something about a burst message? No recording where I was. Can I use your set? Of course, Sierra. I hear one of the crew lived. A boy. Apprentice. I've got to take him somewhere. Nobody's going to slaughter Ky, I know that. I've hired a guard. Yeah, I see him. Looks kind of old. Age and treachery over youth and beauty, Pete, Stella said. She put on the headpiece, tapping the connection to be sure it was seated against her implant's external pickup, and closed her eyes. Composing a burst message required total concentration. She had thought through what she needed to send, and was almost finished when her concentration broke at the sound of weapons fire. Chapter 11. Pete hunched behind the service counter, weapons in hand. An alarm whooped. Stella couldn't see what was going on without unhooking the burst message headset. She reviewed what she'd recorded already, decided it was enough, coded it, interrupted/trouble, and detached herself. The recording booth would already have transmitted the message to the courier's shielded comm center. At the ship's access, 2 armored ISC security personnel were firing at something in the middle distance, near the dockside entrance, she guessed. Prudence suggested that down on the dock would be a good idea. The recording booth wasn't armored. Stellar slid down and eeled her way to Pete's side. He turned and tapped his implant. Stella nodded. That guard of yours told us he spotted some trouble. Pete's transmission was punctuated with little bursts of white sound when he fired. He was right. Don't know if it was you or us they were after. I'm armed, Stella said into her skull phone. Figured, Pete said. Just stay down. Always listen to the professionals, Stella had been told often enough. She pulled out her weapon anyway and waited. Return fire ceased, the alarms silenced. Stella stayed down, not needing Pete's reminder. Police are arriving, he said, relaying information from the ISC guards at the ship access. This time he spoke into the air, and Stella answered the same way. Good. Safe to get up? Probably, but I'd stay down another tick or so if I were you, just in case. Oh, here comes your guard. Raph came around the end of the counter. You have interesting friends, he said. Persistent, too, if not very bright. Good job you spotted them, Pete said. Thank you, Raph said, with demureness alien to his nature. I was lucky. They didn't see me, and they were talking openly. I'll be glad to get off this place, and I wish you were coming with us, Pete said to Stella. I'll be all right, Stella said, with confidence she didn't feel. Hope so, Pete said with another glance at Raph, this one slightly edged. I'll take care of her, Raph said. His smile appeared entirely genuine, even to Stella. We'll get your burst to HQ soonest, Pete said to Stella. Anyone hurt? came a hail from the other side of dock space. "Not here," Pete called back. "Just being careful." On the way back to 4th Blue, Raph took every opportunity to check for followers. They dodged through restaurants, clothing stores, even a weapons shop. Raph seemed to know everyone. Finally, they took a drop tube to 2nd and worked their way back up through Blue Sector, stopping at 3rd to pick up the new ID from Tommy. "Don't be surprised," Raph said before they entered. "Tommy's been a bad boy, and I have to do a little cleanup." Cleanup, where Raph was concerned, had many variant meanings, including sudden death. Stella shrugged. If Tommy had set pursuers on them, she didn't care what Raph did to him. Inside, Tommy was talking to 3 people who seemed to share the dominant decorating style of the place. He didn't notice them until Raph picked up the bald man and deposited him on an odd-shaped couch. The skinny one whirled, but Stella had her weapon out. "Don't," she suggested mildly. He backed away, almost falling over a low table. That left the woman with the low-cut silver snugsuit, who walked over and sat on the bald man. "Tommy?" Raph said. Tommy shook his head, eyes wide, even before Raph said, "Have you been a bad boy, Tommy?" "Not me," Tommy said. I was." "I think you have, Tommy," Raph said. "I think you've been a very bad boy." Stella realized, with a lurch of disgust, that Tommy's former customers were watching this avidly, and that Raph was playing to them as well as to Tommy. "I asked you to do one simple thing," Raph said. "One simple thing, and you couldn't even get that right. Went off whining to somebody for sympathy, didn't you, Tommy?" I told you it'd take longer. I couldn't." "Excuses, Tommy. Excuses are worth nothing. You know there will be consequences." "No." "Oh, yes," Raph said. He glanced at the erstwhile customers, who were sitting in a row now, flushed and excited, then watched Tommy as he ticked off points on his fingers. First, disobedience, then disloyalty, and running off to someone else, and then, "I don't suppose you have completed the assignment?" I did. It's ready, but..." "Well, that's something," Raph said, as if sorry to hear it. "But the fact remains, Tommy, that you've been a bad boy, and bad boys must be punished. Sally, check in Tommy's office and see if he's telling the truth about the assignment, or if he lied." Stella, in the persona she'd been assigned, wove her way quickly through the furniture and into Tommy's office, a folder on his desk with Raph on the cover. She looked inside. 3 sets of alternate ID that looked reasonably good to her less practiced eye. A stack of credits, which probably came from betraying them, with a call number, lay beside the folder. She scooped it all up, stuffed it in another folder, and went back to the front, where Raph's rather disgusting banter had Tommy trembling and the watchers bright-eyed. "The assignment was complete," Stella said, "but he had a stack of money and a call number with it." "Tisk, tisk," Raph said. "Naughty Tommy. And what shall we do with the naughty boy, He glanced again at his audience. "Should I tell them who else you've been playing with, perhaps?" "No!" Tommy jumped as if he'd been touched with a live wire. "He has very special tastes," Raph said to the audience. "You would be surprised." Then to Tommy, "But I think there's a punishment to fit this crime. One particularly suitable to someone of your type. Over here." Stella pretended disdain while Raph attached Tommy to some of his merchandise, explaining to the audience that of course Tommy would forfeit the reward he'd been promised for doing a tedious chore, but that he, Raph, had matters awaiting and perhaps they would like to amuse themselves in the store until Tommy managed to get himself loose. If he could. And don't pay any attention to his protests, of course. When Tommy's been bad, he likes to pretend he's better than all this. They nodded. I'll just shut the door on my way out and turn the sign. Everybody knows Tommy's hours are irregular, along with other parts of his life. I am in your debt. He put his hands together and bowed. We'll be glad to help. We haven't seen you before. Few see me, Raph said, but all remember me. Stella nearly choked on that one, but maintained her calm until they were outside and Tommy's store had a big closed sign facing the passage. What were you doing in there? Having fun, Raph said. Surely you've noticed how easy it is to get people to join the right party. All you have to do is make whatever's going on the right party. I'm assuming you got the cash and the number? Of course, Stella said. And it's back home in a hurry, and hope that our boy Toby hasn't had to use that blunderbuss I left him with, or there won't be much left of the shop. But Scurry Lane was peaceful and normally busy. Stella called Toby by implant, and he said nothing had happened. We're coming in the back, Toby. Raph's going to pick up some food. And some gossip, she was sure. 10 minutes later, they were all in the upper office. Raph peered at the new ID. Functional, not perfect, but it should do. Stella, you'll want to dull your hair a bit. Maybe use a cheek pad. Toby will do as he is. Now to find transport. There is 1 ship leaving today and 2 tomorrow, Toby offered. I checked while you were out. Thought you'd need to know. Did I tell you to open a comm line? Raph said. Good thinking, Toby, Stella said, with a glare at Raph. What ID did you use? None, Toby said. Straight open inquiry by implant, ID hidden. He did not quite stick out his tongue at Raph, but his tone was sufficient. Raph rolled his eyes. 2 of a kind, I see. All right, Toby. Who's off today, and what capacity? Rose of Banoth. Rose Lines Limited. Dex said Rose Lines were small but pretty good. Just not as fancy as the Empress Lines. Mostly passenger, light cargo. She has 10 berths available to Placer B, then 8 to Gulawa, and then she's going to Lastway. That's handy, Stella said. Raph? We need to leave, he said, and this ship is leaving. I wouldn't care if she was going to Slaughter Key or Sabine. All right, I'll book us passage. Stella, if you'll keep an eye on the external scans, and Toby, make a list of anything you need. A little ship like that won't have much commissary capacity. He opened up his secure line and got to work. Toby, after a look at the back of Raph's head, put on the thoughtful look that Stella knew went with accessing an implant database. Stella hoped his apprentice voyage had borne in on him the need for extra underwear, but she wasn't going to embarrass him by mentioning it. I've got the berths, but they're not taking credit, Raph said, after a few minutes. They'll accept hard goods with a current appraisal, and they're undocking in 5 hours, 16 minutes. We have to be aboard in 4.5. You know an appraiser, of course, Stella said. Several, Raph said. Let me just check with one of them. He went back to work. Toby glanced at Stella. I have a list. I don't know if it's too much. Port it over and let's see. He had remembered underwear she saw. 3 additional ship suits, another pair of ship boots, underwear, toiletry items. That's fine, Stella said. I think you could use more than that, though. You need your own pressure suit. A fleece jacket? We've no time for custom fitting, Raph said. I've got your appraisal lined up. A couple of those rocks you had will cover your ticket and Toby's. And yours? I pay my own way, Raph said. Partnership. Fine, Stella said. She fished out the top pouch and shook out 2 of the largest. "I'll get Toby's kit while you're doing that." "Want me to pack for you?" "No, I can do that in 15 minutes. Will you have to take him out?" "No, I was going to work through a chandler's and order it delivered to the ship. I can draw on the existing Vatta accounts here to cover it. I'd already talked to the bank manager." "Good, I'll be back shortly. I'll call before I come in." Left alone, Stella measured Toby, contacted a chandler's nearest Rose of Banoth's dock, and ordered his clothes, pressure suit, and the duffel to carry them, charged to the Vatta account number and delivered to the Rose's dockside. Then she contacted the Rose's purser to find out if passengers could, or were expected to, contribute to the mess supplies. Optional, she was told, but the Rose carried Standard Plus rations, not Superior. Stella ordered in 4 sets of ration upgrades. When Toby's appetite came back, he would probably eat twice as much as she did. In Raph's bathroom, she found supplies to dull her hair to a more maternal shade, and tried the cheek pads, which blurred her prominent cheekbones. Raph returned without incident, with jewels and a current appraisal. He packed almost as swiftly as he'd said, then called the police to report his departure, until business improves, and put a large deposit with the station management to reserve his space. In less than 2 hours, they were on their way to 3rd Green, where the Rose was docked. Stella felt itchy all over, but nothing happened. No assassins leapt out of doorways, no shots were fired, no one accosted them for being who they were or anything else. At the docking bay, Toby's duffel was being inspected by the ship's sergeant-at-arms. When they identified themselves by their new ID, he nodded. "Just step over there, please, and see Ensign about your ticket. Your berths are on hold. If you'll leave your duffel here, I'll check it for you." "Restrictions on weapons?" Stella asked. "Ship-safe ammunition only," he said. "No chemstun, no bios. We allow small arms only after inspection." "Here's mine," Stella said, pulling out her weapon and handing it over. Raph said nothing, but handed over 3 to her 1. The sergeant looked at Toby, who shook his head. Then they lined up at the ticketing booth, where the agent approved the appraisal, put the diamonds in a lockbox, gave them a receipt, and issued boarding chips and shipboard ID tags with locators on them. "Wear these at all times," the agent said. "That way we can find you in an emergency. And you'll be recognized by ship security systems. You still have a little time before mandatory boarding, if you need to purchase any last-minute items from dockside, or you can go aboard now." "We'll board," Stella said. "Is all your duffel wanted on the voyage, or do you wish to keep some in deep storage?" "All wanted," Raph said before Stella could get it out. "Fine. It will be delivered to your cabins before undock, probably a half hour, not more. If you decide to leave the ship for any reason before undock, you must inform the purser and check with me here, where you will exchange your shipboard ID tag for a dockside locator call button." Stella clipped the shipboard ID tag to her lapel. The gangway into the Rose had been a thin strip of industrial-grade carpet, with a bright yellow reflective strip on either side and the warning, "Stay on carpet." Once inside, the ship's decor carried out the Rose Line's theme with soft roses, creams, and touches of red and green. They were met by a steward who checked them off a list and led them to their cabins down a passage carpeted in rose with a burgundy geometric border. The cabins connected to form a small suite, complete with a small common room. Stella, recently off the courier with its cramped, bare-bones passenger space, was delighted with them. "You're welcome to visit the main passenger lounge and the dining salon," the steward said. "You'll find a layout in hard copy in the desk or on screen. Just follow the menu directions. Or you can wait here until your duffel arrives. However, when the undock warning sounds, All passengers must return to their cabins, and the sector seals will come down." "Thank you," Stella said. When they were alone, she and Raph examined the safety features of the cabins at that end of the corridor. Their ship ID tags each opened one of the 3 cabins. These could be rekeyed, the desk brochure explained, for members of one party traveling together. "Or by members of a party that has the right members," Raph said. Each cabin had its own vacuum seals, and each connecting suite had an additional seal in the passage. Clearly, Roselines took safety seriously. So did Raph. When their luggage arrived a few minutes later, Raph insisted that they unpack everything and put it away in the cabins. "If we have an emergency, we want our suits out. Toby, did you have suit drill aboard ship?" "Yes, of course. I told you already." "Good. We'll have them here, whether the captain orders them or not." The voyage to Placer B and then Golowa was uneventful except that Toby's appetite returned, and he seemed to hit a growth spurt as well. Toby seemed fascinated by Raph's chameleon kit and begged to try it. Raph taught him the rudiments of disguise. The ship suits that fit Toby at Allway were almost too small by the time they got to Golowa. Stella and Toby stayed aboard at these intermediate stops, each of only a couple days' duration, but Raph bought Toby some larger clothes at Golowa. After Golowa, they were the only passengers on the way to Lastway. The news was not reassuring. Only 20% of the Ansible platforms were up, so that most systems had a several-week communications lag. Both passenger and cargo shipments were down. Investment market reports were all out of date but expected to worsen. Golowa was one of the lucky systems with a functioning Ansible, so Stella was able to contact ISC HQ and discover that her report had made it there safely. In Lastway's system, the ship's crew reported that the Lastway Ansibles were also functioning. Stella checked the list of ships docked at Lastway. A Ky Vatta with the ship Gary Tobai was listed. That would be Ky, of course. The local news channel, piped to passengers' quarters, mentioned sporadic gang attacks on travelers and warned any tourists to keep alert and stay out of danger zones. Through the purser, Stella booked on-station quarters for the 3 of them at a moderately priced hostelry. She could only hope that whoever was after Vatta's didn't have a face recognition program that included hers and Toby's. Raph, she knew, would take care of himself. The purser arranged transport of their duffel, and the 3 of them made it to the hotel without incident. The next job was contacting Ky. Stella considered and rejected the on-station communications lines. Too dangerous. She and Raph and Toby, posing as tourists, climbed on the tram and headed for Gary Tobai. Bardium had withdrawn its dockside security personnel after what it continued to call this unfortunate incident. But Martin felt that the automated security he had put in place was adequate. Ky was unwilling to hire replacements, even if other firms were willing to take a contract with her. How could she trust them? She had ordered some basic torso protection in standard sizes for those of her crew who were outside the ship for any reason, though only Martin and Jim carried firearms. Small deposits kept a hold on the items she most wanted from Millmart, but she had still not figured out what to do next. The 3 apparent tourists who tripped the perimeter alarms were standing in a row, with Martin and Bea looming over them, when Ky made it down to the cargo entrance. "Hello, Ky," said the curvaceous but faded blonde in the taupe suit. "I'm your cousin Stella, remember me?" Ky could not believe it. Stella, here, with a teenaged boy and a man. Surely that wasn't her son. She struggled to remember how old Stella's child might be. Stella did look older and plainer than she remembered. That Stella had a man, she could believe. He was medium tall, handsome as a vid star in spite of his graying hair, and very aware of it. "What are you doing here?" came out of her mouth before she could stop it, and the tone was almost accusatory. "Running away," Stella said, "or running to you, depending on how you look at it. How much do you know?" "Vatta's been attacked. I don't know how bad it is." "Not a very big ship, is it?" the man commented, in a tone that made her angry. "Big enough," Ky said shortly. "Have there been any attacks on you?" Stella asked. "A few," Ky said. "Unsuccessful, obviously." "Oh, my heavens," the man said, rolling his eyes. "She's a total innocent. What are you thinking, Stella? She can't possibly—" "I don't know what you think is innocent," Ky said. "I've killed—" She had to stop and count. Appalling that she didn't know immediately. 4 men. "We heard about the one at Sabine," the man said. "You did it yourself, really?" He looked completely unimpressed. "Yes," Ky said through gritted teeth. "And it was 2 there." "My, aren't we the rough girl?" the man said. He turned again to Stella. "So she can kill, but can she—" "Stop it," Stella said, to Ky's surprise. The man stopped, arching a brow at Stella, who turned to Ky and went on. "Ky, this is Raph. We're partners for the present. He's under partner bond. He has many talents." "That's nice," Ky said, thinking that many talents didn't equate to much manners. "And this is Toby Vatta. He survived the blowout on Allray too. Have you heard about that?" "And he's also a partner for the present." Ky looked at Toby and had an immediate flashback to her own apprentice voyage. She thought having Captain Furman on her tail was bad, but she hadn't been through what he had. "Welcome aboard, Toby," she said. "I'm sorry for your loss." She looked back at Stella. "I assume Raph has a last name?" "Yes, which we will give you when we come aboard. Not standing here on a cold dockside, Ky. We had trouble on Allray. Serious trouble." "I can imagine. We've had some too." "Come on aboard then." She stepped aside and let them pass. Stella gave her a look she could not interpret, and Raph a look she could interpret all too well. If he thought she was like Stella, he would soon learn different, and he could keep those eyes to himself. She nodded at Martin when they had cleared the locks. "Come on, Martin. If anyone comes looking for cargo, let Elaine handle it. It's close of trade anyway." "Yes, Captain." The others had stopped in the wreck area. Ky nodded to a table. "Have a seat. Let's find out what's up." "It's a long story," Stella said. "It's a long shift," Ky said. "Go ahead." "You know about the attacks back home on Slaughter Key?" "Some, not much. They hit corporate headquarters and the family compound both. One report said, I expect there were injuries. And for some reason the government is down on us." Stella nodded. "Ky, I'm sorry. I have bad news for you. Your parents. Your mother died in the attack on the house. Your father died of injuries received trying to save her and others." Ky felt her face stiffen. Now that tiny sliver of light, that window of hope, slammed shut. She had been so sure, she had hoped so much that they had not died, or at least one of them survived. She thought she'd anticipated this, but it was too much. "And your brother San. I'm sorry, Ky. My father was killed too, in the bombing of corporate headquarters. My sister Jo died in a separate attack." Ky felt each name as a separate weight falling on her, pushing her deeper into darkness. Her father, her mother, her brother, Her uncle. Aunt Helen? She managed to ask. Mother was alive when I left Slaughter Key, Stella said. So was Aunt Gracie Lane. Gracie Lane and her fruitcakes with diamonds were a poor substitute for the rest of the family. The memory of her father's face in that last call, the look in his eyes, came to her vividly. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying not to think, not to see. Aunt Gracie sent me to find you, Stella said. To find me? Surprise almost melted the numbness. She opened her eyes. She thinks I'm an idiot. She thinks everyone our age is an idiot, Stella said. But she thinks you're the one person who can sort this out. And she thinks I'm capable of helping you. She knew you needed more data and some help. Ky's mind grabbed for this distraction from the news that her whole family was dead. Aunt Gracie is pretty smart, actually. Did you know she'd been in the war? Aunt Gracie? That seemed as likely as that Aunt Gracie had wings or gills. Yes, I didn't know either until she told me and showed me. At any rate, she told me to come find you and bring you the Vatta command database to download into your implant. Ky's hand went to her head. I don't have an implant. It was destroyed. But I know your father sent you another one. I haven't put it in, Ky said. I'm not supposed to put one in for 6 months. When she counted up the weeks in transit to Belinta, from Belinta to here, it was a lot closer to 6 months than she'd thought. Brain damage? Stella asked. Possible neutral instability, Ky said. She didn't even want to think about whether that constituted brain damage. And how did you get a hold of the command database? I mean, if our fathers were killed in the attacks. Stella looked away and swallowed. Your father lived a few days, Ky, and Aunt Gracie took charge of the implant. Ky stared at her. Her stomach roiled. She did not want to consider what that meant or how it had been done. At any rate, if you're going to take over as the off-planet Vatta representative, you'd better find a way to use the implant information. You could, Ky began, but Stella shook her head vigorously. You have military training, Ky. I don't. My expertise is all in another direction. Ky hadn't heard that Stella had any expertise, but then she hadn't seen Stella for years. What with school, the academy and all. And that is? She asked, trying to keep her tone light. Stella grimaced. If you access the database, you'll know. I'm not sure I should tell you here. She glanced aside at Raph and Toby. Ky felt a cold prickle run up her spine. As if you hadn't learned half or more of it from me, Raph said. But I suppose we must protect innocent young ears. Toby turned to glare at him. Ky felt the same way, but didn't let herself show it. Later, then, she said. If I'm the designated whatever, though, I'll need to know. Understood, Stella said. The others could be another distraction. Ky turned to the boy. Toby, how far along in your apprenticeship were you? What kind of ship duties did you learn? The boy flushed, but met her eyes and answered steadily. I was over half through, and had completed the training modules in all the specialties, so I was working full shifts under supervision. I'd done environmental and engineering, and was working on navigation and piloting. In port, of course, we all worked cargo. Excellent, Ky said. I know you don't have any of your scores, and unfortunately I need documentation of your training. But we have new crew who are working on their certification exams. Lastway has a complete roster of spacer certification courses, and the sooner you begin, the better. What's your strongest field? Probably drives, ma'am. I did well in all the engineering subspecialties, but Piers, Chief Barklin, Said I had a good feel for space drives. Good. I could definitely use a good backup drive specialist. Any Vatta, however young and inexperienced, who had ship service would be better than Jim. I'm going to assign you to that area. You'll be informally assessed and then start formal classes in a couple of days. That suit? Yes, ma'am, Toby said. I don't know when we can get you back to a place where you can have regular formal schooling, Ky said. What were you planning on, or had you decided? I was supposed to go to Turqua, the main engineering prep school on my home planet, ma'am. And then I hope to get into Divisi Tech for advance work. And then back to the fleet. I'll download additional coursework for you when we're en route. No sense in having you lose more educational time than necessary. Ky turned to Raph, who was watching this with a condescending expression. Now you, sir. Your last name, if I may be so bold. Of course, Captain, he said, leaning forward, meeting her eye, and putting on what Ky assessed as a pseudo-honest expression. Though you may as well know that I have several last names, by which I am known on different worlds. I was born with Dunbarger, but haven't used it for years. Stella first met me as Raphael Stoner Madston. Dunbarger? Stella said. I said I haven't used it for a long time, Raph said. It's not euphonious. It is, however, my birth name if anyone were to track it down. Dunbarger, Ky said. Where had she heard that name before? Somewhere that had meaning to this whole situation. That Dunbarger, Raph said, the one you're so obviously trying to remember. ISC senior officer. Very senior at the moment. Into Ky's mind popped the memory of ISC's command structure. Dunbarger stood right at the top. You might consider me a remittance man, Raph said, if you know what that is. You're Garston Dunbarger's son? Stella said. You? I had to learn company manners somewhere, Raph said. The knowledge of which fork to use and how to tie a cravat is easiest learned in the kind of home my parents kept. He kept his gaze on Ky nonetheless. Very interesting, if true, Ky said. Oh, it's true. I can even prove it. Though I would prefer not to call down the kind of trouble that would bring on Lastway. At any rate, I was sent away, for cause I might add. No bad feelings on my side, and strongly encouraged to choose another name or 50. And later, here's another new tidbit for you, Stella. Later I was hired back, as it were, after a bit of good behavior, which somewhat softened my father's attitude. Hired back how? Ky asked. Raph's gaze dropped to his fingernails, which he appeared to study with great interest. There are things that a supposedly disaffected, disinherited former member of a powerful family can find out, can elicit, that almost no one else can. If you know where both ends of the string are, as it were, untangling the mess someone's made of it is far easier. By birth, I know one end. By experience, I discover the other. You're a company spy, Ky said. He gave her a straight look and shrugged. That's a bald word for a very fluffy concept. Let's just say that I have been put in the way of finding out things ISC needs to know and have been well paid to transfer that knowledge to ISC. I'm still not welcome at home, but relations are, as it were, softening with time. None of my sisters has produced an heir, and father would like a grandchild. Well, actually, it's mother who wants one worst, I suspect, but father is putty in her hands. You! Stella sputtered, clearly outraged about something. Ky looked at her. You contemptible toad! Now, Stella, sweetling, no need to blow a jet. Don't sweetling me, you. She turned to Ky. This miserable excuse spent 2 whole days lecturing me on the evils of my past, my luxurious and pampered past, convincing me that I was to blame for the inequalities of the universe because I'd never questioned where Vatta money came from. And all that time! How do you suppose I knew what leverage would work, my dear? Raff said coolly. It takes one to know one. I knew what would sting me, and thus that it would sting you. And besides, you are so sweet when you feel guilty, as opposed to the way you are when you don't. He held up a finger, and don't say you'll hate me forever, because you know you won't. Toby, Ky noticed, was watching this with eyes wide. I still don't have a last name, she said to Raff. Not the one on your current ID, at least. Oh, yes. For an instant, a patch of color appeared on his cheeks. He fished out the ID packet and handed it over. It's fake, of course, and only of moderate quality. I had it done in a rush before we left to throw off pursuit, we hoped. Stella's is fake too at the moment. It seems to have worked. Ralph Sandvolen? Ky said, reading it off. Raff shrugged. I was using Murchison back on Alray and running a shop selling antiquities and books. And other things, Stella put in. Ky could tell that she was still furious. And other things as necessary to keep my lines of contact open with the kinds of people ordinary ISC personnel cannot know, Raff said, glancing at Stella and then back to Ky. You must realize that those people do not trust straight arrows. I know that, Ky said. Good, because if I'm to be any use to you, I need to establish my lines of communication here. Ky ignored the presumption in that for a moment. She wasn't sure she wanted him to try to be of use to her. You've been here before? Oh, yes, some years back. Just as a matter of curiosity, when does your partnership contract with Stella and Toby expire? Not too long now, I think, Raff said. Ky let her teeth show. I suspect you know to the minute, Raff. Let's not play games. But games are such fun. All right, in about 23 hours. Why? Are you going to ask me to extend? I'm thinking about it. It seems to me that Vatta and ISC interests run together lately. They may do, but my interests intersect ISC's only in particular areas. Perhaps we should both think about it. And discuss it in, say, 4 hours? Ky said. As the captain wishes, he said, all courtliness. Whoever he really was, someone had taught him manners, and more than one kind. Ky looked again at his gray hair. How old are you really? You want all my realities revealed? He asked. Very well. And he scrubbed at his face with his hands. When he brought them down, a much younger man grinned at her, his face subtly reshaped, his eyes sparkling with mischief. The hair's not this gray or this thin either, but I'd prefer to deal with that in a proper bathroom. If this ship has a proper bathroom. I'm only a year older than Stella in true biological time, but I'm much, much older in experience. Ky caught a movement of Stella's hands and glanced over to find the perfect cheekbones restored to the breathtaking beauty she remembered. Stella opened her hand. Cheek pads, she said. And my hair's not really this color. Raff's got black hair, if you want to know. Ky looked at Toby, who shook his head. Raff wouldn't let me, he said. He says as fast as I'm growing, I'm not the same 2 days in a row anyway. That's a relief, Ky said.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 12. Wait here, Ky said, while I get Toby settled and see about finding you berths. I presume you'd rather stay aboard than on station. I would, Stella said. Even though a Vatta ship was blown up in dock at Alray? Raph said. Even though, Stella said. I will do as the captain prefers, Raph said, tilting his head at Ky and leaving for now hanging between them, unsaid. Fine then, Ky said. I'll be back shortly. Come on, Toby. Toby followed her out of the wreck area to engineering. Martin trailed along. I need to get back to dockside, Captain, if that's all right. That's fine, Martin. Go ahead. He nodded and turned away. Ky walked on, wondering what she could say to comfort a boy who had lost his family and shipmates. Damned little comfort in the universe. But that wasn't what he needed to hear. On the other hand, maybe he didn't need comfort as much as something to do. Ky said, Stella says you're also in this partnership. Yes, ma'am. Captain. What do you think of Raph? Me? I'm just old enough to be a partner, Toby. That's old enough to assess a character of a partner, by law. What do you think of him? I don't exactly know. He knows a lot of things I think are probably bad things. But he's been a good partner so far. Does Stella trust him? In partnership, yes, but not before. She had me hold a weapon on him. Before we, formed the partnership, when she was showing him what she carried. Ky turned and looked at him. Trusts you, doesn't she? Could you have shot him? I think so. He looked tense and worried, which was, Ky thought, exactly how he should look when he contemplated the possibility of killing someone. Good, Ky said. We'll try to keep you out of such situations in the future. But just in case, I'm glad to know that you're reliable. He said nothing, and she led him on into engineering, where Quincy was leaning over Jim at one of the workspaces. Puddles lay at his feet, chewing vigorously on his leash. Quincy looked up. Who's this, then? Toby Vatta, Ky said, survivor of the attack on Ellis Faubery at Alray. News was wrong. They weren't all killed. How did he... My cousin Stella brought him, Ky said, and cut off further questions with a warning glance. Toby, this is Quincy Robbins, one of the most senior engineers in Vatta, and from this point on your tutor. Quince, Toby was more than halfway through his apprentice voyage, and he says his instructors thought he had an aptitude for drives. Since I have no idea when we can get him home, we need to set up a complete educational course for him. Find him bunk space and get him fitted out with whatever he needs. Can you see to that? Order in what you need. I have some other urgent business. Of course, Quincy said. Toby, is it? You're in a growing stage, aren't you? I recognize the signs. Toby nodded. Is that a dog? It's a nuisance, Quincy said. Jim's idea. She glared at Ky. It's a puppy, Ky said. Do you know anything about dogs? I had a dog back home, Toby said, before I left for ship duty. She was a maze hound. She didn't look anything like that, even when she was born. Ky had no idea what a maze hound was, but for the first time thought there might be a purpose in having a puppy aboard. This one's supposed to be a Jack Russell Terrier, Ky said. Whatever that is. His name's Puddles. We'll need to stock extra rations, Captain, Quincy said. Boys this age eat like a regiment. I'll put it on the list, Ky said. Quincy seemed to glow with a sudden burst of grandmotherliness, which was just what the boy needed, Ky felt sure. Jim, come along with me. Jim's face took on a worried expression, but he got up quickly and followed her back to the rec room. She heard the low murmur of voices, but not what they were saying. Stella and Raph were both silent when she came in. Toby's getting settled, she said. This is Jim, one of my crew, late of Belinta. Belinta? Raph said in a tone of that mudball. What's wrong with Belinta? asked Jim, scowling. You wanted to leave, Ky pointed out. Then she shook her head at Raph. Don't tease him. Raph grinned. Happens to everyone, one time or another. And you got out of Belinta. So what else are you bringing to the party? It's not a party, Ky said. I need to talk to my cousin alone. And I don't want you wandering the ship by yourself. Jim, you'll stay with Raph until I come back. And I mean stay with, not just in the same half of the ship. Oh. Jim looked at Raph with sudden suspicion. I'm so misunderstood, Raph murmured. The misunderstanding, if any, is mutual, Ky said, trying not to grin. It would not do to let this rascal know he was amusing her. Is it? He said, but then sobered, and nodded with what might be respect. Perhaps it is, Captain Vatta. I will be good. Excellent, Ky said. Jim will show you around. If you decide to ship out with us, you'll know what you're getting into. Now you'll excuse us. Stella, come with me, please. With a final nod, she left them, and Stella trailed after her. In her own cabin, she gestured Stella to the bunk and sat at the desk herself. You've changed, Stella said. The last time we met, I was what, 17? There's that, Stella admitted. But I was worried for you when I heard about that mess at the academy. You had always been such a straight arrow. I've wanted to thank you for your note, Ky said. It did help, especially since I just had a stinker of a letter from Hal. From a man I'd known there. Men, Stella said. And while we're on that subject, a word of warning about Raph. You think I need one? Every woman needs one with him. I'm sure you feel the magnetism. I certainly do. But he's not a safe ride. I could tell, Ky said. But let's get to business, Stella. You say Auntie Grace sent you. Stella sat up straighter. Yes. Your father tried to call a meeting of the adult Vattas on Slaughter Key after he was hurt. But he collapsed, and Aunt Gracie took over. It surprised everyone when she picked me to be her messenger. She knew, well, she'd kind of pushed me into it, that I acted sometimes as a special courier for Vatta. You didn't know that, I think. No, Ky said. You thought I was flighty Stella, still in disgrace. So did a lot of people, which made my other role more effective. When I traveled, people assumed it was just that idiot Stella wandering around being a tourist. Stella cocked her head to one side and her expression shifted. She looked the picture of an inexperienced pretty girl. My father knew, of course. Your father didn't. That made it awkward sometimes. Stella had lost the innocent waif look, and Ky admired the technique. She didn't seem to move, and yet she changed. I can imagine. Her own father bragging about his practical, sensible, obedient daughter, while her uncle had to pretend that Stella was still a bubblehead. Anyway, Auntie Grace downloaded the Vatta command dataset to her own implant. She doesn't think any of the surviving Vattas off-planet have it, and she wanted you to have it because of your military training. Stella paused, and when Ky said nothing, went on. Ky, how bad was your head injury? If you're going to be in command out here, we need to know if you're capable. I'm capable, Ky said, and hoped it was true. Stella, the things that I've done after that indicate that I'm functioning just fine. It was bad. They had to do a memory dump off my implant. Stella paled. A memory dump? Who did that? McKinsey, a mercenary company, quite respectable. They're in the Green Book. Vatta's transported them or their cargo more than once. It was an accident, really. Quickly, Ky gave Stella the bare-bones account of the incident, ending with, and then I woke up, in their sick bay, and all the interesting stuff happened later. So if I could cope with mutinous prisoners and an uncontrollable ship and near starvation, I think that means my brain is working, right? Stella was still pale. Right, she said. I don't quite understand why you can't install another implant, though. Their surgeon said I should wait 6 months to be sure the memory dump and the structural repairs were consolidated and stable. I don't know the details, but I'd had those years of training without an implant at the academy, aimed at preparing for just such an emergency. It doesn't bother me to be without one. I don't know if the Vatta situation can wait another, 3 months more? Less than that by now, I think. But I don't see why that matters. Unless the command dataset explains who our enemy is and what's going on. And if it does, our fathers would have been prepared. I don't need an implant to fight a war. Stella shivered. A war. That's what Aunt Gracie said. It's a war now, she said, and we need someone with military training to take over. Meaning you. She shook her head. I still think you need an implant. Wait a minute. You already thought of it as a war, and yourself as fighting it, without any resources but what you have here? Ky shrugged. Not many options, are there? What was I going to do, run away and hide somewhere? I was sure other Vattas had survived somewhere. We needed to get together somehow. I suppose. I just didn't expect you to have worked all that out. Well then, General or Admiral or whatever you are, what do we do now? Ky was ready for this one. I find out what you've brought besides the dataset, and I see if the dataset can be accessed without an implant. I doubt it has anything really useful to me at this point, but it might. I find out what Raph's up to, because I'm sure it's more than he's said, and decide whether to take him with us, let him go, or kill him. You'd kill Raph? If I judged him a danger to the family, of course, Ky said. She enjoyed the shock on Stella's face. It's a war, Stella. We're already in trouble, already losing, if you look at the numbers. We can't afford to let anyone, however charming, cause us more damage. Now that's sensible. Raph was at the cabin door, with Jim behind him looking worried. Captain, you were right. I did underestimate you. And I clearly underestimated you, thinking that Jim could keep you away from my cabin. She kicked herself mentally for not having closed and locked it. We were on our way to the bridge. I merely overheard one sentence of extremely good sense. Nothing more, I assure you. Raph gave them both a smile of blinding goodwill. Stella, you are a genius in your way, but your cousin Ky has won my fickle heart. The reverse, however, is not true, Ky said. Of course, Raph said. I would not expect it. I look forward, Captain, to our discussion of partnerships when the time comes. He turned to Jim. The bridge, perhaps? And perhaps we should close the hatch, to allow the captain more privacy? Thank you, Ky said. On the bridge he would find Lee less malleable than Jim. When they were alone again, she said to Stella, So tell me about Raph. Everything you know. Everything I thought I knew, Stella said. I certainly did not know he was Dunbarger's son. If he is, though that explains a lot. Stella took a deep breath. It was after that disastrous mess with Jamar, the one I gave the codes to. I'd been stuck at home for months, of course, lectured at by everyone over the age of 10. Stupid Stella. Idiot Stella. How could you, Stella? Didn't we tell you, Stella? And so on and so on. Of course I was telling myself the same thing. Then Aunt Gracie showed up, shooed everyone away, told me to quit moping and get a hold on myself, and sent me to an old friend of hers over on Casagar. Find out what you're good at, Gracie said, because you're a Vatta and therefore you have talents besides looking pretty and attracting bad men. Sounds like Aunt Gracie, Ky said, hoping Stella would quit telling her story and get back to Raph. Yes, well, her old friend Helma turned out to be a fellow veteran. That's when I found out about Aunt Gracie's own checkered past. I got a fast course in courier protocols, and she sent me off to another friend, halfway around the planet. Apparently I did all right, because that one sent me back with a good report. I thought it was all great fun. You had to follow the rules to the letter, of course, but it was the kind of challenge I like, blending in and being someone else, or at least being the foolish, stupid Stella on the outside while being a competent Stella on the inside. If you can follow that. Yes, Ky said, I can. Especially after seeing those lightning changes of expression and character. Well, I was on another job for Aunt Gracie's old friend at an embassy party on Kassagar when I met Raph. He recognized that I was trolling for information just as I recognized he was the same, and he called me on it. I didn't know what to do. It was my first political assignment, so I fell back on girlish giggles and sex appeal, and he wasn't having it. And I'm still not sure exactly how it happened, but the next thing I knew he was teaching me to use his pick locks, which is a very useful skill. And I still used the set he gave me. And not too long after that, I realized he was the sexiest man I'd ever met. Jamar wasn't within 6 orders of magnitude. Stella grinned and shook her head. Ky thought of Hal, but shied away from that memory. Stella went on. Also the most dangerous. Also someone with contacts I'd never even imagined existed. He seemed to have a finger in every clandestine organization on Kassagar. His story then was that he'd worked his way up from a state orphanage to a private investigator's license, learning formal etiquette from training tapes. But we both understood that considerable dubious actions were involved. We worked together briefly, then I went back home to Slaughter Key to be debriefed by Aunt Gracie, after which she and my father employed my skills at intervals. I see. So, do you consider Raph trustworthy? Before the latest revelations, I would have said that Raph stays bought if you pay his asking price, and that he's reliable in partnership agreements. After all, I turned my back on him this time. But I'm not sure now. If he's really Dunbarger's son, and really a permanent ISC agent, then he'll be with us, or anyone he contracts with, only so long as it doesn't cross ISC. I'm not planning to cross ISC, Ky said, and they should be pleased with me after the Sabine thing. So with those circumstances, what about partnering or hiring Raph? And which would be better? Partnering, Stella said. And yes, I think he'd be a good asset, though I'm still peeved that he never told me. She cocked her head at Ky. But what use am I, Ky? What can you do with me? I don't know yet. We may have use for an agent of our own, when we come to some place where you aren't known and won't be an instant assassin magnet. Meantime, you were home more than I was the last few years. You may know a lot about recent developments in the company that I didn't know. And I can scramble eggs, Stella said, grinning. I'm not trained for ship's crew, but some of my skills will transfer. That's good. Besides, you're family, and there's little enough left. That black weight bore down on her shoulders again. Ky struggled not to break down. True, Stella said. She looked sad. There's not been enough time to grieve, really. It all happened so fast. Though at least I had the time on the courier to myself. It must be worse for you, being out of touch when it happened. I don't know, Ky said. It still seems unreal. They've always been there. Parents, aunts, uncles, corporate headquarters, the house. I can almost pretend they're still there, but you can't. And neither could she, for more than moments. She could not make the right decisions if she clung to the wrong data. Reality bites, Stella said. She stretched. Well, you've got Toby settled. That's a good thing. Unless someone blows this ship, Ky said soberly. I do think about that. We should find him a safer place. He's our future. Stella, does Aunt Grace have any idea why the government turned on us? She wasn't sure if someone had outbid us or scared them silly. When I left, she was planning to find out and see if she could correct their thinking, as she put it. I would not like to be the president with Aunt Grace after him. Stella drew her finger across her throat. Ky debated for a moment and took the plunge. Stella, there's a very odd thing. Before this happened, someone had sent me a message here to be held for my arrival. I have a letter of Marque from Slaughter Key. But nobody does that anymore, Stella said, eyes wide. That's what I thought, but they do, and I have one. Here. Ky handed Stella the padded folder. This is incredible. When did you get it? You're sure it's official? It came via someone I knew at the academy. I'm sure of the provenance, but I'm not sure it's still valid. Ky took the folder when Stella had finished reading and put it away. Still, it gives me justifications other than family to go after who's ever doing this. I never knew Slaughter Key ran privateers, Stella said, shaking her head. I thought I knew a lot about local politics. How did they keep this secret, I wonder? I heard rumors, Ky said. I just thought it was vicious slander, but clearly it wasn't. Privateer, Stella said. She grinned suddenly. Valid or not, with the Slaughter Key ensibles down, who's to know? Not Raff, Ky said. I'm not ready to tell him all my secrets. Besides, can you really see the ship attacking and capturing anything? Thing is, even if I were a military genius, I can't see how to fight a war with one old tub like this one. She's slow, she's vulnerable, and she has no teeth. Would money help? Stella asked. I've got some in the usual hard goods from Aunt Gracie and my own resources. Money always helps. Enough to buy a real warship would certainly help, but I doubt you've brought that much. Upgrading this one, we can get as far as armed merchant vessel, which everyone will assume means pirate, but that's about it. She'd need a new in-system drive, some decent shielding, and at least two decent weapon systems. It'd cut our cargo capacity 30%, and it isn't that big already. You've already thought about it. Of course. I haven't been twiddling my thumbs. I've thought of several things. Running her as a cargo ship under Vatta colors, likely to get us attacked and blown up entirely too soon. Running her as a cargo ship under other colors, my own for one, and hoping nobody figures out she's really Vatta. That would require a new ship of clandestine origin and time to build up a clientele. The kinds of cargoes you can get in an uninsured, unknown ship are, as you know, minimal. Running her as an armed merchanter, trying to combine light cargo, probably clandestine, with covert attacks on the guilty parties, if we ever figure out who they are. That is dangerous and unlikely to make the kind of profits that will keep us going, unless we take on seriously bad cargo. Seriously bad cargo may lead us to our enemies. Yes, it could, either usefully or right into their trap. You surely know that Vatta corporate accounts are frozen. Credit unattainable right along with insurance for either ship or cargo. I didn't realize accounts would be frozen. I was able to access funds on Allray. They're frozen here and other places I've heard of. I've sold off the cargo we came in with, and I have a few goodies that Aunt Gracie stuffed into a fruitcake for me, but not enough to buy a new ship or convert this one to an armed merchanter. I'll add mine to the pile and see what it comes to, Stella said. What interests me, Ky said, is that you and Raff seem to have been doing the same thing for different employers. You really didn't know he was ISC? No, I can't believe he never told me. And where he came up with that sob story from. Doesn't matter, Ky said. How reliable do you think he is, really? How much of that attitude is surface? I would trust him to be who he is, Stella said, but I'm not sure any longer who that is. Stick to the terms of a partnership? Yes. Actually care about anyone? I'm not sure. We've got a tough task ahead, Stella. We can use all the allies we can find, but we need them to be allies, or at least acting from enlightened self-interest. He's smart, Stella said. I would say his self-interest is paramount, but intellectually adapted to circumstances. Reliable within limits. Within those limits, absolutely. What do you know about his expertise? What you'd expect from someone involved in corporate espionage. There's not a lock, physical or electronic, that he can't open. Few, if any, databases are secure if you turn him loose for an hour. And he has a remarkable collection of contacts in multiple systems. If he's telling the truth about being Dunbarger's son, then I suspect his actual illicit earnings are much lower than he's claimed. The opposite of crooks. He's hiding his legitimate income. Anything more I should know? That personality, Stella said. I'm sure you've noticed. He's used to having women fall at his feet. I won't, Ky said. He hasn't really turned on the charm yet. Don't believe it when he does. Did you? Ouch. Yes, off and on. He still has an effect on me, and I've seen him with others. I wouldn't worry, Ky said, except that from everything you say, Jim and Lee both won't be able to keep him from snooping all over the ship. It will take Martin. Tell me about Martin. He scared me. Ex-military, he was at the legation on Vatta, and he's got supply expertise, so he took on managing cargo in place of Gary. Impressive. You find him comfortable, I expect, because of your time in the academy? Are you going to offer Raph a partnership? I'm thinking about it. Reservations? No, not if you're careful with the terms. Want advice? I asked, didn't I? Then let me review the terms before you offer, or I can do a draft for you. Do that, Stella. Use my desk if you'd like. And figure out how to get that implant in and functioning, Stella added as Ky was on her way out the door. You're going to need it. On the bridge, Lee had a dazed expression and Jim was scowling. Raph, in Ky's seat, lounged as if he owned the ship. Excuse me, Ky said with an edge to it. That's my seat. Sorry, Raph said. Where do you want me? Under control, but that wasn't something she could say. There's a fold-down seat over there, she pointed. Lee, anybody off ship? No. Good. Nobody goes off until trade shift tomorrow. Division reports? At your station, Captain. Nothing much. We're down to the dregs for trade, though. Milmart's holding that advanced suite for us, but they'll require a deposit to hold it past the end of trade shift tomorrow. By then I'll have an answer for them. Ky looked at the division reports. Quincy had the most data. She had listed all the suitable ships for sale or lease, with costs including provisioning. Who does your dockside security? Raph asked, breaking her concentration. We are, Ky said, remotely. What system? He asked. I'm not just being nosy. I'm remembering that a Vatta ship in dock at Alray was blown. You know how it was done? No. Outsiders is what I heard. But I'm not entirely sure. It's one reason I wanted to leave. But remote systems can be confused. Co-opted, you mean, Ky said. We have mill-grade systems installed by my own crew as of 2 days ago. Does that satisfy you? Almost, Raph said. Perimeter design? Adequate, Ky said, according to what I was taught. Do you have suggestions, Sir Dunbarger? Please don't use that name, not even here. I'm sure your crew are all perfectly loyal. Raph shot a sidelong look at Lee, who looked studiously blank. But it would be a great embarrassment to me. Besides, it's not euphonious. Vatta is not exactly music of the spheres, Ky said. It has a certain earthy rhythmicity, Raph said. Dunbarger, on the other hand, sounds like something you'd remove during plastic surgery. Call me by the name Stella knows, or Murchison, which I used last. Or you could just call me Raph. And you could, suggested Ky, just answer my question. Have you suggestions for perimeter design? 3 independent systems. Optical spider hooks set at 1-meter intervals, each system capable of alarming the others, but not of dampening an alarm. Broadband scanning, full chem and bio suites, a watch officer who knows how to interpret the output, independent power sources, of course, and secure lines. I think you would find my perimeter design adequate, Ky said. That's pretty much what I've got. Anything else? Anti-tamper? Of course. I didn't see it when we came in, Raph said. You weren't supposed to, Ky said, but it's there. And we also have hull-based systems active. Our shields stink, but at least we'll know what hits us. I begin to hope you will offer me a partnership, Captain Vatta. I begin to think I might, but we have business to discuss. Perhaps you will return with me to the rec area. Of course, he said. Jim, check with Stella Vatta in my cabin and see if she needs you for anything. Consider yourself at her disposal. Is that wise? Murmured Raph, following Ky down the passage. Jim will do adequately, Ky said, and Stella has better taste. She waited to see what he would answer, and when he didn't, she added, She found you, for instance. His brows went up. A compliment? Recognition of reality. Don't preen. I never preen. Well, I suppose I do, but only for cause. So, Captain, what shall we discuss? Your potential contribution to my mission, Ky said. I would have to know what that is to know what I might be able to contribute. To survive first, to assist other Vatta ships and family members like Toby when found, to discover who our enemy is and why they attacked us, and then to destroy them. The brows went higher. That is a substantial mission for one person and one, forgive me for being blunt, small, old, and apparently slow ship. Precisely why I'm seeking allies, Ky said. I'm not crazy enough to think I can do it all alone. You claim to have expertise relative to ISC's current problems, which I cannot but think are related to ours. I think you're right on that, Raph said, with perfect seriousness. When do you think it started? I know when I hope it didn't start, Ky said, and that's when I got involved with that attack on the Ansibles at Sabine. I think it possible that the organization, whatever it was, that planned that attack was sufficiently annoyed with my interference that it retaliated against my family. I can relieve your mind on that, Raph said. Your actions would have been seen as typical of Vatta, and Vatta had already been perceived as entirely too close to the ruling cliques at ISC. Your high officers, for instance, were close to Lou Permina. Yes, Lou is my father's choice for a corporate heir. He has many enemies inside the corporation and outside as well. He's old-line ISC, very much in favor of the status quo. The innovators hate him. Innovators? Ky had no idea what he was talking about. Look, Captain, I'll be as honest with you as my other loyalties permit. More honest than I've been with Stella. You have my birth name, for instance. ISC has major internal problems. I can't tell you all about them. Some I don't know, and those I know I must not tell, but I've been warning my father for 3 years that something was going to blow loose. I guessed wrong about where. I thought it would be Alray, not Sabine, and that's why I set up there 2 years ago. I was trying to get some hard data on who and how and when. This secondary attack on the Ansible network, knocking them all out. Last way's not out. Did you know that? I heard that from the crew as we came in. I really want a nice long chat with the local manager, because there's every chance he's one of them. Because the Ansibles here work? Precisely. They seem to work, but do they? Are all messages being sent and received correctly? I rather doubt it. These people I suspect of being responsible still need to communicate with each other and would need a network to use, but a network they control. How many systems do you know, of your own experience, are down? My own experience? Slaughter Key. A ship coming to Vatta system as we left told me Lenora was down and reported stuffed message bins blocking an automated intermediate station. Full. That shouldn't happen. Can't happen without sabotage, but it's a very simple way to mess things up. Easy to fix, if the repair crew knows what's wrong and are doing their job, but then easy to screw up again. Low cost, Ky said. If you're an Ansible platform tech or administrator, yes, that's where I think the trouble's coming from anyway. So, you want to check out the local administrator? Very much. Actually, first I want to check out the Ansibles themselves, the system software. I consider this my highest priority. Partnering you would, at this point, be my second. I realize no woman likes to come in second, but... Don't be stupid, Ky said, more sharply than she intended. I'm not a schoolgirl, even if I don't have gray hair. I understand. You have to consider ISC first. But why would you even want to partner with Vatta? Mobility, more resources, many of the same reasons you want allies. This is too big for me alone, and I can't, dare not, go straight to HQ. I can't claim a place on any ISC ship without revealing who I am, which would make it impossible to uncover the plots and counterplots. Our merged networks are bigger than either alone. He looked honest, but then good liars did look honest. Ky was sure he was hiding things. He even admitted he was hiding things, but not sure if the things he was hiding were harmful to her mission. She was hiding things herself, for that matter. She caught herself wondering what he really looked like with his own hair, with all disguises off, and dragged herself back to the issue at hand. Chapter 13. So, Ky said, you want to partner with Vatta Enterprises Limited, or with me personally, or with me and Stella and Toby, or what? You're in command now, aren't you? I believe in going to the top. I'd like to partner with you. Stella's going to be my G2, Ky said. She wondered if he knew the term. Good choice, Raph said. You'll want to have her vet the contract, I'm sure. Shall I write out what I'd like to see, since you don't have an implant? Go ahead, Ky said. She called Stella, who arrived with the model contract already drafted. Raph glanced at it. This is fine, he said. When it was signed and recorded, he stood and stretched. I would rather not run my inquiries from here, Raph said. Your security may be as good as you paid for, but I don't want any back traces. You have an idea who it is. An idea, no data. If the idea is right, then they have the same or better tech than I do. Better tech than ISC? Better tech than I've been given. If you could direct me to a bathroom so I can put my face back on. Down that passage, second left, Ky said. Captain, there's a call for you on the bridge. Coming, Ky said. All right, Raph, go find out what you can. If ISC's whole local office is bent. I didn't say that. No, but it could be. How long should I wait before rousing the troops? The troops you don't have? Don't worry unless I'm not back in a full day cycle. All right, and where should we look for the body if you're not? If I knew, I'd be safer. Just don't get into trouble while I'm gone. I'll do my best. See you then. Call us from the perimeter. You can ping Stella, right? Right. On the bridge, Lee was holding an open contact with an odd expression on his face. "It's a McKinsey ship," he said. "Do you want to talk to them?" "I wish I could afford to hire them," Ky said, wondering if the value of Stella's contribution would make that possible. Probably not. She sat in her command seat and flicked on her screen. "Captain Vatta here. Go ahead." "This is Captain Penzig, McKinsey Military Assistant Ship Gloucester. I understand you're the same Captain Vatta who had a contract with McKinsey at Sabine." "That's right," Ky said. She hoped that contract wasn't under dispute somehow. They had seemed quite cordial when she left them. "We're having a sort of situation has come up, Captain Vatta, and the officer commanding our mobile force would like to confer with you." "With me?" "Yes, Captain. I'm not sure if you're aware of McKinsey command structure. The ship crews and the mobile forces are perforce, in different branches, as it were." "Are you here because there's a war on?" Ky asked. Enough fencing around. She wanted something solid. No, nothing like that. I mean, nothing other than whatever's attacking ISC installations. We're here on what should have been a routine mission, rotating personnel in and out of the local recruiting and consulting station. But something's come up. The Ansible failure, among other things." "I see," Ky said, to fill the long silence. "And your OIC wants to talk to me? What does she think I can do?" "I'm not sure. As I said, he's not in my chain of command. In fact, he's fairly junior. But he asked me to contact you ship to ship. The, officer who would normally be in charge developed a medical problem and is in cryosuspension. Would you be willing to meet with him?" "Certainly," Ky said, "but I'm not leaving my ship at present. Where are you docked?" 5 Alpha Blue. I'm sure you'd like to speak to him by comm before meeting in person." "Yes, thank you," Ky said. "Just a moment, then. I'll have him paged." Ky wondered why the other officer wasn't standing by, but the vid screen of the McKinsey bridge made it clear he wasn't. His face, when he appeared, looked much younger than she expected. "Captain Vatta, this is Lieutenant Mason of the McKinsey Military Assistance Corporation. He is the ranking combat forces officer presently in the system." The ship captain could have been Lieutenant Mason's father. "Captain Penzig, I'll talk to Captain Vatta alone," the young man said. A slow flush mounted Captain Penzig's neck, visible on the scan. "Of course, Lieutenant Mason," Penzig said with grave courtesy. "The comm officer will seal the line." He stepped back out of vid pickup range, and the margins of the screen flickered, then steadied as someone walked through the security curtain. "You don't look like I expected," said Lieutenant Mason. He didn't either. Ky had met only a few of the McKinsey officers before, but all of them had the kind of hard edge she expected from experienced military personnel. This young man did not. He belonged in a shipping office, some place where everything fit into a routine. "What did you expect?" she asked. And why should you expect anything? She wondered silently. "Someone taller," he said. "Older, maybe." She looked at his face and felt considerably older than he looked. "You had a contract with us, with McKinsey, after all." So the tales told, whatever they were, had not emphasized youth and inexperience. That had to be good for something. "So what did you want, Lieutenant Mason?" "I'd, like to talk to you. I am the ranking McKinsey officer in this system." She could hear both surprise and pride in that. "I've heard of you. We all have. And I have a dilemma that you may be able to help with." "I don't think we have a lot of extra resources, Lieutenant." "I was thinking we might combine resources." "How?" "Ma'am, I'd really like to talk to you in person, in a secure location. Could you come aboard our ship?" No, thank you. I prefer to stay on my ship." "You could come here." That would give her time to find out a bit more about Mackenzie on this station. "All right, I'll come right over. But watch for trouble on the docks." A sound of throat clearing, followed by, "Ma'am, I don't expect to have any trouble. I'll bring a squad." As soon as she was offline, Ky called Martin to the bridge and told him about the call. "Mercs want to talk to us?" he said. "That's very interesting. I wonder what kind of problem they think we can help with." "I have no idea," Ky said, "but they'll be here soon, and I'd like you to sit in." "Of course, ma'am." Less than an hour later, the external scans lived up to their reputation and programming by signaling the arrival of multiple armed individuals in body armor. In the midst of 10 Mackenzie soldiers in non-pressure armor, faceplates closed, was their lieutenant, dwarfed by their imposing presence. Martin met them, gave the lieutenant a nod as crisp as a salute, and led him to the ship entrance. Ky opened the lock and extended the access tube. "Lieutenant Mason, welcome to Dockside Vatta." "My escort will remain here," the lieutenant said. He matched his appearance on the vidcom. "May I come aboard?" "Yes, of course," Ky said. Inside the ship, she took him to the wreck area and settled him at a table. Martin stood at ease by the hatch to the galley. The lieutenant refused refreshments, sitting bolt upright in his chair, lips pursed tightly. "Well," Ky said, when he did nothing for several seconds. "Spit it out. What did you want to talk about?" He glanced at Martin. "That man is discreet and honest, Lieutenant Mason. That's all you need to know." To her surprise, Mason flushed red, but he started in. "Here's the situation, ma'am. The local station director says that the Ansibles here are up and running, but we aren't getting any messages, any at all. We've sent them out, but we don't know if our people are receiving them. Maybe the Ansibles are blocked where they are. We can't leave without orders. We don't know where to go. And we're running out of credit." "Wait a minute," Ky said. "What are you doing here in the first place? Did you have a contract to come here?" "No, ma'am," he said. "Lastway's a good place to pick up contracts. That's why we have a recruiting station and consulting office here. Out on the edge of settled space, like this, things are a bit looser, if you know what I mean. You have arms deals. There's Milmart Exchange. You know about them. The largest purveyor of new and used military heavy weaponry and equipment. Out here on the fringe, when someone is thinking of fighting a war, they often come here to stock up on equipment. You must have gone by our recruiting station." "Yes. It's also the local consulting office. Whatever people say about Mercs, ma'am, Mackenzie is a quality outfit. Platinum all the way. We don't sell war. We sell expertise to people who would otherwise get themselves into unnecessary wars and cause a lot of damage." "Really?" That sounded like something he'd memorized from a brochure. Ky struggled not to glance at Martin and see what he thought of this spiel. "Yes, ma'am. The old man says the only good war is the one that doesn't happen. That's why we like to take advisement contracts, not combat ones if we can. And if the war has to come, better it be fought by people on payroll, because then the costs are calculable." More advertising language. "How many actions have you been in, Lieutenant?" Something about the young man's glib delivery was making Ky wonder if he'd ever shot at anything but a target. Nothing yet, ma'am. But I've had 2 years of training, one at the Mackenzie Combat Simulation and Practice Range." "I see. What made you join Mackenzie?" He shrugged. "Oh, the usual. Got in trouble. The judge said jail or mail. And I picked mail. I was lucky. Mackenzie made me finish school after I went through boot, and my scores qualified me for their officer training." Ky thought they should have run him through a war first, but after all, she'd qualified for Slaughter Key's supposedly elite space academy on test scores and school grades, And look how that had turned out. So, you're the ranking officer. Were you commanding here on Lastway Station, or? No, ma'am. I was the payroll escort officer coming from our corporate headquarters out to Lastway. Major DeLynn was the OIC in charge here, and Captain Oscone was in charge of troops aboard the 2 ships. When the Ansibles went out, we were at Teaglin Junction. Captain Oscone diverted one of the ships back to HQ to get new orders and put me in charge of the troops as well. Then when I got here about 2 days later, Major DeLynn suffered an arterial blowout and had to be put in cryo suspension because there's no medical facility here that can handle that kind of thing. And that left me. He sounded both scared and excited. How many do you have in your command? Ky said. 92 all told, not counting ship crews. It's more than a lieutenant usually has, of course. There's 20 in the recruiting station and consulting office, another 20 in the rotation that was coming in to relieve them, and then the ship's complements of troops. They're not even the same organization. You see, and a payroll escort officer shall lead them? Maybe. How many ships do you have here? 2. There's a courier with the payroll and a sheepdog to guard it. Not one of the big cruisers, of course, but well armed and capable of handling anything but major ships of the line. The other ship was much the same, the one the captain took back to HQ. So what do you think I can do to help you? Ky asked. I was thinking you could hire us, he said. I mean, we hear that someone's attacking Vatta's ships and people and things. We could protect you, then you, Vatta, I mean, would be guarantors for our support on station. Much as she'd wanted to hire Mackenzie, this young man did not inspire confidence. She hedged. Are you? Forgive me for asking an awkward question, but are you entitled to make contractual agreements on Mackenzie's behalf? Master Sergeant Dolan says I am. I mean, it's in the regulations. The ranking officer may make binding contracts provided that such contracts are in the best interests of Mackenzie. And how many personnel in ship crews? Ky asked, thinking that probably explained why they were running short of cash even if they'd brought the payroll. She wondered how big it was. She had no idea what it cost to support a military unit in idleness, a topic not covered in the Slaughter Key Space Academy. 15 in the courier, and probably 100 in the other. Why? They aren't my problem. They were his problem, and he was a very stupid junior officer if he couldn't see it. What sort of contract were you thinking of? Ky asked. Like I said, we could protect you. You were attacked, right? Yes, but as you can see, I'm fine, Ky said. Yes, but if you had guards, it wouldn't have happened. And you were nearly killed, they said. Who? The Garda. He reddened suddenly. The, Garda have an arrangement with Mackenzie. Long-standing understanding. I see, Ky said. So you know what they know. Some, anyway. Master Sergeant Dolan does. Ky felt a strong desire to talk to Master Sergeant Dolan instead of Lieutenant Mason, but she was sure Dolan couldn't negotiate contracts. So we can make a deal? Mason asked. Patience, Lieutenant, Ky said. She felt years older than this young man. I have to access my needs, and you have to tell me what your rates are. Whatever you've heard, merchanters aren't made of money, and we don't have unlimited funds. Aren't you people usually hired by whole planets? Yes, but you're not getting an entire expeditionary force. You're just getting us. Suppose you present a formal proposal, Lieutenant, with estimates of the cost to us, and I'll go over it with my financial officer and see if we can come to an agreement. I have no objection in principle to hiring Mackenzie for a job of work, but I'm not going to give verbal agreement to an open-ended contract with no details specified. Surely you have a good clerk NCO who can draw up a simple... Oh, of course, yes, ma'am, I do. Perhaps Master Sergeant Roth. He'd know. Can he, just ping your implant? I don't have an implant, Ky said. Why don't you have Roth work something up, get your approval on it, and bring it over to discuss? Yes, ma'am, I can do that. He seemed much cheerier with a definite plan in mind, but then most people were. Ky would be much happier when she had a definite plan in mind. Can we do this, soon? He went on. Curiosity and amusement pushed her past tact. Just how short of funds are you, Lieutenant? Ky asked. He reddened, and for a moment she thought he was going to cry. They just cut us off short like that. And I know the ship captains have been after me to do something, but what can I do? I was trying to do the captain's work and the major's work, and I didn't know where anything was. And Dolan and Roth kept looking at me like I was a 5-year-old, and finally Dolan said, why not ask you? Actually, he said that 2 days ago. But I thought maybe if I just talked to the bank. We've always had a good credit rating, and maybe a message would come through from home. Twit, Ky thought. It surprised her that Mackenzie had ever taken this one in, but maybe he had unexpected talents elsewhere. Somewhere. I asked, Ky said again, this time with a little edge to it. How short are you? Are your people going to have food for the next meal, for instance? Maybe. Ky rolled her mental eyes, and equally mental dice, and came to a decision she wasn't ready to share yet. Send me your Master Sergeant Roth, she said, as if Lieutenant Mason were her subordinate. Do it quickly. Yes, ma'am, he said. And can I say anything to the troops? Idiot. No, she said. Not now. Get Roth over here. I'll call him from dockside, Lieutenant Mason said. She sent him away looking much happier and looked at Martin. He must have gotten in trouble for stealing candy from babies, Martin said. He doesn't have enough gumption for anything else. Is he really that bad? Ky asked. I kept wanting to smack him, but... Not officer material, Martin said. Not in my books. Mercs may have different standards. Slaughter Key has no dim-witted officers? Well, no. I mean, yes, they do. A few. I suppose he might have slipped by for some other reason. So, what do you think about his proposal? If they're messed up enough that they're about to give the troops nail soup, they may not be any help. They were better at Sabine, Ky said. I'll keep that in mind, he said. Maybe it's just the one young fool. Ky called for Stella. You're looking lively, Stella said. What's going on with those soldiers on the dock? Did the station finally come to its senses and give us official guard? No, that's McKinsey Military Assistance Corporation. The people I contracted with at Sabine, after they invaded the system, and the people whose surgeons extracted my implant. The ones who nearly killed you? That was my own crewman, Ky said. I don't blame McKinsey for that, though I wish I knew how much data they had pulled from my implant. It was only the Vatta basic, not the full data set, but still. Anyway, through a series of mishaps, their local leadership is down to one very junior lieutenant who was supposed to escort their payroll here, and is now in command, and overwhelmed and underfunded. He has the payroll, but the banks have shut them down on credit, and the payroll intended for 20 doesn't last long when you're trying to support almost 100. He wants us to contract with them for protection, so that we can feed his hungry men and women. Protection? Thing is, Stella, I thought about trying to work something with McKinsey before. They have the expertise, the weapons, the trained personnel. We could use them. Can we afford them? Exactly what I need to know. Stella, I'm assigning you as financial officer as well as G2. You know what you brought into this. I'll tell you what we've got. She called up the figures from the trading they'd done and the remains of Aunt Gracie's fruitcake diamonds. We need to provision this ship and decide what upgrades we can afford with and without hiring the McKinsey Group. I'll be talking to one of their senior NCOs shortly, someone with more sense than that lieutenant. Give me some numbers." "Right," Stella said. "I can do that. 15 minutes. You had the list of upgrades already loaded, right?" "Right." Raph came back before Master Sergeant Roth arrived. "Do you know the dockside area is full of big, noisy, obvious soldiers?" he asked Ky. "Yes, of course," Ky said. "I hope you don't think they're better protection," Raph said. "They didn't notice me coming until I was close enough to lob any sort of weapon." "I wasn't counting on them for protection from sneaks," Ky said. "And I told them you were coming. What did you find out?" "The local ISC rep is crooked as a corkscrew," Raph said with relish. "The Ansible is open all right, to him and whoever he's in contact with, but he's blocking all incoming and outgoing messages at will. He's got a probe into what are supposed to be unbreakable automatic systems. I can't tell yet if the next jump point Ansibles from here are really down, or if he's programmed this one to think they're down. That would take me several days. There are at least 5 in the deal on this end, though. The director, all 3 technical heads, 1 per shift, and a weasel in the records section. That one tried to convince me faked records were real, and of course I believed him. To his face. Won't they suspect something if you're trying to bribe the records, weasel? How'd you know? Well, yes, they'll want to know I want information. From the look on the guy's face, he's been taking bribes from everyone on station who wants to know what's going on. The shoes he's wearing, the jewelry. He's rolling in more money than someone at his level ever makes. But with everyone asking, another one asking is just another source of money. He doesn't suspect who or what I am." He cocked his head. "Aren't you going to tell me about the soldiers?" "There's nothing to tell yet." Ky sighed as he continued to look at her attentively. "No, I'm not going to tell you. When there is something to tell you, then I will. You are entirely too cautious, Captain Vatta. I must admire that caution, inconvenient as it is for me. Where is the fair Stella?" "Busy," Ky said. "And your next project is?" "Something I'm afraid you can't help with," he said. "I would give my left arm, or at least a couple of fingers, to get a hold of a bit of technology no one is supposed to have yet. Ever hear of a pin Ansible?" "As a matter of fact, yes," Ky said, "but I don't have one." His eyes had widened. Now they narrowed. "Where did you hear of it?" "Never mind that. What's it good for?" "An Ansible you can mount on a ship," he said. "And more important, an Ansible that allows real-time communications while you're in FTL flight." Ky stuffed her first thought, "That's impossible," back in her mouth and said again, "That would be quite an improvement in communications. Just having a shipboard Ansible would be an advance." "Yes, and those do exist. The full capability ones, those you can use in FTL flight, were in development the last I heard, but I suspect they now exist." "So why isn't ISC bragging about this and selling them for vastly inflated prices?" Ky asked. "Come, Captain, you have more business sense than that, I hope. ISC derives its revenues from per-message charges through the current Ansible system. We don't sell Ansibles, ever." "Yes, but this is something that would make a bundle." "Comparatively, we would have to price it very high indeed, and we would be subject to competition, I have no doubt." "Yes," Ky thought about it. "So you're saying that there is a strong motive for ISC to freeze technological development that would risk its monopoly?" He smiled at her. "I would not ever say that, Captain, because that would be revealing company secrets. Should you come to that conclusion on your own, I can't stop you." Ky grinned back. I'm glad we're temporarily on the same side. The thing is, if I had a pin Ansible now, I could easily find out whether the more distant transfer lines are really blocked or software clogged. As it is, I have to risk tapping into the station director's control lines, and if he's at all suspicious, he'll realize someone's snooping. Quincy called Ky on the ship comm. Can we find time to talk? Yes, of course. I'm concerned about something.